Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Letícia Fonseca. I'm from the MDRC team, and we will start this morning with a presentation that Scott will give us from the website to explore a little bit more about the databases and the reference that they have available in their website. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you and good morning, and thank you those online and those in the room who decided to forego an extra cup of coffee and come here, but there is coffee and snacks outside if you do need it. This is an unscripted talk. This is for you guys, so we can have this be interactive throughout the whole, about 40 minutes we have. And if we feel we have more to talk about at the end before they start up, we can do this again tomorrow if you choose. You know, the whole idea is what resources are available to you. And we do this even at our agency when we look at TGA in Australia or Health Canada or the European Union. We look at other websites too to see what's going on. And we agree that it's very helpful to have these. The hardest part is, how do you get to here? Or even more so, how do you get to here, our recognized standards database? And, you know, in medical devices, we usually like to make sure that the design of the device is fit for the user so someone can use it intuitively in some ways. Our websites are not built that way. It is not easy to sometimes find our databases. It's not the easiest thing to do if you go to fda.gov and figure out, how do I go from this page to here? I have a hard time myself. My best friend is this. And this is the best friend for almost all FDA, industry, computer programmers. My brother's a computer programmer. Every time he has to learn about a new language, he goes to Google. We all go to Google, so don't feel that you have to figure out how to navigate this system of websites. Use Google, because we're connected into it. If you go into Google and type in FDA standards program, you'll get a hit. And it might look a lot like a standards and conformity assessment program. That's sometimes a lot easier to go to than clicking on fda.gov. And I'm kind of going across these little symbols across the top here. Medical devices, device advice, how to study and market your device, pre-market submissions, and then finally getting to our page. And that's if you know to hit all those sub-pages. Don't ask me why it's that way. Those are for the people that are making decisions beyond us. But Google is your best friend. So our standards and conformity assessment program is really where we house everything related to standards, whether it's links to where our educational webinars are for device advice, to our guidance documents, to our ASCA accredited labs, or to our recognition database. Everything is housed in, this is meant as a standards portal, essentially, for us to get into. I'll just kind of go through this page slowly to familiarize yourselves with it. And again, if there's any questions at any time, feel free to interrupt me. The page is intentionally built up to have these links down the center that brings you through the different page. In addition, on the left side, it has other pages that will open up that talk about other programs within the Standards and Conformity Assessment Program, such as our new ASCA program. And then some of these are for specific stakeholders like accreditation bodies, how to participate in ASCA, testing laboratories, how to participate, for manufacturers, how to participate. So a lot of these are about ASCA. And then what are our recognized accreditation bodies and our accredited testing labs? And that's just for the ASCA program. And I want to make sure you don't focus too much on that, because that's a small subset in a brand new program that we talked about yesterday as our third-party conformity assessment program to specific devices or specific standards. It's not a product certification program. It's just a way for us to work with the laboratories and the accreditation bodies to try to get more confidence and understanding in their competence to do some of these very challenging tests that are out there. Some of these standards are very, very challenging, and we needed to learn more about them, and this is our attempt. So my message really is probably don't focus too much on ASCA. We can continue the dialogue on why we're doing it, but primarily we're going to walk through our first party conformity assessment program, and then we'll get into some of the other databases that people may be interested, like how do I know if a company is registered and listed with FDA? How do I know if there's a 510K for this device? We'll get into those. So on this page here again, we have, standards conformity assessment program. If I click that, it brings me, to that first one. How consensus standards can be used in pre-market submissions. You click that, it brings you there. And then at the end of each section, you can bring yourself back up. We talk about our recognition program. What is FDA's recognition? And then there's links to the recognition database within as well. We talk about our guidance document, which explains our recognition process of how we recognize and or withdraw a standard. We did this, most people kind of know or don't care. They just want to know that we do recognize a standard, not necessarily how we do it, but other people do care. And so this is a real short guidance that kind of walks through that process. The big reason why we did this is that our law, the 21st Century Cures, was an act that was passed in 2016, I think. And it told us that we, by statute, had to be responsive to requests for recognition. And if someone requested to the agency to recognize a standard that wasn't recognized, that we had to respond within 60 days and publish the justification for the recognition or partial recognition or non-recognition. Sometimes we would not recognize a standard and we'd have to give that rationale back and publish that on our website. So that's the reason why this guidance document was written, is the statute kind of asked us to do something more formally than what we were already doing for over 20 years, which we had always requested for recognition. We had a website dedicated to that. But this formalized it, and it has helped us get a few more requests, because even though we're in 500, 600 and some committees, there's probably 2,000 of them out there. We're not involved in everything. And sometimes we get requests on the newer technologies, especially in the digital health fields, cyber fields, and things like that. How to find FDA recognized and non-recognized standards, again, built right into here. Links to our recognized consensus standards database and links to our non-recognized consensus standards database. Terry mentioned that yesterday, that yes, we do publish which standards that are not recognized. Now, just to reiterate, what is a non-recognized standard? It doesn't mean that it's a standard that we would prohibit from being used. It's just our statute says that FDA shall recognize a standard from which we will accept a declaration of conformity if a manufacturer chooses to take that route, voluntary, right? Non-recognition doesn't say you can't use that standard. It just says we won't accept a declaration of conformity, meaning we'll probably need to see that complete test report, maybe the underlying data, the justification for using that standard. An example of a standard on this database is, let me find it here, and boy, that's small, so I'll try to make it a little bigger. We have a whole 7 standards that we've listed on the non-recognition standards database. But a real common one is the 2nd edition of 60601-1. As we know, the series has advanced into the 3rd edition, and they're already drafting the 4th edition now that's expected to come out in about 4 or 5 years. The 2nd edition, as I mentioned to you yesterday, is a safety standard, whereas the 3rd edition brought in risk management and created what's called essential performance. So if someone was to just use the 2nd edition, we're not going to know about all of the essential performance of that medical device. And therefore,
we would need to ask a lot of questions, and accepting a declaration of conformity would be of no benefit to either party. The second edition might work for worker safety for our OSHA group in the Department of Labor, because they're just looking for safety, but not the essential performance. But it wouldn't work for the clinical aspects of what we're looking for. So we list that as a non-recognized standard, communicating to industry that we wouldn't accept a declaration of conformity, and that you would, if you used it, you would most likely have to do something else to demonstrate that aspect that's missing. Voluntary, but we want to make sure people know what standards you wouldn't be able to submit a declaration of conformity to. So that really goes back to that, why do we recognize or not recognize? It's just a communication tool more than anything else. So kind of continuing on here, again, how to find our standards, they're listed in here. We also have further information. We mentioned about some of our resources, which is CDRH Learn, and I'll get to some of these databases. I'm just going to kind of walk through this page right here. Again, talking about how to submit a request for recognition that came out of and that's built into the guidance document. And our process of doing such. Again, more links to our databases, any reasons and so forth. And then a little bit about our ASCA program, which we have separate web pages for. And then at the bottom, some more resources. And again, resources are always key. Most of the resources that you saw on our slides that you'll have access to, here's your links again to most of those. Recognition withdrawal guidance document, appropriate use guidance document. We have Form 3513 on this web page. Don't use that. That needs to be removed. That's been deleted. It was removed from our page. Sometimes things get put on web pages that you're not aware of. That's why when you give presentations, you learn about your program. But CDRH Learn is something that I think is of great value. And I'm going to go ahead and click on that because that is a massive resource for everybody. New manufacturers, mature manufacturers, new reviewers. We have a new reviewer certification program for all new employees that come in. They have to go through these modules themselves. Everyone, this is a great resource, and it's all built in a way to kind of walk you through. Now, you could almost get a degree if you read every one of these because it's a lot of information. But it has everything from, registration and listing, an introduction to the regulation of medical devices, how are we structured? Is my product a medical device? I think I mentioned yesterday, or I heard the day before that, someone was talking about a massage gun that is a medical device in how they regulate. At FDA, it's not. So don't necessarily find out if the product is a medical device in your country by reading this, but you'll understand how we decide what is a medical device and how someone finds that out. And then an introduction into our Medufa user fee program, things of that nature. The registration and listing, we have several, 2 parts on an introduction to that. Obviously, we charge for registration and listing as part of our fees, and other aspects to that as well. How to study and market your device is probably where the meat of a lot of people's questions are in terms of what's a 510K, what's a PMA, all of those, we have slides. They're usually, you can have the slides and read them by themselves. You can just get you can get the whole presentation, which is, has an audio and or video, attached to it, or you can just get the transcript if you would want to translate it for yourself. So that way you have the transcript in English and it can be translated into your language. Sometimes that's a lot easier. Most of these presentations on CDRH Learn come with a transcript. A couple of them are translated into 1 or 2 languages already as well, if I'm not mistaken. So it kind of goes through, again, things like the de novo, the IDE programs, PMA, humanitarian device exemption. We were having some discussions about that. What are the differences and what do those mean? How are they different from an IDE? How are they different from emergency use authorizations? You'll learn a lot more about those. We have what's called Q submissions, and this is a bit of a newer program, but a Q submission is an opportunity for industry to kind of get a pre-check at what are they doing and are they going in the right direction and so they try to show us what they're doing and they ask us specific questions that we would reply to, but that in and of itself isn't a clearance or approval. It's a how are we doing? We have some questions. What do you think? And it's more of a formal process rather than just having a quick phone call. So we give you a little bit more formal response, and it gives industry a little bit more confidence that they're going to get, a better chance of doing it right rather than just picking up the phone call or worse yet, just guessing. So we get quite a few Q submissions a year. I don't know what the number is, but that was like well over 2,000 or something. There's a lot. I mean, that's a lot when you think we only get 3,000 to 5,000 510Ks. We're getting almost half as many Q subs. It's really gone up a lot. Perry, you might correct me here.
Yeah, the Q subs are things that we ask people to do commonly. The reviewers love it. If you come and ask us this question at Q for question, do a Q sub, because that way you can get feedback before you make a formal submission to us. And I don't know, then end up costing you and us more time if you could have just asked your question in the first place. So that's a really popular new mechanism for people to get some feedback from us. Again, maybe somewhat less relevant to you, but if you are thinking about a submission or whatever, do the Q sub process. Don't just, like Scott said, don't just guess.
Yeah. So continuing on, after it goes through the different types of submissions, we have our modules on standards built into that subsection of how to market. Let's get back up to that top there. I'm sorry to make you dizzy, but how to study and market your device. The standards is built into that after they go through the submissions. And it really kind of follows through real structured in a way to what our website is for the Standards and Conformity Assessment Program, but in more of an instructional module by module view. So, a standards overview, the resources and and pre-market use, our recognition process, how to use standards. We have some of our new ones. It still has the pilot there because, we have to redo them to get it into the ASCA program, and so forth and so on. So this page is extraordinarily helpful to a lot of folks. And in fact, we built this page because we were getting so many requests to come to so many different countries and talk, and we really didn't have the resource to do so. So we built this for people who would like to learn more about the programs, and you can do it in your own time. And you can click on the presentation and listen and watch. You can just take the slides and as a PDF and or take the transcript and maybe even translate it if you feel that would be a good module to teach my group, but I'd like to have it translated into our native language if English isn't the one you're using. So that's the idea behind all of device advice here. There's a lot of other sections such as, how my device is classified, what is a 513G request, which is different than a Q submission. A 513G request is, how do I classify? What is the classification of my device if I can't figure it out on my own? And you information on such. The BIMO, which is our bio research monitoring group, there's a bunch of things on what is that program, what does that mean for things like humanitarian use devices and so forth. How does that program work? But it goes into many other sections as well. So this whole section I just showed you above is how to market your device. Okay, what happens after you successfully get through that is how do you do the post-market activities you'll learn about today. We have a whole section on that, from how the quality system plays a role to exporting, device recalls, MDRs, medical device reporting, inspection, and global harmonization. And again, another real important area, I think, for You as a region who is doing essentially international harmonization as a region of the continent of Africa, but also interested in how what you do impacts Europe or vice versa, or us or any other country. You know, that's what harmonization is all about. Neil and Michelle's group with Melissa has an entire web page on their international harmonization, their strategic plan and everything, and that's built into our websites. So this whole thing here is a really, really, great way for us to communicate. Even the industry basics workshop. Here we have a whole workshop on understanding risk management for medical devices. You're not, we teach this in a lot of different ways. I didn't teach that one, but it's, we have a lot of them out there. These are great workshops, consensus standards and the ASCA pilot, right? We did one when we were running our pilot. So a lot of these are based upon what was done during that industry basics workshop. Some of them are a little bit older, so some are as new as November 2022, and they go all the way back to some of them that are a little bit older. I would always say, the older a presentation is, it may be a little bit less relevant than maybe what things are going on today. But the core of the information, I would say, is probably 90% accurate, and that's why it still stays up there until a new one gets put in. So a great resource is CDRH Learn, and it's relatively easy to get to. This is the FDA.gov webpage. Everyone usually can get that far. The hardest part is figuring out how to get from where you're trying to go there. Medical devices, our main web page there. From there, it starts getting challenging, and that's why Google is your friend. If you put into Google CDRH Learn, you'll go right to that web page. Otherwise, you got to keep looking at things, and you're like, okay, there's device advice. That's one that I know is good because that has a lot of other things and stuff. But one way or another, it's built in a way where it'll get you there, but you might go through a couple other pages to do it. But worst case, Google, right? Before I jump into our recognition database and then maybe some of the other product and listing ones, we have about 15 minutes here, or yeah, roughly. I also want to make note of the resources on conformity assessment that we talked about yesterday for NIST and the NIST conformity assessment page. Again, the best way would be to go to Google, click NIST conformity assessment, and you would click on that and it'll bring you right to this. Google is your friend. In that is that ABCs of conformity assessment and conformity assessment considerations for federal agencies. Both are really, really good resources that aren't necessarily US agency specific. I mean, they use our National Transfer Technology Act and our OMB A119 circular, which directs federal agencies to use and participate in standards and conformity assessment programs. It speaks about relying on international standards as a preference over national standards. It speaks to make sure you're working with third-party organizations and using voluntary consensus standards over government unique standards. But that's what we try to do. They write that because that's what the World Trade Organization is trying to do, and the TBT agreements are trying to get us to do. So we're just following suit. NIST is our government-wide coordination agency for us in standards. So we work closely with them, which is why I stole their slides for the conformity assessment slide that I talked on yesterday, right? Why we rely on NIST. Reliance is a real important thing, but reliance is more coordination than anything. It's harmonization when you're relying on aspects as well. So these are great resources that are embedded in our website, but it will give you a much more, you'll see a lot of the tables and charts that'll look very familiar in some of these, but it'll give a better description for you to take. And again, all freely available. So let's go back and do our recognition page. And there's many ways again on how to get to the recognition database. You can either do it from our main web page if you were sitting there. You can also Google it, FDA recognized standards database, or any number of things will get you there. But getting to the database will bring you down here and basically get you here. Now, what's nice about FDA's databases is they try to integrate to other databases where practicable. And I'll give you an example. But our recognition consensus standards database is specific to medical devices. We do not cross-pollinate or have our recognition programs combined with drugs or the biologic specific standards. Those organizations or centers are actually developing a new standards recognition program, but it's not built out of statute or law. It's built out of guidance, which is great that they're doing this. We are working to see the value of trying to create a single FDA standards database, but we also don't want to confuse users to assume that a pharmaceutical drug standard would be applicable to a biologics. So we're working on that. So this is specific to medical devices as defined in our statute. A little bit of an introduction on top and a link to our kind of foundational guidance document, the appropriate use of voluntary consensus standards and pre-market submissions. And then this learn more brings you right back to our standards and conformity assessment homepage that I just showed you and walked you through. So again, everything kind of wraps you back and forth. You can get lost, but you can find yourself at some point. Again, that's the beauty of it all. So the database is broken out in many different ways that you could search for a standard. You could search by standard developing organization. By dropping this down, we have in alphabetical order, AAMI up top, I guess, first, right? But all of these, the American Dental Association, ASDM, ASQ, CLSI, I mean, the list goes on. And there's more SDOs out there. We just don't happen to have some of those standards recognized. As a new standard comes in from another organization, it may populate itself there. Yes, United States Pharmacopoeia. So we have a few medical device standards that are built out of USP, believe it or not, that are considered medical devices. So a few of these are on biocompatibility for testing, sutures. That's one of the biggest ones. Sterile water for irrigation, some things that are kind of close to drugs like heparin lock flushes, but that's more for the device itself. So that is why, and Terry can speak a little bit more about that.
Okay, this one's on. Again, there are some things like the suture standards are still in USP because they existed before 1976. So before 1976, everything was a drug. And again, one of the first things I did when I came to FDA was do a lot of testing of sutures and working on the USP monographs for sutures because they're still in the USP. And no one's ever moved them out of there. So that's why you find that a lot of that device stuff is in USP because
USP is a different type of organization. An AAMI or an ASTM or an ANSI might say, are they really a consensus standards organization? It depends. The way we do participate and are able to collaborate with them, it does have that consensus process. It is different. They are not an ANSI accredited American National Standard. So they don't go through that process. They have an independent process, but so do some of our other international standards organizations that are in the United States have an independent process. Some of them work more underneath the ANSI process than others, but USP obviously has always been thought of as a drugs associated group, of course, especially as being a pharmacist, right? You would understand that, but there are, as Terry mentioned, some exceptions. And industry uses these standards, it behooves us to try to recognize them in a way that helps them. So going back to the database, we have a lot of different ways that you can search. You can search by the standards number, right? 14971, hit return, and boom, you will get the standards recognition for that. Now, in the case of 14971, it is both an ISO standard and it's also an ANSI ISO standard. It has a US national adoption that is identical. If it's identical, we recognize it under a single recognition number. Why give it separate recognition numbers? Yes, they're separate standards, but they're identical. So we might as well kind of treat them equally. That helps us track the use of standards a little better. It helps industry know how to cite their standards better. And that's kind of the approach we took. About a decade ago, we used to have them as separate recognition numbers, and it was harder for us to manage as well. This made it a little bit easier. I'll get into what our supplementary information sheets look like here in a minute, but I'm going to keep going through the different components here. As you saw, there was a recognition number assigned. You can also, if you know what the recognition number is, you could type that into this field. You can type in a keyword. Say you're looking for, I don't know, tensile strength, or just tensile. Maybe there's a standard on tensile. And sure enough, there's a lot of things on there. What's another one that's kind of an emerging? Cyber. Right? Cybersecurity. Oh, we have 4 results that come up on cybersecurity. We have our AMI consensus report on the 34971, guidance and application of ISO 14971. So the 34971 to 14971 was done deliberately by AMI in that way. Why do you think a US national standard would want to put the 34971 when talking about risk management? What do you think they're looking to do eventually? Bring it into ISO. And so if they can create that culture and the familiarity with the title of it being a 34971, and we already have a 14971, we have a 24971, which is the guidance on the application of 14971. The next one is 34971. And that's one of the ways that they are trying to get work done quickly in their committee, but then bring that into ISO eventually once they feel they have it where they want it. And it will become an international standard, which helps out in different aspects for other countries to use differently than if it's an AMI standard. Right now, it's a consensus report, which is not quite a full-blown standard, but more of a, I don't know, Joe, what would you call it? It's kind of a way to get something out nice and quick that provides guidance. It's, you know, it's a bridge into eventually becoming a standard potentially, or describing how to use an existing standard. It has many different tools. This is probably your newest product in the standards field, but it's a way for us to, we can crank these out in months, you know. During the pandemic, they were cranking them out almost weekly.
Yeah, during the pandemic, we had a committee meeting daily to create emergency consensus reports that were used unofficially to help guide the emergency use approvals.
Now, one thing I will say about consensus reports, technical reports, TRs, TIRs, and when they're adopted under the AMI structure, guides, we don't typically recognize those. And the reason why is that a consensus report may not have, or a technical report may not have actual normative requirements. There may not be a means for you to say, I'm declaring conformance to this, because it's more of a useful tool to help you declare conformance to something else. But in the case of the 34971, it was such an emerging area, cybersecurity. It was so important. The agency kind of broke its own rule and decided to recognize this in addition to some other, you know, documents and standards that you see. But we felt it was so important to give it its own link and its own ability for us to communicate how would you use this in our program. So where that is really becoming super important, we will break our own rule. Now, we are looking to be expanding our database to actually have another database for those types of documents that you wouldn't necessarily declare conformity to, but they are indispensable to the use of another standard. And so we will be eventually in the future, you may see another database that collects all those types of guides, consensus reports, technical reports, public specifications, things that SDOs create. And that way we can communicate, how do you use those to help fit in that piece of the puzzle of what you're trying to do? And I saw you were about to say something. Okay, so let's continue on here. I know we only have about 5 more minutes, but again, we can continue this tomorrow if we want. So we can also search by, Terry mentioned we have specialty task groups. These are all the different categories of how we categorize standards. They kind of map to our advisory committees. They map into a lot of what our review divisions and offices are. So you can search by that as well. Product codes. We mentioned in our classifications that each device is assigned a product code. A lot of times our standards are built into something like that. A lot of different ways. So, or you can just click search and have fun with that as well. And you'll search in our 1,496 standards that you can, bring out to 500 a page. But there's a lot of ways that you can go about doing this. So one of the things, so let's click on a standard and, let's see here. Let's do trach tubes, right? A standard here. Now this is a standard that doesn't have a US adoption, so we only list the ISO standard. The one I showed you for 14971 has both, and in that it would list the US adoption if one existed. In this case, there isn't one, and that's fine for us. We don't stipulate between national or international so much that we'd give it its own page anyways. So if there's only one, we'll just put that one on there. If there was only an AMI one or an ASTM one or ADA one, that's all we put on there. But we try to keep it as easy as possible. But we do some things that we found to be very helpful for both review staff and industries. We list the scope of the standard. If you know what the standard is about and you don't have that standard yet, at least reading the scope will give you what is the standard about without having to go to a website, a purchasing site. And so we try to help bring some of that information. We talk about our extent of recognition. Here we have a complete standard. We have the rationale for our standard, and it's pretty templated language, I'll admit. It's relevant to medical devices, duh. It's recognized on its scientific and technical merit, and or it supports existing regulatory policies. There are times where that'll change, depending upon if it's a partial recognition or things like that as well. But we try to, use the rationale for recognition to kind of to tie that in. Terry mentioned we have a transition period for standards. When we recognize a standard, if we, years ago, we used to just withdraw and replace it with the new standard, just like that. No one had notice. What we learned from industry is it takes time to change. They have to go into their quality system, their risk management file, their design control process, figure out if their laboratories are even using that newer standard yet. Are they accredited to it if they need it to be accredited? All those things take a minimum 18 months for a basic change typically. The more it impacts their quality management file and their quality the quality management system and the risk management file, sometimes up to 3 years or more, depending on the gravity of change. So if you're looking at a big standard like, say the biocompatibility or electrical safety, it's going to take them time to use that newer standard, which is why then we put a transition period to permit the older or outgoing standard for a period of time. So we all know what an hourglass looks like. We kind of put an hourglass on there, and that's what this information communicates, is you can use the older standard towards a declaration of conformity until this time. Alternatively, you can begin using the newer standard effective now towards a declaration of conformity. Once the older standard is timed out, it's no longer a recognized standard. Now, we don't list all of those into our non-recognized standards database because it's assumed that it's just the old standard. It's been superseded by a newer standard. could someone use an older standard, even if it's not listed in our non-recognized standard base? Yes, just not towards a declaration of conformity. They would have to use it under the general use that we spoke about and provide a complete test report with all the rationale why you would use that older standard. Sometimes our transition periods, we get it wrong. In fact, about every recognition cycle, we get at least 2 phone calls saying, why did you put 1 year on that? We thought it was a simple change. And so we talk with the trade associations or the SDOs and we figure out, okay, well, what is it that you need and why? And we usually will move that transition period out, 6 months, 2 years, whatever is needed. So we work with industry. Throughout this whole discussion, we've been saying work with industry, right? They're going to tell you how they need to manage this within their quality management system, in their risk management file, because that impacts how they use their testing houses to make sure that you're getting accurate, real test reports. You don't want to get fraudulent test reports. The best way to get a fraudulent test report is do something that they can't do. Because if they can't do it and they have to do something, you're raising the risk to you that you may not get something that is accurate. Now, a responsible organization won't do that to you, but someone who's just trying to get into the market might get desperate, and desperate people do things that aren't always great. So work with the industry and learn, how does this work for you? And that's why we created our transition periods. The other stuff, and I just touch on this because I know we're getting right to the end. I'm just going to hit on this, and then we can do stuff tomorrow morning on the other databases. This standard is tied into a medical device. In this case, there's a regulation number that brings you to the regulation database. And it also brings you to the product code database. This product code CBI brings in a bunch of information that's all about tracheal tubes. Which office does it? What's it classified? What's the submission type? What's the device class? All these things. Is it exempt from good manufacturing practices? Is there, a summary of, was it say summation malfunction reporting? It's eligible for that. What recognized consensus standards do we have listed in our database to this product code? So this feeds back into these other standards that are also there. So we have in just the one standard, it showed you the one product code. This one product code has 5 standards in our database.
Although that's not necessarily all the standards, it's.
Product specific standards.
Yeah.
That's a good
So
point.
there may be other standards. Don't assume that those are the only ones you can use.
Yeah,
for that
so this
product.
is a best shot. So these are product specific. They don't include sterility, biocompatibility, usability. All the horizontals are not in, will not come up in the product code database.
Real quick, do you not see the GM product here, or is that a relationship? The Global Medical Device Nomenclature, GMDN code.
That's a different, whole different database and discussion. That's not tied into this. We can try to get a little bit of that. That's not my ballywagon, but I can try to help a little bit with that. Or maybe that's going to be discussed. We do have someone here that's going to speak on that. Yeah.
But no, I guess
This
that
isn't
because-
built in that way, but anyway, again, this was just a quick touch base. I don't, want to be respectful of our times. We're getting ready to start our session this morning. So first question is, was this at all helpful to kind of understand just this is like scratching the surface of showing you one database that ties into another? Do you want to see some of these other databases tomorrow where we could walk through some of the ones here? I will do that, but I'm going to start at 8, not 8:17. So if you want to hear it, be here at 8. Otherwise, you won't hear it. But most importantly, CDRH Learn from today is the melting pot of all that information, and Google is your friend. Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Scott. I think it was a very useful information, and explore the website is always good for regulators and for the industry, and help us to know more about the legislations and regulations. Thank you so much.
We have a different mic today. So what? So we're going to get started with our official program today. And really, thank you very much, Scott and Jerry, because I think it has been really very useful to learn and to navigate and to serve the databases. And yes, we're looking forward to continue learning from you tomorrow. So now, without further ado, and welcoming our online participants as well, we will get started with our program today, that it is mainly focused on MDSAP and post-market surveillance. And it is my honor to start by welcoming Pauline Guayrimu to help us summarizing on what happened yesterday. And then we will go straight with Neil Magnus. So, Pauline, thank you.
Good morning to you all, colleagues, and thank you so much for taking time to beat the rain for some of us so that we can come and learn and share what Scott has done so well to take us through. I was making tons of notes and I have records, and I'm thinking to myself, this is such a gold mine. And I think the regulators who showed up early feel that. It feels like already the day has started, and it feels like that's the overview, really. Learning and taking away the rich experiences that we continue to get from here and moving on. So my work is quite simple because the day is filled with another really exceptional opportunity to learn on the medical devices single audit program. And this is a resource that I think everyone in the room will be looking or falling over to simply get. Acknowledge that the weather this morning has not been very favorable, so I see people coming in the room, but I see that online we seem to have a much greater input and people are logging in. So I think yesterday's discussion on standards and understanding and getting our hands in there was very well delivered. And I don't think we want to move backwards. We are heading forward. So today is the day we have all been waiting for. We have Neil. I can see he's happily waiting to take it over. We'll have online support from Linda Moon and Ajit John from the BSI. And I also know we'll have support from Amy Nelson from Roche Diagnostics supporting virtually. So Neil, I see you alone there, but I know you're many in being supported by the colleagues virtually. So let me not take much time just to say thank you and really to welcome you on board and to really say that when you see our hands flying up, it's because we want to get to the meat of it. So don't get tired of it. And thank you so much. Thank you, Neil. Over to you.
Okay. Hello. Neil Magnus, International Affairs, CDRH. I want to thank our host last night for setting up such a great evening. We went to a great Ethiopian restaurant. I had pizza. Not because I don't like Ethiopian food, but I just found out last night that the Italians used to have a big presence in Ethiopia, and I've never had prawns on pizza before, so I wanted to give it a shot. But it was great. But you learn so many great things. That's why I like being around regulators, being around industry, kind of leaving the United States, because you learn so many great things about where people are from. I learned last night that Mexican Spanish, their bad words are way different in Spain. Your daughter confirmed that, but don't worry, she wasn't cursing. I learned that in some parts of the world, your kid is judged on how well they use scissors, levels 1 through 3. I'm glad my kid's not subject to that. But in other parts of the world, it's completely normal to put your 5-year-old in boxing. So maybe I need to do that. I saw a video, it's fantastic. Last night is very interesting. I learned that it's been some time, but the pop singer John Mayer is as popular as ever, despite what he did to Taylor Swift. So playlists were exchanged last night, I think. We may hear some music later on, I'm not sure. But yeah, it was great. I learned that the grandparents today believe their grandkids do no wrong. I see it at home. They just feed my kid candy, snacks, everything. Thank you, Veronica. Grandparents like you are the reason why my kid will not eat vegetables. But the best thing about yesterday is I did not learn a single thing about medical devices. So it was nice hearing about where you're from and talking about our experience, wonderful things about this area. So hopefully the expectation to learn from me today is low. But if you do learn something great, please tell my boss. She needs to know I'm great. I don't think she knows that yet. But we'll see. I'll do my best up here. But really, this is for you to learn about the Medical Device Single Audit Program. Outside of the name and the acronym itself, show of hands if you're familiar with or know a little bit about MDSAP. Cool. Okay, I know some people go through MDSAP audit. But it's a high level, but we're going to provide as much detail as we can. There's so many nuances about the program. Can't go into all of them for today, but at least I want to provide enough information for you, whether it be your industry or a regulator, to figure out maybe a path forward, and hopefully that includes MDSAP. So, can I get my slides up? But my colleagues on the phone that are helping with today, I know a chunk of it is MDSAP, but very important post-market activities going on later. I was thinking about, well, we may cover duplicate things, but I don't think it's going to be very much of a problem. BSI is on the phone, some colleagues from Roche. I've been told that repetition is the key to adult learning. So even though I may present on some things that you may touch on, please feel free to go ahead and continue, because I think the more repetition we get, the more people walk away and learn something. So do I have a clicker? So the Medical Device Single Audit Program, Neil Mopness, International Affairs for the Center for Devices and Radiological Health. Please contact us, me, Michelle, Melissa, 4 other colleagues back home, 3 others. If you have questions about anything international, anything FDA related, we can connect you to the experts. So plug for us. I have our email address later in the presentation. So overview, this is what's in your agenda. We're going to cover high-level overview of MDSAP, go into information about the certificates issued out of the program and the audit reports. We'll talk about the audit approach. It used to be called the audit model. Audit approach is how the auditing organizations evaluate manufacturers that participate over a 3-year certification cycle, and the assessment program, which is how the regulators evaluate the auditing organizations, how we recognize them and ensure that they're adhering to the criteria that we set forth. So what is MDSAP? So multinational RA managed harmonization effort. It was a work group started out of the International Medical Device Regulators Forum, managed by the countries that you see up there: Australia, Brazil, Canada, Japan, and the US. We recognize, or it's recognized, auditing organizations that perform quality management system audits on behalf of the participating countries. We partner with, I think it's up to 16 right now, 13 are fully recognized. I have slides on that later on. These AOs, they conduct a single audit of a manufacturer based on ISO 1345 plus country-specific requirements. And the country-specific requirements aren't numerous, but they are specific to how they register, list, pre-market authorization, etc. But mutual acceptance. So anyone participating in the program, the regulators all mutually accept the audit reports, can't reject any of them if they sell within your jurisdiction, and they're independently evaluated. So just because Brazil may look at an audit report and may think of it as being problematic for them, FDA may not view it the same. So it's mutually accepted, independently reviewed. Okay, so timeline. I mentioned we started out of IMDRF. It's a closed working group now because when a work group goes to close, they pretty much satisfied their requirements. Back in 2012, the original countries signed a statement of cooperation for the heads of the health agencies. That was done in Manaus, Brazil in 2012. We went into a pre-pilot phase where we started developing the documents to move the program forward, lay the foundation for what does a third-party system look like? How would we be able to accept it? So once we completed that work, we went into a pre-pilot phase. Along the way, we added Japan in the middle of 2015. So during our pilot phase, we're accepting auditing organizations, evaluating them, starting to take on manufacturers, and you'll see how the numbers kind of grew from there. It was rapid growth. But after we saw enough and the pilot was what we viewed as successful, we became fully operational in 2017. So in the yellow box here, years, can't even see this, can you? Well, 2018 to 2019, Canada transitioned from their former system, they called it Canadian Medical Device Conformity Assessment System, excuse me, to MDSAP. So they saw enough, they knew they were comfortable with the program. Now, to get access to the Canadian market, you have to have an MDSAP certification. And then, like the rest of the world, outside of medical devices, as well, we were hit with the pandemic. So we had to really look at our processes and figure out how can we ensure that the adequate oversight is still there for manufacturers, providing really critical health products to citizens that were devastated by, communities that were devastated by COVID-19. So a lot of hard work went into it. Just when we thought we were getting to a good place, we hit a once in 100-year global disaster. So we just had our annual forum. I think even though we got hit with the pandemic, I think we came out stronger. So we're looking to be in good shape, and we're optimistic about where we can continue to take the program. So, excuse me. This is a high-level overview of MDSAP. Right now we have, I'm looking at the right side of the screen, 6,800 plus sites participating in the program. I have a breakdown of where those are located. Again, these manufacturers, they go through a 3-year certification program. 16 auditing organizations involved. They have to go through a recognition cycle of 4 years, which I'll talk about later. And we currently have 5 full regulatory authority council members, the decision-making authorities that guide and move the program forward. All 5 RAs, in some form or fashion, utilize MDSAP certificates and or audit reports for their regulatory processes, and we'll talk more about that. And if they need to, they take appropriate regulatory action based on what they're seeing in the program. On the left side of the screen is kind of how the program is managed. So you see the regulatory authorities at the top. We assess or recognize the auditing organizations who in turn audit on behalf of the countries. So the device manufacturers, they'll get a reporter certificate. They provide the auditing organizations with a report, and I'll talk about how that goes and the time frame associated with it. And if we need to, again, we take regulatory action. So for the most part, the certificates are provided to countries that utilize them by the manufacturer. The regulators don't accept the certificates. We just take the audit reports in at required timeframes. So we could talk about that more. So 2 evaluation systems in one, essentially. Audits of the manufacturers and the regulators evaluate the auditing organizations. That's how we maintain confidence in the program, to make sure that the audits taking place are of a certain quality and our expectation as regulators. Because there's a lot of trust that goes into that, especially within the FDA. I think it was a hard concept for our investigators to let go of this piece. Because, excuse me, they're proud people, right? They do a great job doing investigations. They're like, well, I don't know if they could do it better than me. I don't think it's not a competition, but it does free up a lot of burden on industry, but also the regulators. We'll talk about that later on. So membership. So again, I mentioned these are the 5 regulatory authority council members, decision-making bodies, regulators within the program. You see where they're listed on the map. I think it's a great group of regulators that we work on multiple projects together. MDSAP is one of them, but it's a successful one that we continue to work very closely together. I can say that they're great partners. They're fantastic at what they do. And I'm really proud to say that I work with, not just on this program, but with the people involved. We do have observers too. Observers have a different type of role. They do provide subject matter expertise. They can provide assistance when we're evaluating the auditing organizations. quite often, not quite often, but every once in a while, they'll observe audits that happen in their area. Okay, there's flickering. We're okay. But they attend most of our meetings, but they don't have really decision-making authority. But those are the organizations involved, the World Health Organization, the UK, and the European Union. So the affiliate members, and I'm proud to say that we added 2 more, Mexico and the Taiwanese FDA, Taiwan FDA, but Israel is relatively new. I think they joined maybe a year ago. South Korea and Argentina, plus Singapore. Singapore has joined within the last couple of years as well. But they commit to utilizing the MDSAP audit reports and or certificates. They are charged with promoting the program globally within their region to other regulators, but also to industry. And they also they are engaged in capacity building efforts with the full members. So these are developing regulatory frameworks. They're looking how to better improve their processes, much like many of you here. So MDSAP is a way where they have access to regulators on a periodic basis, just to kind of understand how we do things, and hopefully they can take some of that with them as they strengthen their regulatory framework. But let's see, what are the requirements? So I think this is a good stepping stone for many organizations in this room. But if regulatory authorities here want to be affiliate members, the requirements to be an affiliate member are there. So knowledge of the program, we have online training modules we can point you to. That's a request that you take to familiarize yourself with the program. Have to have a plan to implement the use during the application process, which I'll show you. How are you, what's your intent with MDSAP? How are you going to implement that into your regulatory framework? We have training and meeting obligations. So we have our MDSAP forum. We just went to one in Brazil, invited the affiliate members there. There we'll have some training updates on our framework, but also updates to the program. That's an obligation as well. We'd like for the affiliate members to report annually how they utilize the program. So they do that either in person or they'll do it written, either or is fine. And I mentioned before already that we ask that they promote the program, how get others to globally adopt or accept MDSAP just to further, not just strengthen our program, but again, reduce burden on regulators and industry. So how do you apply? We have an online application. I have the site, the link listed there. The training that I mentioned earlier is there as well. But it's a single application, regardless of what level membership you're participating in. Again, you'll have to document how you're meeting the requirements for the role that you're applying for and a plan to utilize MDSAP. So that's part of the application process. It goes through our Regulatory Authority Council and they'll vote on membership level. Sorry, for those that are online, we have the rainbow screen. Are folks online seeing the slides? I don't know. Questions thus far? Yes, Pauline.
I have a comment.
Yeah.
And it's two-front. Being AMDF as a regional harmonization initiative now to AMDF, how can we join? Is it recommendable to consider as an affiliate, or would you recommend that the NRAs here can apply on their own so that, because we have different capacities,
Understood.
different regulatory platforms. So how do which is the best platform for us so that we know how to make the most use out of it?
I think it would be, I don't want to speak for the RAC because I'm not part of the RAC, but I think as regulators on this continent, maybe you caucus together and figure out what's the best path forward. Maybe AMDF applies as an affiliate member together, and then you jointly have to discuss how you're going to utilize the audit reports or certificates. And if that works for you, I think the RAC would be open to that. Yes, Tracy. She's going to sing some John Mayer. Later, okay.
I just have a quick question around the European Union.
Yes.
And them being an observer. Is there, and maybe it's too early to tell, or we don't want to we're not able to decide that, but is there a possibility that they become a participating member, or there's some kind of an alliance
Yes.
or synergy between the CE mark and MDSAP?
Yes, anything's possible. I will say that the EU was involved really early on. The intent was for the EU to jump on board as full members any point in time. As you probably know, they've been the chair for AMDRF this year, so they've been really, really busy. But now that that's coming to a close, they've taken a larger interest on MDSAP. So they had a presence in Brazil with us. And we're talking with them. We've talked with them quite a bit throughout the pandemic, especially because we're trying to align certain practices like remote hybrid auditing, stuff like that. So yes, it's possible that they can join. Things get complicated in the union because of the 27 or so member states, whatever it is. But we're hopeful that they get the information that they need to make a decision to move forward. But there is larger interest for sure. Within the past 3 months. So hopefully that's promising. Yes.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation.
Mhm.
So my question on MDSAP, I mean, for you to use reliance mechanism, do you have to be an affiliated member?
No,
No.
no, we
then-
have, when we hosted multiple Latin American regulators at one of the MDSAP forums at the Pan American Health Organization, some of them walked away saying, okay, we're going to use MDSAP. So Guyana, they now use MDSAP certificates to import devices into their jurisdiction.
Yes.
So no, all you have to do, from my understanding, is just make it a regulation, make it part of your framework, and you can utilize it.
Okay. No, thank you. And the next one, do you do inspections for all manufacturers who are exporting to US? That's number one. And similar question, those now who are in US and exporting to our countries, should we demand for the MDSAP certificate, or should we keep with the ISO 13485? Because some do provide ISO 13485 from the US, from US manufacturers.
So in the US, and I forgot to go over this, I'm sorry. So I mentioned that Canada went full on into MDSAP. So they're required, anyone seeking a medical device license to market or sell devices in Canada needs to go through MDSAP. It's voluntary for all the other countries. So it's very popular in the United States. I have some breakdown of where the manufacturers there are. So a lot of manufacturers in the US do participate, but we don't require it for anyone selling devices in the US. So no. As for you, for devices that are coming into your country, you can make it mandatory for MDSAP. I would say thank you. But I think we talked about ISO 1345, we talked about MDSAP. I'll talk about this later, but 1345 is the foundation of MDSAP. So if you require a 1345 certification or MDSAP, I think that's extremely helpful for you, because I was going to talk about this later, but to do an audit or an inspection is extremely expensive. We did a cost savings analysis for the FDA, gosh, 8 years ago. And what we came out with is for every 15,000 audits conducted under MDSAP, the FDA was going to save $115 million. That was 8 years ago. With inflation, it's probably north of 130 million for every. So it's extremely, extremely expensive. And some of us were talking about this earlier. I know there's focus on distributor, and I understand that, but ultimately it's the manufacturer that's required to ensure their device is safe and effective. So if I was in your position, I'm not giving you advice, I'm just thinking about how to do, I would strengthen importation process. I would strengthen registration and listing process. I would rely on a 1345 certificate, MDSAP. Some something like that, because it's a very, very expensive process. And you know that these manufacturers are being audited at least annually. And, you know, really make your post-market surveillance robust. So you could always leverage audit reports, talk to manufacturers with regard to quality of devices. But if you can control what's coming in and you know who's doing the audits, I think you're in a better position to do post-market analysis and make sure that the quality of devices on the market are safe. End of presentation today. Yes, there's a question over there. Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's Jimakazo from South Africa. It's more of a comment to my fellow colleague from Botswana. I think this presents one of the model or registration or regulatory framework strategy for the country. Because I just wrote there because I'll have to do a capturing later. I mean, we have the MDSAP, we have ISO 13485, we have conformity assessment bodies. For me, what it says to me is that we go back as a national regulatory authority, and it's indicated by the presenter. If you have it in your own framework within your country, we have a reliance method that you can use. It's either you do your own audit, or you do MDSAP, or you also look at conformity assessment bodies. While you're doing your regulatory framework, you must consider the resources and the capabilities that you have within your country. So those are the important things to consider when you're looking at your regulatory strategy or regulatory framework as a national regulatory authority. And for me, this presents a very good opportunity to be able to allocate our resources somewhere, post-marketing surveillance, while we know we can rely on reports on MDSAP or conformity assessment bodies. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are we still waiting on slides? Are they? Okay. Any other questions? While we wait. Comments from my colleagues on the phone that are supposed to be helping me present. Hopefully I'm doing a good job. I don't know if Linda is on or, oh good, we're back. Okay. Okay, so auditing organizations. These are the 16 participating auditing organizations. You see two categories, recognized or authorized. Recognized means they've been fully evaluated. They've been accepted into the program. We've evaluated how they perform their quality management system. We're comfortable with them moving full-time into the MDSAP space. The authorized auditing organizations, the 4 you see down there, they're working toward recognition. And I'll talk about what's required to get there. But many of these auditing organizations, they audit in multiple regulatory schemes. So what we see is, they'll go to a site, they'll audit for a CE marking and MDSAP. It's quite a challenge. Some folks in this room have gone through that or are going through that. But they're established notified bodies all over the world, and they have experience, years and years and years of experience. So these are the participating auditing organizations. I do want to say it's a great partnership between AO and regulator within MDSAP. I was asking our European colleagues what did they think about the dynamic. It's greatly different compared to the EU. I think in the EU, they're more like auditing notified body, you're doing this, end of story. And I do think it's a more partnership with us. I guess I shouldn't say that because I'm really not familiar with the CE marking, but that's what I'm told. But yes, great partners that help us. They provide input in the program. We hear them out. They're the ones doing the audits on the ground. And they are also dedicated to safety of medical devices and citizens, which I found refreshing. So, question. For these of you that came in late, you'll have to answer. Just kidding. So, which country was the last to join MDSAP as a regulatory authority council member? Is it Japan? You are right. Okay. MDSAP affiliates must have confidentiality commitments with RAC members. I didn't touch on that, but it was on the slide somewhere. I heard it depends. I heard trolls. false. So the affiliate members, you don't have to have a confidentiality commitment with the RAC members. Observers do, and of course, regulatory authority councils do. But what we're seeing is folks that are affiliate members do have the desire to advance in their membership. So yes, I like that. I threw the it depends on there because Scott, it's a tricky answer, but yes. Okay, so benefits and regulatory use. So this is summarized from our website, but it is a single audit. 11 membership countries are using the audit and or certificate in some form or fashion. The WHO uses it for their pre-qualification program, and I highlighted Guyana. Other countries use it as well. Once they learn about the program, they've taken it on. We're thrilled about that. We like to think it's a predictable program. So we have a set way that the auditing organizations are supposed to audit. It utilizes the standard ISO 1345. We're as transparent as possible, which you see a little bit lower. I'm kind of jumping, but all our stuff's online. All our documents are online. We try to be as transparent with our stakeholders. That includes the partnership that I mentioned with the regulatory authorities and the auditing organizations. In industry, you have your choice of auditing organizations. Some of you utilize multiple AOs, but that's a benefit as well. There are 16, but currently participating with the goal of adding more. So I can talk about that later. It is reduced burden. So I have stats on how many audits have been conducted to date, but you know, much of the world, much of the manufacturers utilize 1345 for the quality management system. So it's a reduction in burden. So MDSAP was the evidence that the FDA needed that we were comfortable recognizing the standard. So we're working through our processes to adopt the standard within our regulatory framework. And it's because of the success of the program. So that's, it's funny, I was in one of the MDSAP forums and we had 100 manufacturers that sell devices in Canada. We were in Canada and one person just got up and was like, why can't the US just use 1345? Why do we have to have an 820? Why can't they just use 1345? And it was perfect timing because that day, our former commissioner announced that we were looking to do that. So applause in the room, applause in here earlier today. It does reduce burden. So manufacturers don't have to, you know, keep up with 820 plus 1345. We're moving together with that. And over the years, our regulations have become much closer to 1345. We do limit the country-specific requirements, though. So the bulk of it is 1345. You don't have a, you know, vastly a large amount of country-specific things for all the countries. We really want to focus on, you know, adverse event reporting, registration, product approvals, et cetera. And it has streamlined our RA workload, regulatory authority workload. And I can talk more about that later. But we do believe it's a reliable process. I mentioned that the regulators evaluating the auditing organizations ensures that there's that reliability. We have, again, a consistent approach to auditing. There's a process. We evaluate auditors to make sure that they're staying within our audit approach. We do look at continuous improvement. Some of that, I'll talk about that later today. And we do believe that strong criteria to ensure that we're adequately challenging device safety for those that are participating in the program. So, Australia. They utilize MDSAP audit reports and certificates for evidence for compliance with their conformity assessment system. So they presented earlier today on that, and I know it's probably too small for you to see, but you know, they had 100 audits that have been canceled or postponed due to MDSAP. So I mentioned how expensive it is for FDA to do inspections, but when you live on the other side of the world on an island all by yourself, and you have to take 5 flights to get to Brazil like some of them did, imagine how expensive it is for Australia to conduct an audit. And those that participate in MDSAP and sell devices in Australia, 95% of them don't have to go through a manufacturing site if they have a TGA CA certificate. Brazil. They've more recently announced additional benefit for participating in the program, which I'm going to talk about, but an MDSAP audit can be used in lieu of a pre-market inspection. They utilize the MDSAP audit report. It can accelerate their GMP certification process. So they also conduct audits within their country, but participation in MDSAP has greatly reduced that number. They are going to announce, I don't know if it's public now, but they announced it several weeks ago, that they're going to enter a pilot to accept certificates for certain device recertifications for licenses, and they're extending the period of validity, how long that certificate is, from 2 to 4 years. What they're seeing is they want to promote MDSAP more within their country, get more manufacturers to sign up for it. So that's why they're increasing how long the certificate's good for. So another good example of how a regulator has become familiar with the program, they've been involved, and now they're comfortable with expanding the use of the program. Health Canada, I mentioned it's mandatory to obtain a class 2, 3, or 4 medical device. So yes, if you want to sell in Canada, you have to be a part of MDSAP, and they utilize the audit reports for their post-market process to evaluate nonconformities and to just address any complaints or safety signals that they're receiving. Japan. So Japan, it does streamline their pre-market and post-market requirements. In Japan, you have to apply to have a PMDA inspection. If you go through MDSAP, you provide the documentation. In some instances, they can just do a review of the document and streamline that process. So in fiscal year 2022, 250 MDSAP audit reports were accepted for the QS inspection application. So that streamlined their process as well. Japan is the current chair of the program. They've done a great job of leading us for the past couple of years, and they have also benefited greatly from the program. And the US. So we accept MDSAP audit reports in lieu of an FDA surveillance inspection. So we still do some inspections, mainly the ones that are required by law. So by law, we can't have a third party conduct a pre-market inspection on our behalf. It's just not allowed. It's one of the things that we're trying to address to help move a single review process forward. But for right now, we cannot accept that for a pre-market inspection. We still do our compliance follow-up inspections. If we issue a warning letter, we go back on site to make sure it's all the things that we've identified have been addressed. And we conduct our electronic product radiation control inspections as well. So I mentioned it's probably, for 15,000 audits, we've saved $130+ million. But there's over 20,000 registered sites in the US, so there's still a lot of work to do. But what we've seen is allowing MDSAP to take place and accepting MDSAP audit reports allows us to focus on public health threats, public emergencies, and focus our efforts on our post-market process where we're hearing things about certain devices. So it's a big win for us. It does free up a lot of work that FDA has to do. And we're able, again, to focus on the most important things. I won't say the more important things, the most important things. Okay, that's our break, I guess. I'm moving really fast. I think I may be able to throw it to my colleagues that are also presenting with me. Because I think I'm listed with like 2 others, so. Linda, did you? No, they're not connected yet. Okay. Do we want to open up for questions before I move on to the next session?
Okay, thank you. Okay, of course, you already have included in your presentation slide at the end, I saw it, of course. So Japan and the US FDA still conduct the on-site inspection for compliance follow-up as well as for pre-market compliance inspection. So the US FDA, as we know, do have the quality system regulations, that is current GMT, and they do which is very similar to the ISO 13485. So these MEDSAP do have the ISO 13485 requirement, plus the specific requirements of each country. My first question is, if the MEDSAP, if the recognized auditing organization already issues the certificate after conducting the audit, why does the FDA goes and do the inspection for the same manufacturing facility? It's also the same for Japan. In your presentation, in some cases, Japan exempts the on-site inspections. That simply means for others, it still conducts the on-site inspection. My second question is, in your first slide of your presentation, it's, of course, yes, multi-regulatory authorities harmonization. So if we still have, if you still have like country-specific requirements, how can we say it's harmonized if you have still country-specific requirements? My last question is, the auditing organization, you do the assessment for such auditing organization and certify them to do the inspection and generate the report based on the specific requirements of the countries and the ISO 13485. So does that mean an organization who is authorized or certified to do so will generate 5 different reports for one auditing program?
Okay.
Thank you.
Hopefully I remember everything. So why do we still go in and do inspections? So this is one of those it depends type things. So there are times when we receive an audit reports and we may not get enough detail that's needed. In those situations, if we cannot, we can either ask the manufacturer for additional information, or it's not clear enough to where we need to do an inspection. I'm speaking about that in general. So for the FDA, we're required to do some inspections. We're required to do a pre-market inspection. We can't give that to anybody else. Under our laws, we have to do pre-market approval inspections because manufacturers pay that fee, pay a user fee to get a market onto a device onto the market. For other situations that we have to go in, it's going to be very specific. So we're not going in to do a full quality system audit. We're going in to follow up on a concern for a device. Maybe there's adverse events that are happening. We're going to go back in that facility to look at that specific concern and then go from there. So it's not like we're going in and starting, a full audit. It's very targeted. For our electronic product radiation controls, to my knowledge, there's not any other country that has a similar regulation. We still have to evaluate those types of manufacturers that make lasers, that do, imaging, stuff like that. We still have to evaluate those manufacturers just for those set of requirements. That's not covered under MDSAP. And manufacturers that sign up in the program that make those devices, they're aware of that. So those are the reasons why we would go back in. It's either not enough detail, need clarification, or we're going in for something very, very specific that's a concern to us. Or it's not covered under MDSAP. So your second question was multiple countries involved, their country-specific requirements. How can we say that's harmonized? 1345. That's how it's harmonized. So it's the quality system regulation. Every manufacturer is going to be challenged against for the full quality system audit. There's some country-specific requirements. That's not even, I think for like marketing authorization, it's like 3 tasks. It's not much, but a bulk of the MDSAP audit is 1345. That is a harmonized standard. That's a standard that's accepted all over the world in some, in multiple countries. So that's how we view it as being harmonized. I forget your last question. Oh, yeah. So no, there's not 5 reports generated. There's a single report generated. I'll show you an example of that later on. They'll have all the jurisdictions selected, and they'll have the requirements, the country requirements that apply, and it's evaluated on a single report that's given to the regulators. Any other? Yes, in the back.
A great presentation from me. I have three questions, brief ones. One, can companies that are not medical device manufacturers like testing labs or these consulting firms become affiliates? Two, for the list of medical device manufacturers participating in the MDSAP, is that list accessible to the public? And my last one, for the audit organizations, do they have like complete autonomy or there is oversight from the regulatory authorities?
Okay, I'll work it backwards. So yes, we evaluate the auditing organization, so they have autonomy to do the audits, but we evaluate, but they have to comply with our requirements, how the audits are conducted, type of personnel, the competency their audit have, the requirements that we have. So once they meet those requirements, they have to go out and do the audit as we outline. So yes, there is some oversight there. They go through a recognition process, which I'll talk about later on. I forgot the other two questions, I'm sorry. I stayed up really late talking to my kids. I'm gonna start, oh yeah, test lab, no. So affiliate member, it's for regulatory authorities only, for membership. So, you know, testing labs, I know that there's some country ones. I don't know if, I have to, I'm not familiar with any testing laboratories that would want to be affiliate members, but, you know, regulatory authorities that evaluate or are required to regulate medical device manufacturers can participate. And your second question failed miserably at this.
The list of...
So no, the list of manufacturers are not available to the public. It's kind of very sensitive. The more we have in countries involved, especially in Europe, it is, if we provide a list of all the countries, all the manufacturers, you know, all the auditing organizations are competing for business, right? So they can say, oh, I don't have this person, I'm gonna go grab this company. So we don't really publish the list. I can tell you how many participate, I can tell you where they're located, but a list of manufacturers aren't out there. Although you can verify a certificate which has a manufacturer's name on it with an auditing organization, so you can see who's participating that way, but we don't publish a list of manufacturers. Yes. Two questions. Three questions.
Thank you, Neil. Again, just hope you're enjoying your experience as the week continues to roll out.
Thank you.
So just had a quick question. Early on in your presentation, you mentioned affiliates participate or accept in a concept where you mentioned mutually accepted but independently reviewed. Maybe could you just clarify what that means from a manufacturer's perspective and also from the participating regulators who are in the program?
Sure. So as a manufacturer, if you participate in MDSAP and you sell in multiple countries that accept MDSAP, your audit report will go to that country. So you don't have to, I know the industry is like, well, we really don't know what happens after the MDSAP audit report. You know, we go through the audit, we really don't know what happens next. It's kind of like a black box. But when I say mutually accepted, that means when the audit's done, the report's given to the regulators and they can't reject it. So independently reviewed means, so the audit report gets to, maybe you sell in all 5 of the jurisdictions. Each regulator will take an independent look. So some may view it as, oh, I'm really concerned about, you know, this site. Others may be like, it's not really a concern for us, you know. So that's what I mean by independently reviewed. They're making their own assessment for compliance, and we respect that decision. I think there's 2 or 3 more questions.
Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada. Uma declaração que temos que abordar. A África também está a regular a radiação dos dispositivos médicos, o controle da radioatividade que um produto emite. Nós gostaríamos muito de compreender
on how you navigate that and how can we use MDSAP
on radioactive medical devices. So it will be very, I would like to further continue that conversation. I have a question on you recognized auditing organization. And just for my understanding, you know, what is the difference between a conformity assessment body, a notifying body, and a recognized auditing organization? How do you differentiate the two? Second question to that, can we locally in Africa have our own recognized auditing organization? Because we do have companies that want to audit or can audit against ISO 13485 and the country specific. And can they be recognized to be part of also MDSAP? I'm looking at capability and capacity, you know, as well as job creation in our countries. Thank you.
So we're currently looking at expanding auditing organization participation. So one of the, and I'll talk about this later on, one of the priorities is to increase the number of auditing organizations that participate in the program. So if there is an auditing organization that's in Africa and they want to participate, they would go through an application process. However, there are certain criteria that we're developing to make sure that auditing organizations that are accepted into an assessment program would make the most sense for us. So for instance, if you're an auditing organization and you only have 3 clients, that probably won't work for us. It takes a lot of effort for the regulators to evaluate the auditing organizations. So we're looking for auditing organizations to have a sufficient amount of clients to where, you know, we can see a varying range of audits take place. So yes, let's see, what else did you add? Oh, so radiation, we can talk about that offline. I'll talk with Melissa. We can get the right folks in the room and discuss how that works. There's no plan right now to include aspects of our, you know, the U.S. electronic product radiation as part of MDSAP. I don't think it'd benefit most of the countries that are involved in it right now. So again, FDA would have to do our own assessment for that, for the manufacturer that participates. Differences between conformity assessment, notified bodies, it's terminology. So anyone that wants to audit under MDSAP, we're calling them auditing organizations. Many of them are notified bodies in other locations. Anyone that is going to audit under MDSAP, they're auditing organization. So it's just terminology. Thank you.
All right. Morning, everyone. My name is Shalini. I represent a medical device manufacturer that's based in South Africa. So just to give everyone some context from industry, we manufacture a Class 2B medical device. Our product is CE marked. We're currently undergoing our MDR transition. We're approved by the FDA and we've been MDSAP certified since 2019. So I'm hoping to bring a different perspective here from industry. My question is around how do we perhaps leverage MDSAP to bring some form of capacity in country and then in continent, because the reality is small to medium enterprises are struggling with the cost. To give you perspective, we've spent in excess of R1 million South African rands just to maintain our certification from an MDR and an MDSAP point of view. So to then also come off what my other colleague has said around harmonization. For us, even though we're only exporting into 2 of the MDSAP territories, if we needed to export into a 3rd territory, it would push the cost of our audit up because the number of days that we would spend being audited now increases. The cost is significantly higher. So how can we leverage the MDSAP framework locally?
So one of the things that the regulatory authorities have not really discussed is the finance piece. We try to let the market kind of dictate the cost of MDSAP. What we're able to do is influence the amount of time spent in the facility. And that's what we do with our audit determination process. So we've heard it's very expensive. We've heard it's great. We haven't discussed cost at all. But we are aware that being a small manufacturer may be a burden, but we're trying to improve our processes and streamline them further so that there's less time during an audit. So so that's all I can say about it for right now. I know it's a focus for us. And I think as we become more mature and we streamline how an audit's conducted, then hopefully it kind of alleviates some of the costs. But it's a very difficult situation, and I'm well aware of that. And I think the countries that participate in the program are aware of it as well. It's just a difficult and complex situation that we're going to have to work together on. But yeah, it's a concern for us. I don't have magic answer right now, but we are trying to streamline how we do business, and hopefully that alleviates some of the concern.
So 100%, I think the key is, and I have to echo what Dr. Dimakatsu said on day one, it's using these frameworks, but applying it operationally on the African continent, because it's a good framework, it's a good structure, but how do we actually apply it here with all of the barriers that we have?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for the comment.
Thank you for the presentation. I just have a few quick questions. Whether affiliate members will have access to the audit reports or only the actual members?
So the countries that have a confidentiality commitment, observers and RAC members, they have access to all the reports in a secure IT system. I'll talk about that later on. The affiliate members obtain the audit reports through the manufacturer. So that they request that directly from them for their regulatory use.
Thank you. And another point, whether do you perform remote audits or it's always on-site audits?
No, we have a remote audit procedure, which permits an auditing organization to conduct a remote or hybrid audit. It's one of the things I was going to talk about later, but you know, COVID changed everything, right?
Yeah.
And you know, so we implemented a hybrid or remote process to evaluate manufacturers with certain criteria. But we're looking now more long-term, how's that going to look? And we're trying to align it with like the EU to make sure that it works best for us.
Thank you. Just the last question. For sites already audited under ISO 13485, so do you go and audit this only against the local requirements that you mentioned?
No, they have to do the full.
The full.
And
Okay.
a lot of times manufacturers know that.
Okay.
An auditing organization will tell them they'll do the full audit again.
Okay, and validity of the certificate, is it 5 years?
It depends. I have some slides on that. I'll have to check, and I'll have to ask BSI too. Maybe they can show an example because I can't remember off the top of my head. It's a 3 year. 3 year.
3 years?
Three, yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Good morning. I'm Kanisi Lenkoku from SAPRA. I just have a question. Is a requirement for manufacturers to submit monitoring reports, and how are they handled? Does it influence the NRA's decision or the auditing organizations?
So manufacturers are required to submit, and Michelle is going to talk about this later on, adverse event reports to the regulatory authority. We don't collect that under MDSAP. What we do is evaluate the process. What process do they have in place to submit these adverse event reports to the appropriate regulator? There's oh yeah, 2 questions over there. Yes.
Yeah, I think just listening to the comments, and I started by asking, how do we benefit as Africa, considering our different structures? And I think I've heard the answer, but I want to bring it forward, that we actually have manufacturers, like she's saying, how do we support them? Because the cost is higher, and on the front of the manufacturing side, but on the front of the NRAs, for us to access what we need, which is the report, would need to be members, because being an affiliate means we don't have access to the report. So if AMDF were to get on board, it would be an affiliate. It means we are not able to get the report. So we would need the NRA, being the government institution, to look at how we can become members. Therefore, the requirements that were shared on your first slide on how to become members, I think we need to have a discussion on how perhaps we can look at regional representation, seeing as Africa is West, East, South, a way in which we can have NRAs in the different regions coming on board and seeing how we can look at the requirements and meet those requirements, so that we actually have the reports that is what would be needed for us to make use of this, and then we can support the manufacturers, so the manufacturers don't have to duplicate the work of going to different. I think this is what I'm getting, and this is what I want to put out, that we now sit with you and see how we can develop this structure so that we can gain the full benefits of getting the reports, but also understanding our requirements and our unique systems, how we are going to utilize and how we are going to position ourselves to become members. So I just wanted to highlight
Sure.
this point.
And I will say, yes, we'd love to have those discussions, but I would also recommend do not let the report, acceptance of the report, how you receive the report be a barrier to use. So the affiliate members, they go to, if you write it in your framework, say you're going to provide us with the audit report, they should provide you the audit report. And then we can discuss and move forward with goals of becoming a member. But the program, I would say, you should be able to obtain access to the report if you make it a requirement. And don't let that be a barrier to use, because it's a great program. And I think it would be very beneficial for this conference. Another question.
I don't have a question, but a comment. Sorry. So I think, and just to kind of like probably clarify a little further, and correct me if I'm wrong, Neil, but what has been happening in many jurisdictions is that national regulatory authorities are either getting the audit reports from the manufacturers themselves, so therefore there's no need, it is not a must for the national regulatory authorities to become members of MDSAP in order to gain access to the reports.
Yes, correct.
So that is something very, very relevant, because being a member of MDSAP is not a requirement for the utilization of the reports. So it is under the manufacturer's responsibility and decision to share the reports. And that, for me, that's a great benefit. They already have the report, so they can really leverage the report and help the national regulatory authorities gaining access to that, because that is kind of like the key to open the door and get into the next step. That was one. And the second one is also there are certain jurisdictions that what they are doing is that they are leveraging the good manufacturing practices certification that other regulatory authorities are granting based on the MDSAP audit reports. And then they use that as to confirm that, yes, the product is manufactured and complying with certain standards. So that is the second way to leverage MDSAP, if I am understanding the program correctly.
What am I going to say next?
Okay, so the second option is by national regulatory authorities basing their, accepting the good manufacturing practices certificate issued by other national regulatory authorities based on MDSAP audit reports. That is another alternative that other jurisdictions are using.
Great points. And yes, thank you very much. I need translation.
Oui, je vais parler en français.
I'm going to speak in English. I would like to ask, is it possible that your reports can be questioned? And in that case, what are the steps at the level of regulatory agencies?
Is it possible that the reports will be questioned by the regulatory authorities or not accepted by any of the regulatory authorities part of the MDSAP? And what do you do in this case?
So no reports rejected. If there's questions about the content that's in there, then the regulator that has the question will contact either the auditing organization or the manufacturer. So we don't reject the audit reports.
So, ils ne seront jamais refusés, mais si
So if it's never done, but if you have questions, you can communicate with the audit agency and then talk to the manufacturer.
Thank you for the presentation once again. Dallas from Bomra.
Yes.
Yes. And the first question that I had, I think the director of ceremony sort of clarified it for me, because I was wondering if because you were saying the manufacturers have to give the reports. I mean, the manufacturers can give the reports to the affiliates. I hope this extends also to the non-affiliates, right? They can give the reports to the non-affiliates as long as it is in our requirement.
Yes.
Yes, okay. No,
Any, if it's a requirement in any country, and they, you know, they don't have to be members.
okay,
So,
there's
yes.
nothing like non-disclosure,
No,
things
could-
that were signed between manufacturers and FDA not to share the
No,
reports?
No, if you're asking for, if it's a requirement under your framework and you need it, they should provide it if it's a requirement.
Yes, thank you. Then back to my original questions. Do you recognize conformity assessment bodies or notified bodies that that are in the stringent regulatory authorities, or they still have to apply for AO to US FDA?
They have to be accepted as an auditing organization under MDSAP. So
Okay.
yeah, it's just a requirement. And that's another, thank you, Dallas. And I do want to just clarify that it can be very confusing when you look up MDSAP online because it's on FDA's website. It's not an FDA program. It's a joint program that's run by all the participating regulatory authority council members. So yes, FDA participates in it, but we don't have sole control over it. We make joint decisions with the countries that participate in it.
All right, thank you. And then in the last question, I mean, in the list that you presented for the AOs, I saw in that list we have one CAB, one that is a CAB in Europe and even in South Africa. So does it mean that they can do audits for MDSAP?
If they're listed as, yes, they can.
Yes, it's the same name, but maybe different offices.
What we've seen is it may be a different office, but if they're listed on there, they can perform an audit. It's just the manufacturer that has to join.
Thank you for the presentation. I know in US FDA for the low risk devices, you issue the pre-market notification. So do you also do the pre-market audit for the manufacturing facilities dealing with low risk devices? And also what is the consideration for the MDSAP? Do the audit also consider the low risk devices?
So the low risk devices in the United States, if they don't require a 510K or approval, they don't require an inspection to be on the market. They do have to, like Michelle presented earlier, and she may present again, they may have to adhere to certain controls under our regulation. But the pre-market inspections in the US are done by the FDA. We can't get around that. It's required under our law. We can't pass that off to some other party. Hopefully that answers your question. Tammy.
Hi, Neil. Tammy with Roche. I have kind of a comment, question, clarification.
Okay.
If we go back to the previous comment, sorry, about the other countries accepting the MDSAP certificates. In some cases, what we saw during COVID is not all countries allowed remote inspections. And in some cases, the MDSAP reports indicated that part or all of the audit was performed remotely. So my kind of comment and consideration for the regulators in the room as well is sometimes these types of innovations aren't necessarily adopted in each country, which can prohibit or serve as a barrier for the adoption of the MDSAP certificate. And sometimes the regulation explicitly prohibits something like a remote inspection. So I just wanted to, reiterate, I heard you mention you're still doing MDSAP inspections, in some cases hybrid and remotely, and asked if the reports are still indicating that that part of the inspection is remote.
Yes.
And perhaps hear from other auditors if they'd still be able to use that MDSAP inspection certificate.
Yes,
Thank you.
so the audit report is supposed to indicate what portions of the audit are conducted remotely and what are conducted on site. I just want to reiterate that I think industry and manufacturers have a desire to do remote. They want that option. They think it's appropriate, because I think some of us were talking about, doing audits. A lot of the time is spent in a room just looking at documents. Why can't that be done elsewhere? We recognize that it's an important piece that may need to be something we do long-term, which is why we started a pilot for remote or hybrid auditing. It's why we're talking to the EU on their expectations for a remote, hybrid, or split audit, as they sometimes call it. Yes, I can't really speak to the countries that don't like that. We can engage with them and educate them on why it works for us. Hopefully we can get to that point and then maybe alleviate some of those concerns. But what we're seeing is it's a benefit for multiple stakeholders. I know an auditor doesn't want to be on the road 80% of the time, and if they can do some of that at home, it helps the auditing organization out greatly. It can help the manufacturer as well, not having to fly people. We've heard about people flying all the way over just to be on site for an audit because they had to be there and they wanted to address questions. That's not very beneficial for the manufacturer. So COVID changed things. Long term, we're looking at what's going to work for us and what's going to be a good enough benefit to implement. Questions? You may want to hold your question because I don't want to cover everything that I'm going to cover, but yeah.
Thank you. We have a couple of questions from our online participants. First one comes from Leda Wendwa, actually from KEPS. Is it possible to get a link to learn more about the FDA inspection on compliance follow-up, pre-market and electronic product radiation controls?
Yes, and Scott touched on that earlier. He showed CDRH Learn. So if you want to learn about our processes within the FDA, Google CDRH Learn. There's online modules that we have. We post on the basics of devices, how we do our pre-market approval, how we do our post-market work. Global harmonization was talked about. There's presentations on MDSAP there. You could go there. Another resource that I should have included is our Division of Industry and Consumer Education, DICE. They're people that I think someone talked about it already. They're folks that man the phone that you could reach out to if you had questions about device regulatory requirements in the US. So you can Google FDA DICE, where you could talk to somebody. And if they don't have the answer, they're knowledgeable people. But if they don't have the answer, they can provide you a contact to where they can get you the best and correct answer.
Thank you, Neil. We have another question here. Miret Abscaron. Sometimes manufacturers redact some data or some sections over the audit report. Would that be acceptable by authorities as long as it is not redacting some key sections, which could be enough to serve the need?
I don't. Are you talking about portions of the audit report being shared? I can't speak to what other regulatory authorities require, but if you're going to ask the audit for the audit report, I would recommend you get the full one, nothing redacted if possible. So yeah, I can't speak to what another country may need, but I can recommend that if you're going to require it, ask for the full report.
Thank you. And we have a couple of comments here in the chat box. One is from Fatima Seda. She writes, agree 100%, Dr. Di Macazzo. Regulatory reliance provides an opportunity to avoid duplication, improve resource allocation, utilization, and enhance the efficiency of regulatory processes by focusing on functions that must be performed locally, e.g. vigilance and market surveillance. And just for your information, we have online participants also from South Korea.
Oh, great.
So this goes beyond Africa. So congratulations for the spreading the word. And it is evident that there's a need and interest to continue gaining knowledge on all these topics. So thank you.
Can we go back to the presentation now, please? Okay. Audit report and certificate. So it's how it's in the agenda, but I feel that I should talk about the audit approach before I do the certificate, but this is good information, great information. So certificates, audit reports, that's the outcome of the MDSAP, an MDSAP audit. So a certificate, we've heard this buzzword yesterday, attestation of conformity to requirements. So certifies that a manufacturer was audited against 1345 plus applicable country-specific requirements and found to be in conformity with the scope of the certificate. So yes, MDSAP is a certification program. This is the certificate that's generated out of it, and the manufacturer was found to be in compliance. Audit reports documents, it's a written document of the determination of how they fulfilled the requirements. What regulators differently, certificates can be accepted if, okay, we know that you have a quality system, it's in compliance, great, you can bring a device to the market. That's how some regulators use it. Audit reports are generally used to either get more information about the site, review the audit reports when they receive a safety signal, post-market safety signal, to see if the audit also recognized problems with perhaps design or control of non-conforming products. That's how they're generally used. Some affiliates accept the audit reports. They want to take a look at that. Some just take the certificates, which I think is great as well. At the end of the day, these manufacturers are being challenged. They're being audited annually. And from what I heard last night, the auditing organizations are not easy. So that makes me feel good. That makes me feel that they're really testing a quality management system. They're making sure that devices manufactured are safe. So yes, those are the outputs of the audits. Not, yes. Okay. Oh, let's have a break. Okay. Yes, absolutely. Yep. Yes. More to come. Oh, we are having a break for about 15 minutes. So hold your questions if you have any, and then we'll continue. Thanks very much. Requirements. The audit report is just a documentation of that fulfillment. So again, some regulators leverage the audit report to supplement some of their inspections. They use it certainly for post-market surveillance. So if you are receiving some complaints about a particular device and you want to look at the audit report, that's what some regulators do to see, you know, what was happening with design. Did they find this issue during the audit report? And then you can use that knowledge gained in the report to talk to the manufacturer. But with the certificates, it's always a concern for regulators on if what I'm receiving is authentic. So if any notified body, an auditing organization, they're auditing against an established a regulatory scheme, there are certain requirements that the certificate has to have under MDSAP just to demonstrate that it's valid to anyone that may utilize it. And that's what we're going to talk about next. So certificate requirements, this is something that we evaluate the auditing organizations on, we take a look at. One, it's in English. There's a unique code or identification, period of validity. Again, it's a 3-year certification program, so the certificate should be valid for 3 years, and the dates need to be on the certificates. Manufacturer name, we call it medical device manufacturer. Under our program, we say MDM for short. Their address, statement of conformity, essentially saying, you know, company XYZ was audited against X requirements and they are found to be in conformance with those requirements. Audit certification criteria, what were they evaluated against? What jurisdictions, jurisdictional regulations apply? Scope, what aspects of manufacturing were covered, devices, applicable devices, manufactured at the location. The auditing organization name has to be on there. You have to know who's issuing the certificates. It has to be signed, which I'll talk about more. And a statement of recognition, essentially saying BSI is a recognized auditing organization under MDSAP. and you have to be able to verify it. So you have all these different requirements, plus the means to check with the auditing organization to verify that the certificate, that number, that this document is legit. So there has to be a way for a third party to verify the authenticity of the documents. And here's an example of that. So this certificate is no longer valid, but we'll talk about that. It is in English. We do have a unique identifier. Period of validity, 3 years. Manufacturer name and address. This is the statement of conformity. And at the bottom, I know it's hard to see, but at the bottom is the statement of recognition. This one says TÜVSÜD is a recognized auditing organization. Regulatory requirements, scope. It is TÜVSÜD. It is signed, that's the signature. And that QR code is how you identify it. So if you were to pull up that QR code, this is expired, it will say, give us a call. I think that's what it said. But because the certificate is expired, you were able to verify authenticity at the time, but because this is an older one, there's a new certificate. So at least you know that this isn't, this particular one is not valid anymore. So methods, and this is information that was shared by TÜVSÜD at our MDSAP forum in Brazil a couple of weeks ago. But in general, of the 16 auditing organizations that participate, there are 3 methods that you can verify the authenticity of the certificate. So you could either go to a website, and that should be listed on the certificates. You can use a QR code, which was listed on the previous example, or you can email a request. So those are generally, some auditing organizations use a combination of this or just do a QR code, but those are 3 methods which the participating auditing organizations where you're able to verify. Small, I know, but this is a table. I asked them to create a table on how each auditing organization does that. You'll see some, it's like, give us a call, email us. Others have a QR code, etc. We can provide this to participants here, but at least you know and you have in a table how to verify a certificate for authenticity. Digital signature. So yes, we live in electronic and virtual world now. Digital signatures are present. So when it's signed, this is added peace of mind that the document has some level of authenticity. Signature does contribute to the authenticity. But in this case, this signature is traceable to the auditing organization. For this particular signature, it's on the European Union trusted list. So it was issued by the European Union for use because I mentioned before that some manufacturers get audited for CE and MDSAP at the same time. So it's protection from any modification. When it's signed, it's locked. You can't change anything about it. Long-term validation. So functionality of the document does stay intact even after it expires. And in this particular case, this signature was registered with the Certification and Accreditation Administration of the PRC. So, just back from break, we already got a question. Which is not required to be on the MDSAP certificates? Period of validity, audit team members, manufacturer address, or signing authority? B. Correct. And this is a blank form, but this is what our audit report looks like. I'll go through, briefly go through each section. What you see, the numbers at the top, they're sections. If you click on it, it'll jump to that section. But when you look at an MDSAP audit report, up in the top right, it's gonna have the dates. You'll know who the auditing organization is, when the audit date started, when it ended. Each auditing organization has their own report reference. They have their own numbering system for reports. That would be their specific report number. Language is used during the audit, and then it goes into the team members that conducted the audit, what their roles were, etc. Section 2 is the audited facility. So again, name and address, etc. What jurisdictions that apply, you see at the bottom. Contact person, their email address, how to get a hold of them. who's the most senior manager, management at the facility, name and title. If you see at the bottom, other jurisdictions as well, sometimes they include that piece. And then we go into the certification scheme. So, what type of audit it is. I'll go into what the difference is between those at the top, scope certification, and then the requirements below. So you see it checked for 1345, ignored 2003, that's old, of course. And then as the audit team checks the jurisdictions, the regulations would populate in this. I don't have, oh, it is show, not on the screen though. The regulations would populate in the box. So we try to make this as easy as possible for the auditing organization to fill out, because we recognize that drafting a report takes a significant amount of time, and we're also looking to streamline that process. CE marking section, certification scheme. Again, the E was involved in the process very early on, and we included some of the requirements for Europe from the very beginning. They're still observers. They contributed to in the very beginning. We're hopeful that we can get increased role for them, but the program's laid out to include the European requirements, and then other certification schemes. So in case, and outside of MDSAP and EU, I'm just not familiar. Sometimes in Taiwan, they have their own certification scheme too. They may be able to list that as well down here. And then details about the site. So what we have is the certification holder, the legal manufacturer, who's the certificate being issued to. Under our program, it can be audited as a campus. So sometimes there are facilities that are under the same QMS that are in close proximity to us. Any addresses that are in close proximity, like an hour's distance, they can be included in here as part of a campus audit. One audit report for multiple sites that's submitted to the regulators. But they have to be under the same QMS, and they have to be within close proximity. And then, yeah, other site, does the scope cover other sites audited? You can include that part in there. And then corporate information. Section 5 is just the objective of the audit. And this is text that's already in there to help the auditors fill out. So you just list the audit objectives, sometimes initial surveillance, and I'll talk about this, the recertification, and then more information about the facility. So, you see Europe again, what's going on at the facility, types of processes that take place, activities that are not taking place. That's helpful for if they outsource, like maybe sterilization. We have information on that, how big the company is, the number of shifts, et cetera. Good information if, for FDA, we can't visit every place, so when we get an audit report, we've never been there, this is helpful for us. Just to get an idea what's really taking place there and how big is the facility. Critical suppliers, very important for us in the program. We do look at how they outsource and how they maintain control over critical suppliers, folks that are maybe involved in sterilization, maybe do support installation, anything. So that's listed there. Audit history, what was the outcome of the previous audit? That gives us a better idea of what they're following up on. And any exclusions. So maybe they don't do sterilization at the site. Maybe they outsource, or another facility that does design. That's what's going to be listed here. And outcome of pre-audit activities, which I'll talk briefly about later. Sometimes we review documents. Audit organizations review documents before going on site, just to confirm that they're ready for the on-site part of the audit, and that's what they would list the outcome of that pre-audit activity. And then findings. So this really starts our audit approach, and it starts with the management process. I'll talk about that. They'll just check what tasks apply under our management process. It's a primary process, 11 tasks in general. The auditor will check what applies, description of the audited process, what documents they looked at, who they talked to, was a nonconformity issued, and if it was, they'll list the nonconformity below that. And this happens for every main audited process. Every process is audited under MDSAP, so we'll talk about that later on. And then a list of nonconformities. And we have a nonconformity form. I didn't include this as part of this presentation. But it's essentially this, what you'll see in this part of the document. It's just translated to, sometimes an auditing organization has their own form for a list of nonconformities, but it's a good reference tool to list everything that was found during an audit. Again, information that would already be in the audit report. Any deviations from the audit plan, sometimes, auditor has COVID and they have to leave and they have to go hybrid. They would mention that here, and then evaluation on the follow-up to past nonconformities. Yep, and then some of the major changes. We look at changes. Auditing organizations are required to. Major changes to the manufacturing, changes to the device. They'll indicate the summary of those changes. It could be, maybe portions of the manufacturing process are now outsourced. They'll list that there, and then conclusions. So yeah, total number of open nonconformities, including past ones, and then those issued during the audit. So you have a snapshot of what's still open, what they still have to follow up on, and how many additional nonconformities were found. Any attachments? Some of those attachments include in Japan and Brazil, they need a list of all devices that are manufactured for their markets. That might be listed here. And then finally, signature the approval. So when an audit's completed, it goes through a technical review, and then Ajit, who's on the phone, he's a technical reviewer. They take a look, they do a quality check, and then it can be submitted to the auditing organization. So many times the audit approval is done by the technical review person, just to make sure that it has a level of quality that's acceptable to pass on to the regulators. So how are reports submitted? Auditing organization, they're out there, they're doing their audits. We have timelines for that, and I'll go into that later on. So at the conclusion of the audit, they either submit it to us within 45 calendar days or 90, and I'll talk about why. We have two different timeframes. They access our MDSAP IT platform. It's called the Regulatory Exchange Platform Secure Reps. It's a cloud-based system that was developed with consistent with controls in place by the countries that required them. In America, we had I'm not a cybersecurity expert, but what I'm told is it meets FISMA moderate security controls for the system. The FDA hosts this platform, and it was developed consistent with how we store our own inspection reports. So that just includes how important we have to secure those documents. So the auditing organization, they access it, they submit the report in reps, and then it goes to the regulators. And then we, again, independently evaluate the audit report to determine if we need regulatory action. Oh, let's look at an example. Okay, so some of the text is redacted because under US law, we have to redact it for devices. So I can't show you the AO name for this. You know the company's Biomentis. You're not going to see much outside too much into this. You're not going to see any trade secret information or anything like that. But you can see here, and this is an older audit report, but it was redacted appropriately, so that's why I'm sharing it. But again, auditing organization, site information, address. At one point we had the geocodes, so we knew specifically where it was in the world. And the DUNS number is just a unique identifier that we used to include, not required anymore. That's a number received through Dun & Bradstreet. Yeah, this one looks a little bit different because it took place some time ago. So contact person at the site, identification numbers in the FDA, that's our registration and listing number. Can't show you those in TGA in Canada under our law. And then information about the manufacturer. Again, more identification numbers, audit type. This was a surveillance. They should have included which surveillance it was, either 1 or 2. Standards that apply, 1345. They also, for this audit against 9001. And then what jurisdictions and regulations apply. And when they check it, it's supposed to populate. You can see in the US which ones populated once they check the US. So 820 is very much in alignment with 1345. And you see our country-specific requirements for device reporting, correction and removals, et cetera. No tracking because it's probably not a PMA device. Needing tracking. And again, Europe. We've always developed the program with Europe in mind, and hopefully one day we can come to, we can bring them to the table in a larger role. I know industry would love that. And then documents for reference during the audit, we don't call it the audit model anymore, it's the audit approach. And then you can see parts of the scope of the program, what they were audited against. You know, it's a new certificate or not, you see it on the left, on the right, excuse me. So yeah, design and development, distribution, manufacture. You can see the devices involved. 9001, 1345, the MDD, and related sites. So this was their headquarters. So had some oversight over the site. We listed there as a related site. The audit objectives, start and end dates, 5 days for this duration. Kind of makes sense because they're covering multiple regulatory schemes. And it was in English, North Carolina. What's going on at the facility? You can see, you know, they're checking what takes place, and if anything's outsourced, that determines how much we have to verify how much control they have over outsourced products, processes, shift information, total staff. The most senior person there, some corporate information, no critical suppliers for this location, and then audit history. I don't know what an upgrade assessment is. Summary prior findings. So 3 non-conformities from the last assessment. 2 to 3 were completely closed out, etc. And then we go into a list of that NCR is non-conformity reports. So a non-conformity was issued previously. It was found to be closed. It had some trade secret information here that applied to foreign regulations, so it's redacted. This one is not. So you can see, you know, they're awaiting effectiveness checks for this particular CAPA that was opened. So one of the things that we're trying to improve is what is written down. As a regulator, I don't want to see a 60-page audit report. It doesn't, it's too much. So that's the next stage in improving our program is how can we streamline and reduce the audit report to a level that's still sufficient for regulators. We call it least burdensome approach. What's the minimum amount of information that I need to make a regulatory decision? Any exclusions? What happens for pre-audits? So here they're probably following up on previous nonconformities. That's why they have previous audit report. And then you're going into each section. I don't have every section listed in the audit approach, but we always start with management. I'll talk about that later on. Again, 11 tasks associated with management, that process of the audit approach. And then they go into a description of what was covered, if any major changes were observed. So this gives us, it's supposed to give the regulator a good idea of how management and these tasks were handled during the audits. More information about that. You can see a quality policy has been established and is documented in the quality manual and reviewed. And they were fine to meet the objectives of management under our audit approach. Yeah, products are products that were audited as part of the process, documents they reviewed, who they spoke with, and the concluding statement. So based on the documents reviewed, the management process, they were found to be effectively implemented and in compliance with criteria. No nonconformity was issued for this project, for this process. Questions about the audit report? I think we're supposed to take a break, but I'm moving pretty quickly. Yes.
Thanks, Neil. So I'm from industry, and maybe I'm just picking up in the previous session, the question about once the audit reports are issued and if there's queries the regulators want to raise directly maybe with the auditing organizations. Is there a grace period for that?
No,
Okay.
There's no grace period. I mean, like in Brazil, I just found out, yeah, I just found out in Brazil, they have a clock. I forget, I think it's like 100 days or 120 days. Once the audit is completed to do what they need to do, I forget the exact time frame. So they may have to work within that time frame. But if it's a post-market, they receive a safety signal and they look at an audit report, there's no grace period. There's no time that they need to ask an auditing organization or the manufacturer what specifically happened during this portion of the audit, some clarifying information. They can just look at it whenever.
Hi, Neil. This is Fatime from Medtronic. Thank you so much for a great presentation. You covered a lot so far, and it's been very informative, but I just wanted to ask a clarification question. What is the difference between affiliate member of IMDRF versus affiliate member of MDSAP program, and whether there's a difference between the two? Thank you.
Yes, so there's some similarities. I'll have to ask my colleague Michelle to jump in. You can't be affiliated at both at the same time unless you apply to be both. So the IMDRF, they do work on, they have work groups. MDSAP was one of them. Affiliate members can work with that. But it's just, even though MDSAP came out of IMDRF, it's a separate application. So as an affiliate member under MDSAP, you're utilizing the audit reports, you're working on capacity building efforts with the regulators involved. And as an affiliate member under IMDRF, you're more focused on IMDRF activities and working on that. Did you want to add anything? So yes, if you're an affiliate under IMDRF, it doesn't mean you're automatically an affiliate under MDSAP. So there is a distinction. Two separate application processes, two different organizations that vote on acceptance into the program, although countries involved work in both areas. Hopefully that's clear. Yes.
Okay, thank you. As I told, the reporting format's so amazing, and it's very similar to ours as we adopted it from WHO's IPD reporting format.
Cool.
So I do have 2 or 3 questions.
I'm going to stop you after each question, but go ahead.
Okay. The first one is I saw in the reporting format that there are excluded jurisdictions in the requirement. So who does that? I mean, is that the manufacturer who says to the auditing organization that I want to only market my product, for example, in US and Japan, and your auditing scope is going to be only for this jurisdiction, or who is going to determine this?
So initially it's the manufacturer. So they may say, I sell devices in Japan and the US, and I'd like an MDSAP audit. Auditing organization says, okay, they sign their contract, they go on site, they start the audit process. However, if they see that, no, you also sell devices in Brazil, I need to include Brazil as part of the MDSAP audit. Manufacturers aren't allowed to exclude jurisdictions if they sell in those areas. So the auditing organization knows they have to audit against specific requirements under Brazil. And if the manufacturer has a problem with that, then likely the regulators will get involved. So yes, so initially it's the manufacturer. Auditing organization confirms with the manufacturer where they're selling. That's part of the device marketing authorization piece that's covered under the MDSAP audit approach. Make sense? Okay. Question 2.
It's related to audit history. We also have a section in our report writing format for audit history, but when we say audit history, we like consider it as if the Ethiopian FDA has conducted the inspection, and there are some non-conformities which has not been addressed yet. So it's just related to the EFDA's, Ethiopian FDA's audit history, not others. But in this case, is that related to others? I mean, other auditing organization?
No, it would just be for MDSAP. The previous MDSAP nonconformities.
And finally, when we're trying to before implementing the inspection strategy in our authority, we've been reading lots of resources online, and we saw your it's very old document, but very good document, USFDA's quality system inspection
Technique, yeah.
technique, yeah.
Yeah.
In that, at the end, there's sampling of records. Basically, when we do the inspection of an entity related to the quality management system, we see their procedures and associated records for its implementation. So in that case, at the end, in that document, the inspection techniques, there are two tables related to taking samples of records, binomial staged sampling plan, for for different confidence levels, 99%
Yes.
and 95%, based on the risk of that record.
Correct.
So when we try to implement such a strategy, it's completely it's going to take almost 1 month if we really stick on that requirement. For example, taking for each process, taking 1724 records. For example, if you want to make sure that the sterilization process has been validated, so you are going to evaluate the sterilization method, sterilization records for 20, 25, 26, something like that. I mean, to make sure.
Yes.
Because it's very high risk process, and we have to be 99% confident about the process. So doesn't it take really long time to review lots of records to one specific process? Thank you.
I think it can. Sampling under the program, what they look at, records they look at is supposed to be risk-based. Similar to the quality system inspection technique, we tell auditors to follow audit trails, right? Everything's risk-based. I'll talk about that later on. I can't speak specifically about the number of documents. Of course, it depends on the process and how complex it is, but I imagine that there are significant amounts for some processes that have to be reviewed versus others. We can talk to BSI, and they can talk a little bit more about sampling and how they go about that when they come online. They may be online now, I'm not sure, but we can come back to that. Did you have another question, or that's it? Okay, sorry I couldn't answer that fully, but we'll get to that, I promise. Yes. Good morning.
Yes. Thank you for this elaborate process. Now, after the whole audit, the report is submitted for approval, which means there's a committee that does that. Now, what happens when the report is rejected? That is, if it gets rejected at all.
What happens when the report is redacted?
And based on what do you reject report?
Oh, reject.
Yes.
Okay, so there is no okay, so acceptance by the regulator is receiving the audit report. The auditing organization many times does their technical review and quality check, and then they assign to approve the audit that can be submitted to the regulators. So the regulators aren't in the business of approving audit reports that are submitted. We just take what's submitted, recognizing that the auditing organization should ensure that it meets a certain level of quality, and it succinctly summarizes what took place during the audit. I may not have addressed your question. Hopefully, I don't know if I answered that correctly.
Yes, so it means in some cases, the reports don't get approved.
Can you say that again, a little bit louder?
The report is usually submitted for approval, right?
Submitted for approval through the auditing organization.
Yes.
The regulators don't approve the audits. We just receive them and evaluate them.
Right. So after the evaluation, it goes through. There's automatic
So
movement to the next level?
yes, it goes to next level of review. I'll talk a little bit more about that, but each regulator uses audit reports differently. I can tell you 6,000 sites, we may receive thousands of audit reports a year. Regulators aren't set up or funded or, you know, to review everything. So each one reviews it differently. I can talk a little bit how FDA does it. Basically, we take a risk-based approach to sampling and looking at audit reports. There's also what we call I'll talk about this in a bit, but if the audit goes poorly, the auditing organization has to inform the regulators within 5 days. Certain criteria are met. They're probably not going to get their recertification or the refusal to certify. They have to let us know within a certain time frame. And then we would ask for the audit documentation sooner rather than later. So for the FDA, we now take a risk-based approach for everything. You know, what types of inspections we do, who we go visit, it's a risk-based approach. Same thing with audit reports. We have an algorithm that identifies audits based on nonconformities that were cited that are similar to what we would have in warning letters. So when it meets that criteria, we think, okay, we would normally see something like this in a warning letter. We would take that report in, we would do a full evaluation, and then we would take regulatory action as needed.
Thank you.
Yes, we do have a few questions online.
Okay.
So the first one is, what are the key sections of our MDSAP that authorities can focus on to avoid any confusion and to have more clarity to the authority as the document is lengthy long?
Well, the contents of the audit report are important. Sometimes they go into more details than needed for a regulator. But if you really want to focus on something that's important, maybe it's just the nonconformities. I know the FDA, they want to say, okay, I know they're audited annually. Let me see what was not in compliance. That may be a good focus point. But collectively, it's a challenge of the audit system, quality management system. And you know, as a regulator, if you were to focus on something, you want to know what wasn't in compliance. So nonconformities would be a good one.
Okay, and that question was posted by Miret Abscaro. So the next question is from an anonymous R&D. In the light of MDR transition, how MDSAP audit process will take place, especially after transition to MDR?
Not sure. We're still meeting with, we're still in discussions with the EU. Hopefully we can come to a happy place to where they get what they need as part of an MDSAP audit. I think that's a great goal that we're working toward. I know that the EU is doing their best to transition to MDD, IVD regulations, but we're here to help, and hopefully we can utilize, and they can utilize the program as they make that transition. Sorry, I'm not much help there, but to be determined.
Okay, thank you. And we have another question from Miret. There is a section by the end of the MDSAP report where it mentions that conformity certificate is being issued or renewed, even if there are some pending findings. Can we elaborate on these to avoid misunderstanding of the open findings which could hold registration product approval locally? Also, can you elaborate on major or minor findings?
Yes, so MDSAP is not a product approval audit, so I can't really speak to that piece. It is a certification program. So if I mentioned, and I cover this in a bit, if the audit has a significant number of findings that are graded poorly, then the certification could be withheld, refusal to certify, not recertified, et cetera. Major and minor, I think that's part of, is it 17021? We don't really use that as part of MDSAP, but it was included previously just because we do utilize that document for the program. But large in part, the regulators aren't concerned with major or minor graded nonconformities. But yes, not a product approval audit, so I can't really speak to open nonconformities, the manufacturer would have to address that as part of the product realization process.
Perfect, thank you.
Yes.
There's a question in the room.
Good morning. Thank you for the presentation. I'm Bolani from Nigeria. Is MDSAP product specific or facility specific? What do I mean? A manufacturer has been audited for a particular product. The same manufacturer is manufacturing for another marketer.
I'm sorry, there's an echo and it's hard for me to hear what you're asking.
MDSAP, is it product specific or facility specific? What do I mean? A manufacturer has been inspected, has been audited, and has been approved. Same manufacturer from same facility is manufacturing for an applicant. Can the reports be relied on since it's the same facility, same class of product, but for probably another distributor?
You're talking about contract manufacturing. So maybe they're audited under MDSAP for their products. They receive an MDSAP certificate, but they're also a contract manufacturer for another site. Would they receive two audits? They can, but as a contract manufacturer, whoever's name is on the label, we call the legal manufacturer, they're ultimately responsible for any process that's outsourced. So as a contract manufacturer, we don't require contract manufacturers to be audited under MDSAP because at the end of the day, the name of the company on the label is the one that's responsible for the product. So we would go to that company to see what controls are in place for a contract manufacturer, critical supplier, and see what controls are in place there and see if they have that contract manufacturer under control based on requirements that they set forth to produce a quality and safe and effective device.
Thank you.
Sorry, it's a follow-up question.
Okay.
Her intention is not about the contract manufacturer, because I understood what she was trying to ask.
Okay.
Because it's a similar challenge in our country also.
Okay.
If a manufacturer A do have different products, the risk classes may be the same, their technological characteristics may be a bit similar or different. So the MedSAP or auditing organizations, do they focus on a specific groups of products with one, or they conduct the inspection for the compliance of manufacturing of different range of devices with one inspection program?
Okay, I understand what you're saying. So, so when it's certified, the quality management certified for products that they have listed on the certificate that are marketed or sold in the jurisdictions. So if you go into a facility and they have a wide range of families of devices, but they're only seeking certification for X amounts because it's sold under other jurisdictions, those other devices wouldn't be covered under the program for MDSAP. Maybe they're not sold, maybe they're, but we don't expect the auditing organization to cover every device when they get there, but certainly families over the course of the device families over the course of the certification cycle, they would look at focusing on the higher risk devices. I would rather look at a higher class device than a class 1. So it's risk specific, but whatever they're seeking certification on under the scope of 1345 for the products sold in the applicable jurisdictions is what's going to be included as part of the audit. So if they sell 1,000 devices, we don't expect them to look at everything, but they have to take a risk-based approach with a focus on the higher risk devices. And then maybe as they go back, they look at other devices within the family, within groups, and certification continues after 3 years, and they keep looking.
Okay, we have another question from Marie-Valente Therese. Is it possible to provide directive recommendations in addition to this report to the manufacturer if the audit results is inconclusive, and tell the manufacturer exactly what needs to be corrected and how to do it to comply with a defined implementation deadline?
As a regulator, yes. So maybe you receive a complaint or a safety signal, you go to the MDSAP audit report, you don't see anything that's, or you look at the corrective action plan, you're not satisfied with that outcome, FDA will meet with the manufacturer, will say, tell us the update on your corrective action plan, and then we could provide feedback that way. So yes, as a regulator, we're open to, and we have the right to inform a manufacturer what we think needs to happen. You're not going to consult what needs the manufacturer, but you can say whether or not you need additional information or you'd like to see it take a different direction so you have better confidence in how they're going to address certain situations, make the product safer, alleviate any device concerns, etc.
Thank you. Is there another question?
We have a question up front. Okay.
Thank you. My name is Maureen.
Hi.
There was a question previously on different type of membership, and I would just like you to clarify if there is differences, especially when it comes to the benefits or the responsibility that comes with the membership to the national regulatory authority of the organization, and also if there are also future online training for the personnel who have registered, who are under the organization that is registered, who have the membership. Thank you.
So we do have training on MDSAP on CDRH Learn. I think we can share that website. So MDSAP's there. It's just honestly it's slides and then a script. It's not a video. But we have plans to launch a new website. We'll include online training modules there. You asked about benefits. Responsibilities of each. Oh, yes. So as you go from an affiliate to an observer to regulatory authority council member, yes, the commitments increase. So as an affiliate member, you may just be engaging with audit regulatory authorities on capacity building efforts, similar to something like this. You're utilizing the audit reports, you're obtaining information how you can strengthen your regulatory framework from Australia, Brazil, Canada, Japan, and the US. As you go to an observer, the expectation changes a little bit. You have a confidentiality commitment with the participating countries. We're asking that you participate in assessments regionally. So that's a requirement there. We ask that you sit on in some of our work groups and provide feedback there. And then as a voting member, it increases even more. So the expectation is you'll perform a certain amount of assessments of the auditing organizations annually. It's split up evenly by regulatory authority. So right now there's 5 full members. All of us are expected to do 20% of the evaluations of the auditing organizations. We provide staff to do that. You know, pay for travel, do the audits, do the assessments, so forth. So yes, as it grows, just like AMDRF, as you grow in membership level, the contribution is increasing. Thank you for that question. Okay, so if I can get my slides up, we can move on to the audits. Okay, thank you. So mentioned auditing organizations that go through an application. Well, I didn't mention the application process, but there is an acceptance process for an auditing organization in our program. And to satisfy requirements before you can be a recognized auditing organization, we look at the competency of the auditors. So there has to be an affiliation with MDSAP for the auditors. They have to have a certain base knowledge too. So we look at the competency of all their employees that do audits. Do they have knowledge of 1345 country-specific requirements? Have they gone through the MDSAP training that we provided them? We have online modules that we give to them. We give them webinars that they upload into their own learning management system. So we make sure that the auditors take that training as part of our evaluation for the competency of their staff. So yes, affiliation with an auditing organization plus knowledge. And sometimes it's different. So auditors, they are, what's the word for it? I don't want to say certified, but there's MDSAP auditors and there's 1345 auditors. It's not the same. So if you're authorized by an auditing organization to do a 1345 audit, you do a 1345 audit. But the MDSAP audit approach is different in this sense. We have our own sequence of audit tasks, processes, and that's not the same for a 1345. So we make it a requirement that the auditors do have MDSAP knowledge, that they're aware of how to conduct MDSAP audits, and their evaluation and knowledge of country-specific requirements is there. So, and these are the training modules that we have for auditing organizations. Introduction, it's management, that's the management process. The measurement analysis improvement is like CAPA, similar to that. They have to go through a production module, purchasing, device marketing authorization, and facility registration, adverse event, and advisory notice. So the last two I just mentioned, those are the country-specific requirements. But all auditors are required to take that training if they're doing MDSAP audits. So MDSAP audits. So there are QMS requirements you see at 1345, plus there's some requirements that are in alignment with 1345 by the participating countries, which we have listed there. Those are the QMS requirements. The country-specific requirements are, again, device marketing authorization, facility registration. Do you have clearance and approval for devices that you're saying you're selling to in those countries? Are you properly registered with the countries under MDSAP? And then what do you have with regard to adverse event reporting and advisory notice? Adverse events and advisory notice, recalls, et cetera. Are you complying with the requirements of the countries that are full members? But just like we mentioned before, 1345, a lot of standards use the risk management, 14.971, I forget the number off the top of my head, but it is built on a foundation of risk. So throughout the process, through an audit, we harp on risk, follow audit trails, high risk products. That's our focus with MDSAP. That was a big distinction between US regulations in 820 and 1345, because 1345 has a lot of risk mentioned throughout. So this is our audit approach. So this is why it differs for auditors to be certified to perform MDSAP versus 1345. A bulk of 1345 you're evaluating is the same, but we have a specific flow for MDSAP audit reports, and these are the processes. So we have primary processes listed here. An auditor would start at management, then move into measurement, analysis, improvement. Again, it's like CAPA. Look at design, then go on to production. The sub-processes, the supporting processes, like for purchasing can be looked at throughout the primary processes. Some companies outsource things at different levels. So maybe you outsource design. So during design, an auditor may look at what controls they have over whoever's doing design for them. Same for sterilization under production. The country-specific requirements, marketing authorization, facility registration, can be looked at during design and management. And then because complaint handling, trending of device problems, et cetera, normally fall in line with adverse event reporting, advisory notice. Auditors look at adverse event and advisory notice reporting during the measurement analysis improvement. So each of these processes have tasks associated with it. We require that all auditing organizations follow this flow, but I mentioned before, in management, there were 11 tasks. We allow flexibility. You don't have to cover tasks in order. Sometimes you have an audit team, 2 or 3 auditors. You can go within, you could just cover the tasks in no particular order within management, but you have to start with management, then go into measurement, analysis, improvement, design, et cetera. So that's why we have a sequence, and the rationale, I'll have a slide covering that. But that's why it's different than a 13485 audit, because they do not follow this process. So these are the tasks for a full MDSAP audit. Again, large focus on 1345, 90 audit tasks. As you would imagine, a lot of it's in production, but you could see how it's split out there. So 11 tasks for management, 16 for CAPA, et cetera, and then the sub-processes. But yes, that's how a full MDSAP audit, that's how it's split up, 90 tasks. And yeah, I think it's a good representation. So why is there a sequence? So one, it's consistent. You know how an MDSAP audit is going to flow. They're not going to deviate too much between where you start, where you end, et cetera. Logical. It's a logical order. We think that the information flow is better as you go through the MDSAP audit approach. What you learn through different stages helps you determine what to look at the next stage, and improves communication between auditors. And you really do get to see the interrelationship. So if we go back to this slide, say I'm in measurement, analysis, and improvements here, and I look at what complaints they receive. So maybe I'm having a complaint from a device, an infusion pump that has false alarms. Okay. So as an auditor, I may say, okay, I'm going to look at the design. What changes did they make? What changes were made in design that perhaps resulted in false alarms? Or what are they doing as part of the CAPA process to fix this? Maybe they have another design project. So I'm going to look at that design project when I go to design. So while I'm in design, I'm like, okay, they implemented a process. I'm going to see how it looks on the production floor. I'm going to see how it was validated. So I'll take that and look at production and service controls and see how it was implemented on the manufacturing floor. So that's kind of that's the expectation for auditors when they notice certain situations, to follow the audit trail as you go through the MDSAP audit model. That's why we think it's logical. The flow is good. Communication is the same. So you're not having an auditor start in management while another one's in production. They're moving together. Hopefully they're communicating effectively together, and they're following an audit trail. Not necessarily an aspect of a regular 1345 audit, but I'm sure some auditing or notified bodies do that because it's logical. And that's why we have a sequence. So what are the audit types? I mentioned that MDSAP is a 3-year certification cycle. So you have the initial audits, you have 2 surveillance audits, and then a recertification. Recertification determines if you get new certificates. That's normal. This is what everyone goes through. You're audited at least annually. Other audits, they have special, unannounced, or regulatory authority audits. So the special ones may be, okay, I've had my MDSAP audit, but I want to be evaluated against Japan now. So that's why you may do a special audit. They'll go back in. Are you meeting the requirements under Japan for the devices that are covered, et cetera? Unannounced audits are a type of special audit, but we require, if the nonconformity is severe, for the auditing organization to go back in unannounced to verify the status of the corrective actions. And then, of course, RA audits. We may see in audit reports, want to confirm how bad it really is for us and the FDA. We may go on site and do our own inspection. But also, auditing organizations can follow up on concerns identified by regulatory authorities. And we communicate freely with the auditing organization. So if I say, hey, BSI, I received a whistleblower complaint regarding XYZ. Can you look at this at the next audit? They'll do that for us. Okay. Waiting for my slides to come back on. Bear with us, please. Any questions?
and we have Linda already connected. So our apologies for the technical difficulties, and in the meantime, yet we have a question from our online participant. So what is the scenarios of MDSAP certificate or audit report acceptance by authorities? Does it mean if MDSAP certificates is issued and valid, then this is enough to be accepted by other authorities, even there are some open findings mentioned over the audit report?
It depends on the regulator. So Canada uses their certificates for their device license class 2, 3, 4. They can accept it even though there's open nonconformities. So there can be open nonconformities. We're not saying you have to have a perfect quality management system. There's no such thing. But when the certificate's generated, it means overall the quality management system for that site is in compliance with the requirements. So yes, certificate's valid. They can accept it to do whatever they need to for their regulatory purposes, to extend device licenses, etc. Now, no audit reports are rejected again. I have to keep saying that. We use it as intelligence into what we need to do next. And I'll talk more about, the concerning ones. What's the trigger to either not certify or refuse to certify or suspend certification, etc. Oh, did I jump? Oh. Oh, okay, we're here. So this is the 3-year certification cycle. So year 0, you have, it's a full quality management system audit. So at the end of this audit, you see there's stage 1. So the stage 1 is a documentation review. They look at quality system documents that are specific to the processes. The auditing organization confirms that, okay, the documents are in place, the processes are documented, you're ready for an on-site audit. And on the on-site audit, we're going to confirm your quality management system is functioning well. At the end of year 0, or at the end of the audit, during year 0, a certification decision has to happen. So get the certificate or you don't. If you get the certificate, that's when you move into the 3-year cycle. So you have 2 partial audits. We call them surveillance audits, which I'll talk about in a bit. Sometimes there's a stage 1 review where you have to look at changes to the quality management system or the product. You can do that off-site. Some auditing organizations can do stage 1 and 2 on-site if they want a single on-site review. During the partial audits or the surveillance audits, again, you'll look at changes, significant changes in the quality management system, the processes in manufacturing, and you'll look at specific tasks. So the surveillance audits collectively, both years, equal a full quality system audit. And then you'll go into the recertification. So that's year 3. Again, look at changes. You'll look at nonconformities if they've been closed out appropriately, and then full quality system audit, and then another decision needs to be made. Will they get recertification? I don't have that on there, but that's how the MDSAP audit cycle takes place. So if they're new to MDSAP, they're going to go through initial, but after they pass this, then after the recertification, then they'll just go to surveillance 1, surveillance 2, then another recertification. So surveillance audits. I mentioned that they're partial audits, but collectively they're a full look at the quality management system. So we have fixed tasks, and we identify that in our audit approach. So surveillance 1, you're going to look at these tasks. Surveillance 2, you look at these other tasks. I'll talk about that more. And then there are even some tasks that you don't even have to cover during the surveillance. So yes, we list those tasks that are covered for these partial audits in our audit report, audit approach, but it's also listed in our audit time determination procedure. So I don't go into too much detail about this here. Maybe we can ask BSI to talk about this, but part of the process is for the auditing organization to look at the size of the site, the types of devices that are manufactured, number of shifts, number of employees. All that is factored into an algorithm that we've created to determine how much time is appropriate to be on site. So if you make a class 1 device and there's 30 people there, do you really need to be there for a full week? That's how we can influence how long the audit takes, which essentially results in how much the manufacturer will spend. So again, we really didn't get into the business of saying you're going to have all these audits under a certain amount of price, but what we can influence is how long they're supposed to be there. So under surveillance audits, you will look at the primary processes. If you recall, it's management, measure analysis, improvement, design, and production, but you alternate coverage of the design and production. So maybe the first surveillance audit, you'll look at design, and then the next surveillance audit, you'll look at production. So that's how they're both abbreviated. That's how collectively they result in a full quality system audit. So here's an example. So this is from our audit time determination. So you can see under management, if you recall, 11 tasks. So every surveillance audit, you're going to do task 1, 5, 9, 10, 11. Every other one, you'll look at task 6, and then you may not need to look at the other tasks during every surveillance audit. That's kind of how we drive what needs to be looked at. So every surveillance audit, they're going to look at 5, 9, and 11, and every other, they'll look at 6, and then they don't need to cover those other ones. So what does that look like? I know it's small text, so I'll read it to you. So under task 1 of management, it's confirmed that quality management system planning is performed to ensure that all required processes are identified, documented, implemented, monitored, and maintained. Verify that the quality management system, verify changes to quality management system that are managed to maintain the conformity of the quality management system and the devices produced. Verify that a quality manual has been documented. You don't need to look at the quality manual every time. So that's not required for every surveillance audit. Required every surveillance audit is outsourcing. Outsourcing is really key for us because we want to make sure that there's appropriate level of control over anyone that's doing something, any organization that's doing something for the manufacturer. So, and I think this is part of the discussion we've been having about distributors, right? So ultimately, it's the manufacturer's responsibility to ensure that the product is safe and effective throughout the life cycle of the device. Whether it's at a distributor, whether it's in a hospital, they're ultimately responsible for it. That's why outsourcing is so important to us. So every surveillance audit determine the extent of outsourcing of processes that may affect the conformity of product with specified requirements and verify that proper documentation of controls for the quality management system. So are you appropriately challenging your contracted organizations, those you outsource processes to? Verify that the critical list of suppliers is accurate. Do you have new suppliers? Have you added them to your critical supplier list? Are they going through the proper evaluation? That's how we ensure that there's some level of control over someone that's performing a service for the manufacturer. And then competency and training. You don't have to look at it every audit, but every surveillance audit, I should say, but we can confirm that in 1 of 2 surveillance audits. Okay. You may have seen the answer previously, hopefully not. But which is not a primary process of the MDSAP audit approach? Management, design and development, production, adverse event, and advisory notice reporting. C is correct. Thank you very much. Get that person a free lunch. Okay. How many years is the full MDSAP audit certification cycle? C. Free lunch for everyone. Good job. Okay. This is kind of what we had some questions on. Part of the transparency and predictability of MDSAP is the grading of nonconformities. So in the FDA, an investigator may show up to your facility, write you a list of findings, and say, okay, this is what we found wrong. See you later. 3 weeks later, you get a warning letter. Maybe not 3 weeks, that's kind of fast. But you really don't know what outcome there is, right? You're inspected by FDA, they leave, what happens next? when audit nonconformities are graded, you have an idea how bad a nonconformity is because it's graded that way. So when the auditors grade nonconformities, first they start with the quality management system impacts. You either have direct impacts or indirect. These are specified within the clauses of ISO 1345. What I mean by indirect could be not a direct impact to the device. So you're required under 1345 to have a management review, correct? Are they doing the management review? They're not. Then it starts at a grade 1. My laser doesn't work all the time. Direct impact could be sterilization, right? Direct impact to the safety of the device or something, design aspects, design control. That if there's a problem, it starts at a 3. So then you have escalations to where it increases in number. So is it a repeat nonconformity? Then you increase it by grade 1. Is there a lack of procedure? Then you increase it by grade 1. Did you release nonconforming product? You increase it by grade 1. So technically you could have a grade of 6, but for the purposes of MDSAP, they're capped at 5. So how does this come into play? Okay, this is an example of this is an example of a nonconformity report. This information would be included on the report, but the nonconformity grading and exchange form is a summary of all the nonconformities that were identified for the audit. So for this one, it was a design and development. It has direct QMS impact. It was not a repeat. Yes, there was no procedure, and we arrived at a grade 4. Again, the 17021 minor, major regulators that are currently involved, we really don't pay attention to that. And then you'll have the outcome of the investigation. So auditing organization works with the manufacturer. They tell them how they're going to correct it. It's listed on this form. So that's an example. So as a manufacturer, to me, that's consistent. To me, that's transparent. If I have 30 grade 4s, not a good situation for me. Maybe the regulator knocks on my door. That's how it's transparent, predictable as part of the program. Okay, I think we're waiting on the slides to come back online. Okay. Okay. So grading affects when we get the audit report, and this is what this covers. So a big aspect on certification under MDSAP is what we call the 5-day notice. So during an audit, were there more than 3 grade 4s or any grade 5s? Grade 5 is the worst grade you can have. If you meet this threshold, it's what we call a 5-day notice. So within 5 days, calendar days, auditing organizations are supposed to inform the regulators, we have a situation where we had an audit that didn't go well. It met this criteria or exceeded it. Within 15 so that's a 5-day notice. So anytime there's a situation where the auditing organization is going to refuse to certify, suspend or withdraw certification, reduce the scope of the certification, if there's a public health threat, fraud, or counterfeit, they're supposed to notify us within 5 days after the audit is concluded. Within 15 days, they're supposed to get a remediation plan from the medical device manufacturer, MDM. 30 days after the audit, they're supposed to provide evidence of implementation. I know that's very challenging, especially you have to do like a validation study. But if they can show evidence of implementation, the manufacturer is required to within 30 days. That's what we ask the auditing organizations to follow up on. And then within 45 days, give us the full audit reports. Give the regulators, submit that within that time frame. So this is when it becomes alarming for all regulators when it meets this criteria. Alarming in a sense that we don't say, oh, it's completely bad, but it requires our attention. It's bad enough to where the auditing organization may not certify. If it doesn't meet the 5-day notice criteria, then it jumps down into give us the audit report within 90 days. And then like for the FDA, we take a risk-based approach. We'll scan to determine what the nonconformities are they consistent with what we'd see on the warning letter? And if so, then we would take another look at it. But this threshold here for the 5-day notice, again, more than 3 grade 4s or any 5s is what would get the regulator's attention more for this particular audit, for this manufacturer, for these products involved. That would kind of raise the level to where we need to take a look at what happened. Yes, due dates are listed for days after audit has ended. So that's our post-audit timeline. There's a procedure that is required for this under MDSAP. So, these are like easy ones. We call them softball questions. What's the highest grade or poorest result a nonconformity can have? 5. Technically 6, but we cap it at 5. I heard 6. Good job. Okay. Which criteria meets a 5-day notice? 12 grade 3s, 6 grade 4s, 1 grade 5, B and C, or all the above? B and C. Remember, more than 3 grade 4s or any 5s. Yeah, 5 is a complete failure. So we know that a 5 is direct impact on the device. Maybe you don't have a procedure, you release a non-conforming product. It's concerning to us. And again, reminder, what's the 5-day notice criteria? Or these are the situations where we would require a 5-day notice. It is somewhat difficult for auditing organizations to identify counterfeit. I know they really struggle with that. They're not trained like a regulator investigator and different authority level too, right? So if you're representing the government and you're asking for information, manufacturers should give you the information versus an auditing organization where they may not be so open to providing certain things. So it is a challenge, but we do have a line of communication with the auditing organizations. They let us know if they're running into any troubles with manufacturers. As part of the partner process, the relationship that we have that's very helpful for the program. Questions? I'm flying through my slides. We have 30 minutes before we break.
And we have Linda also.
Oh, okay. Hi, Linda. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you fine, Ajit, and I've been listening to your slides, so happy to contribute when we're needed.
Linda, are you on? I think it's a good point to where we can let BSI, you can hear from BSI and give their perspective on MDSAP.
Can you hear me or not?
We can hear you a little bit in the room.
Yeah, well, I can hear you very clearly. Can you hear me or not very well?
We can hear you. They're working out the audio a little bit more, but I can hear
Okay.
you. It's just a little faint for, I think, everyone in the room.
Perhaps Ajit, you could try speaking too.
Hello, Neil. Can you hear me?
Okay, Ajit, not as loud as Linda, but perhaps we can go into at least one of your
Apparently they can hear
presentations.
us. Yeah, they can hear us well on the phone, Amy has said, so.
Okay. Okay, so Linda and Ajit, we covered overview of MDSAP. We covered certificates and audit reports, and we are just getting into, we just completed the post-audit timeline. So I think it's a good, we have 30 minutes before we take our break. Maybe you could, we could put up one of your presentations and you can cover MDSAP from your perspective. I was telling the group earlier that it may be duplicative, but it's okay, because what I've learned is repetition is the key to adult learning. So we'll hope to bring up the BSI slides, please. Hey, there you go. We can see you, and I think we can hear you. Do you have their slides?
Okay, so if we could please load up the slides for the overview of the MDSAP audit report and certificate, please?
Yes, we're just into it. If you can allow for a minute. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so here we go. So hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Ajit. I work as a global QMS technical and regulatory reviewer at BSI. And together with me is Linda. Linda works as the global quality and accreditation manager at BSI. My role is primarily, as Neil mentioned some time ago, is primarily to review the MDSAP reports completed by the auditors, just to make sure that it contains all of the most important pieces of information before we submit that to regulators. I also approve those audit reports, and it's only after that approval where we place a digital signature that we upload those reports to the REPS database, which Neil mentioned before. So we are just going to go through a few pieces of information from an AO perspective for the use of MDSAP report and certificate. I don't know if you can see the slides there.
Sorry for interrupting. Can you just hold a second because we are having some difficulties in here. So online, I think sound is working well, but not in the room.
Okay. So do you want me to repeat that again?
So yes, we would probably need for you to restart. Our apologies for that. So just give us a second, please.
Sure.
Ajit, please, can you share the screen? I think it will be easier for us. Can you share your presentation? We have some trouble here. Sorry for that. And use the mic. Maybe it will be better.
Okay, does that sound better?
Yes, thank you. And now if you can share your screen.
Oh, do you want me to share my screen with the presentations?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you do that?
Yes, I can do that.
Thank you so much.
Okay, let me know when that comes up.
Yes, we can see, but not in the presentation mode.
Oh, okay. Okay, so it has come up on my other screen. Please give me 1 minute. Okay, I hope that's better.
Yes, that's it.
Okay, and just checking once again, can you hear me better now? Sandra, can you hear me better in the room now?
Yes, definitely. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll start again. Hello, everyone. My name is Ajit, Ajit John. I work as a global QMS technical and regulatory reviewer at BSI. And together with me is Linda. Linda is the global quality and accreditation manager at BSI. As Neil mentioned before, I work as a technical reviewer, and my primary role is to approve the MDSAP reports, which are completed by auditors. It's almost like a quality check, making sure that the MDSAP report has got all the important pieces of information in it, including all the necessary attachments before we submit that to regulators in the REPS database, about which we heard before from Neil. So this part of our presentation is mainly to talk about the use of MDSAP audit report and certificate from an AO perspective. There isn't a lot here for an AO, apart from the fact that we approve the report and we provide the manufacturer with a certificate if they receive a positive recommendation. So just one quick glance at the use of MDSAP report. So as Neil mentioned, regulators use the MDSAP report, the information contained in that report, to make regulatory decisions, such as giving marketing authorizations. Based on the information in that report, they might take enforcement actions. They will also use that for post-market surveillance. For us, as auditing organizations, we primarily use the MDSAP report to document how the audit went. So it will have a narrative in section 11, which Neil showed us before. And we also document the non-conformities which were raised. If there were any, they would be documented in that report. Well, it will be documented in the NGE form, which Neil showed, but it will then get imported into the MDSAP report. We also have a section for documenting the recommendations, and these are the recommendations coming out of conducting that audit. So this would be whether or not we recommend that organization for initial certification to MDSAP or continued certification if it's a surveillance audit, or if it is a recertification at the end of that 3-year cycle. Please note that these recommendations are purely based on the audit results. So there was a question before from one of the attendees, do we have recommendations for improvement? We do not do that. So just like Neil mentioned, regulators do not consult. Auditing organizations also do not consult. So we do not tell them we do not tell the manufacturers what you need to do to improve your quality management system. We raise non-conformities if we find that the QMS is not meeting the requirements, but we do not raise observations or opportunities for improvements. It's either a non-conformity or it's not, because the QMS is conforming. And finally, we also document any follow-up actions that may be required in the MDSAP report. So these might be, for example, at the time of an initial audit, the manufacturer might not have registered their products in the market because they're just gathering all the documentation. So we might have a follow-up action for the next audit that we need to verify the progress of their progress of the manufacturer obtaining the marketing authorization in a particular jurisdiction. We also use the MDSAP audit reports to for pre-planning. So auditors, when they go for the next audit, they will review the previous audit report to see what was covered, which products were looked at, were there any follow-up actions, and what were the non-conformities raised, so that we could hopefully review them and close those non-conformities. We saw a sample certificate from another auditing organization. So this is an example of a MDSAP certificate issued by BSI. I have redacted some of the information here. So the main important piece of information would be who is the certificate holder. So that's that main black rectangle you see there. And that would show the legal manufacturer's name and their registered address for that certificate. The facility ID number is a unique number which is allocated for that manufacturer's address in the REPS database, which Neil mentioned before. It will have a unique reference, which is the MDSAP certificate number. And then it will also indicate which are the jurisdictions, the participating MDSAP jurisdictions, to which we have certified that QMS. So in this case, it's Australia, Brazil, Canada, and USA. So as we see, there are cases when some jurisdictions might not be involved. For example, this specific manufacturer is not placing their products in the Japanese market. We will have a scope of certification, which identifies what we have certified that QMS for. And we'll have the name, title, and signature of who the responsible person from the auditing organization who is signing that certificate. We'll have the effective date and expiry date. And finally, as Neil mentioned, we will also say that we are an auditing organization which is recognized by the MDSAP program. BSI is one of the auditing organizations who also is a notified body. So we do try where possible to combine our MDSAP audits with other schemes. For example, MDD, MDR, IVDD, IVDR, and the newest kid on the block, UKCA. So we try to, where possible, we try to combine our audits together so that it provides better value for the time of everyone involved, manufacturers, auditors, everyone. Some elements are common. For example, QMS audit or microbiology audit, they are common regardless of these schemes. So they will be delivered as a single audit. And then based on the regulations, they might have additional reviews needed. For example, for CE and UKCA, we will have a technical documentation review. Under the MDR, we might need clinical oversight and external consultations, which will happen as a separate process. So that's one of the ways in which BSI combines MDSAP with other schemes. So that's an overview for the use of MDSAP report and certificate. Do we have any questions on this part from the audience?
I would
that you clarifying a question perhaps that you received earlier. Doesn't have to do with the audit reports or the certificate, but when you go into a facility and they make hundreds of products, can you kind of discuss how BSI is required to audit based on product family, jurisdiction? Maybe some products are not included as part of the certificate. Can you talk a little more to that? Because we had a question about that, and I know you can provide a much better answer.
Yes, it might be beneficial to talk about that in the next part, which is about MDSAP audit approach. So let me just load up those slides and then we can talk through that. So let me stop sharing.
Yeah, hold on. Any questions about what you just saw from BSI? Okay, we can continue.
Okay. So
I am sorry, there is one question in the chat box. I didn't see it in the Q&A.
Okay.
So in the NC grading technique, absence of a documented procedure adds one additional grade. Should it be audited for its presence? What if the procedure exists, but it is not adequate or has not been implemented?
I can take that question. However, we have a slide on that, which Linda will talk to in the third part. Yes, absence of a procedure is one of the escalation criteria, but it's not just absence of a procedure as such. How we interpret that is absence of a process and procedure. So even if they don't have a procedure, if we see that they have a process in place, then we might not use that escalation criteria. And there was a clarification on that recently from the MDSAP program. In one of the documents is mentioned. So we treat that not just purely an absence of procedure, but it's a total absence of a process in place, which includes an absence of anything in place, including a procedure. Okay. So now we talk about the audit approach from an AO's perspective. So we already heard from Neil about the audit approach document and the auditing sequence. And this is very much how an AO, such as BSI, would deliver an audit to a manufacturer. So let's look at that from an AO's perspective. So Neil mentioned about quite a few procedures, and all of these procedures are actually hosted on the FDA website, and this is publicly accessible. So as you can see in that screenshot, these are some of the key procedures that an auditing organization uses during their MDSAP audits. So the first one over there, MDSAP AUP 0002, that's the audit approach document, which lists all those 90 tasks which Neil mentioned before. And under each of those tasks, it mentions what is needed to be looked at, reviewed, and how to assess conformity to those requirements. And each of those tasks can be related or linked to at least one, or in most cases, more than one 13485 clause. So these tasks are actually linked to 13485 clauses. And for some of the tasks, we will have additional country-specific requirements where these requirements are not really specified in the 13485 standard. So that's one of the primary documents an auditing organization would use. So the auditors would have that to hand when they do the audits. It's not a regulatory document, so we don't raise non-conformities to the audit approach document. We would raise the non-conformities to the linked 13485 clauses, or if it's very specific to a country-specific requirement, then we could raise that against that country-specific requirement as well. So these are the procedures that we use for conducting an audit, and these are publicly accessible, as I said before. Another procedure is the audit time calculation. So unlike other audits, 13485 audit, for example, which is for which the audit duration is calculated by primarily based on the number of employees for the manufacturer. So we have the IAF MD9 document, which calculates the time for a 13485 audit based on the number of effective number of employees. However, for MDSAP, the audit time is calculated based on the number of tasks which are applicable to that QMS. So this there is a formula for how much time is required for each task, and that is determined by the program. So that is consistent for any auditing organization. So it's not just for BSI. So it's not BSI who has come up with 28.8 minutes for the first or the 11 tasks of management. It's actually given to us by the MDSAP program itself. So that would be the same for any auditing organization. So this is the framework that we use to arrive at the audit duration for an MDSAP audit. Now, based on how the auditing organization conducts the audit, there might be additional time added on top of that. For example, as I mentioned, at BSI, we try to combine our audits with other schemes where possible. So if the manufacturer has got MDSAP, and in addition, they have CE such as MDR or UKCA certificates, then we might add additional time on top of that in order to audit to those requirements as well. So as we already heard, we have 7 chapters in the audit approach document, and these are listed in the order in which they are, that can be seen in the audit approach document. However, as Neil already mentioned, we have a prescribed audit sequence in that audit approach document, and auditors are asked to follow that sequence when they conduct an audit. So they would start with management, then they would get some information from measurement, analysis, and improvement, and these 2 blocks of information should then help the auditors to decide what they want to look, which project they want to review in design and development, and also in production and service provision. So at this point, I would like to answer that question, which Neil asked about, how do we select products? So there are multiple ways in which we approach it, but it's guided by the priority criteria, which is mentioned in some of these chapters. So for the chapters on design, production, and purchasing, the audit approach document actually has got a task number 2, which is quite specifically saying this is the priority in which you should select a design for review, or a production for review, a production process, or a product for review, or a supplier for review. And it starts by saying, for example, if there are information from previous chapters, for example, again going back to the example which Neil mentioned, during the audit of measurement, we see that there is a CAPA about false alarms for an infusion pump. So that would influence my decision to look at that project, whatever design project the manufacturer has undertaken in order to fix that issue. That would be my initial priority criteria. If not, it could also be high risk. So if the manufacturer has got class 1, class 2, class 3 products, my aim would be to sample the highest risk product in the first place. So there are some criteria mentioned there. So we would use that as the primary guidance in order to select a product for design or for production. Now, there are some cases where the manufacturer will have thousands of products, and we are not able to review all of them during audit, or during a single audit, or even during the 3-year certification cycle. So we have to come up with some kind of a risk-based approach. And that would be, again, driven by these priority criteria. So we would see if there are any high-risk products that we have not reviewed already, or if there are essential design inputs which can affect multiple products. So we would look at that. We will also look at a new design. So rather than an old design, if they have undertaken a new design project in recent years, that would have also an impact on how we choose the product for design or for production. Equally, we don't, so I think there was another question in the room that, can we use, if there are multiple jurisdictions, do we have to select a product for each of the jurisdictions? We don't tend to do that. So we select a product, and then we follow through the design processes. If that product is not marketed in a particular jurisdiction, then we don't take into account how the product was also conforming to those requirements, because they're not placing that device in that particular jurisdiction. So we have to take there isn't enough time for looking at every single product which is placed in all applicable MDSAP jurisdictions. So that's a more of a risk-based, but also a pragmatic approach which auditors have to take when they audit these devices. So hopefully that answers the question. Neil, do we have any feedback on that from the room?
But that was a very
Okay.
good explanation. So thank you for that.
No
Oh,
worries.
we do have a question. Just kidding.
Okay.
Thank you, John, for the wonderful presentations. I'm going to ask sort of a very, very maybe simple question. You will bear with me because I'm mainly into market authorization. But I have 2 or 3 questions.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. The first one. I know BSI you do some trainings and certifications also for the industry and also the NRAs. So my question is that we have an element of maybe conflict of interest, because the other side you are training us on the standards ISO 13485. Then from there you also do the certification part of it. So is there no element of maybe conflict of interest? Then the second question.
Can we answer that one first?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah,
And
sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you want me
Yes.
to take that one, Ajit?
Yes, Linda would be better placed to answer that question. So
So I think that's a really good question. We have very strict conflict of interest requirements for all the auditing organisations, and we would only be allowed to train on publicly available courses on information that's in the public domain about the standards or about the programme. So we wouldn't be able to give specific detail on your specific quality management system, for example, and how it meets the requirements, and therefore we wouldn't be in conflict in that way. We also make sure that we select auditors who have not been involved with your organisation before. So we have a very strict conflict of interest process.
Is on the requirements to become the conformity assessment body. Where are those requirements? I mean, who says those requirements? And if you are chosen to become a conformity assessment body, does it mean that then you can cover the whole, all the continents, or is it regionally based? I know for US FDA, there's some applications to become the AO. So for conformity assessment bodies, how do we deal with that? Then the last set of questions.
Can we answer that one before we jump to the third?
Yes.
So what are the requirements for you to be a notified body or a CAB under other regulatory schemes? I think that was the question. And if you have those, if you have that designation, can you talk about, are there any limitations to where you can do an audit?
So I think you're referring to our designation as a notified body. So for that, we are a notified body in the Netherlands, BSI. So we get audited by the Dutch regulators. So that's the IGJ. They give us our designation for the MDD, MDR, IBDD, IBDR. We're also an accredited body under ISO 13485. So we hold UCAS and RVA accreditation. So we have regular audits also from those bodies, and obviously then they give us our certificate of accreditation. But we are in answer to the question about the geography, yeah, we have critical locations where needed so we can operate globally. Hopefully that's answering the question.
Okay. No, thank you. And the last question is on the fees. I understand it's quite expensive to get the certification for ISO 13485 and actually to maintain it. Obviously, when you deal with US FDA, you're charging in US dollars and the likes. Now, when it comes to Africa, do we have Africa and other regions? Do we have different fee structures, or your fees are just the same? Then it will be a matter of now converting to the local currency.
Yeah, we have a pricing book for with different currencies. we have a pricing book with different currencies.
The fees based on local currency, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. No, thank you. Then the last one is not a question. Yesterday there was a comment from one of the participants here, actually asking and actually requesting the NRAs to attend some level of certifications, maybe 9001 and so on. I just want to confirm that BOMRA has attained 9001. Thank you.
So I think a comment yesterday, Linda, was that you know, our regulators going through a quality management system do have a quality management system. We deal with an MDSAP as a harmonization program, but I guess the expectation as part of the assessment program is something similar. But you may want to talk to what certifications you may have, 9001, et cetera. I don't know if you could speak to that.
Neil, sorry, we can't hear you very well if you're not straight into the microphone.
No, just the certifications that you may have in your organization.
For BSI?
Yeah, for BSI. Like.
Oh yes, we offer a whole suite of offerings. So from ISO 9001, we have, I mean, for Ajit and I, we're from regulatory services. So obviously we're focused on medical devices, but yeah, across BSI, we cover aerospace, automotive, PPE, all sorts of industries. So I think probably the best source of information would be on our BSI website to look at all the offerings, but definitely 9001. And we often do that for medical device organizations alongside the ISO 13485 as well.
But I think, do you obtain, what certifications do you have? I think.
Oh, what do BSI obtain? Yes, we do have those as well. Yes, definitely.
And part of the assessment program is to evaluate their quality management system as an auditing organization. Regulators do that. We don't issue a certification to them. We recognize them. That's how they get recognized. That's how they get re-recognized. But we look at similar things to obtain a similar quality system certification.
So I think Ajit has a few more slides, don't you?
I have a few more slides. So I stopped here for the Q&A because there was that specific question about sampling. But let's continue with the remainder of the slides on audit approach document. Assigning auditors. So we,
Sorry, excuse me. This is Sandra, and we know that our agenda today is kind of like a little tricky. We do already have the launch scheduled over here. So would it be okay if we break for the launch and come back in 1 hour and then continue with these slides and the rest of the questions that we have from the audience?
Yes.
Yes,
absolutely fine.
Thank you very much for your flexibility. So we will
No
come
problem.
back in 1 hour. We're breaking for lunch now, and we will
Okay.
be taking care of those sound issues in the meantime. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our speakers online, and we will get back to Neil. Thank you very much.
I think we're going to continue with Ajit and Linda. So please take it away.
Okay, thank you, Neil. So I've just got 3 or 4 more slides on audit approach, and then it's up to you, Neil, whether you want to hand it over to Amy to do the remaining bits on audit approach from industry, or you want to continue with your slide decks.
Yes, I think we'll go to Amy after this.
Okay.
I think that's a good transition. Thank you.
Okay, so let me just load up my slides. Okay, so this is where we were. Just a note on how BSI assigns auditors for an MDSAP audit. So we take a lot of factors into consideration, and these are primarily the technology. So the type of devices, what kind of technology is being used for the devices. So we will be sending. Yes.
sorry, we were not looking at the screen, I mean, having the screen, but now we have it back. Sorry, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I was just saying that we assign auditors based on a lot of factors, and some of those factors are now on that screen. One of the most important factors is the technology. So based on the types of devices being manufactured by the manufacturer, we will send auditors who have got expertise in that area. For example, if they're making active medical devices, then we would send auditors who have industry experience in active medical devices. We will also be looking at geography. So, again, keeping sustainability in mind, we would send auditors who are more geographically closer to the manufacturer. Leadership. So some of our auditors have got lead auditor codes, meaning that they have proved their competence in leading multi-stream audits. So they will also be chosen on basis of that. Language. So some of our clients may have specific language requirements. So if majority of their QMS is not in English, then we would need to make sure that auditors who have got that kind of a language proficiency in the local language is also selected. Microbiology aspects, that's a subset of the technology. So if we have sterile medical devices, then we will need to also include auditors who have microbiology background. And depending upon the duration of the audit, sometimes we may have a multi-stream audit, meaning that the audit team would consist of more than one auditor. And in such cases, there will also be situations where we do hybrid audits, whereby some auditors are joining into the audit remotely. For MDSAP audits, we start the audit even before we set foot on the manufacturer's premises. And this is because we want to prepare for the audit by asking for some information beforehand. So this is a snapshot of some of the most common sets of information that we ask of the manufacturer even before the audit begins. And this helps with the audit planning. So preparing the audit plan. And this is some of the information that we ask beforehand. So typically 4 weeks prior to the audit. So this would be making sure that we have the contact name and detail of the audited site, their work patterns, to make sure that we have a good representative sample of the product to be reviewed during the audit. This is very important, the final product list. As Neil mentioned, the list of medical devices is very important for Brazil and Japan. So we ask the client to submit that information to us prior to the audit. And we also ask for any changes that they have made to the QMS since last audit, any adverse events or field corrections that they have done in each of the jurisdictions since last audit, and also some of the facility identification numbers for the jurisdictions involved. So once we have all of that information to hand, the auditor or the lead auditor, if it's a multi-stream audit, will be then able to prepare the audit plan. And this is a typical audit plan for the first day. I mean, MDSAP audit plans can span multiple pages of a document. This is just a typical morning of a multi-day MDSAP audit. So we would start with management, which is the first chapter in that audit sequence. And we also saw that measurement, analysis, and improvement. So if there are multi-stream audits, then one auditor would start with management and the other auditor would start with measurement, analysis, and improvement. And then once we have sufficient information from these two chapters, then we could start auditing a follow-on chapter such as design or production. And one of the skill of the lead auditor is to ensure that the portions are divided in such a way that there isn't a lot of duplication. So some of the tasks in these chapters, they do link with other tasks in other chapters. So the lead auditor ensures that these kind of linked tasks are allocated to the same auditor so that there isn't a need for auditing those same tasks again in the other audit stream. It helps both the manufacturer in terms of allocating resources for the audit, as well as the flow of the audit information for the audit team as well. So that's essentially from an AO standpoint, a very high level view of how we approach MDSAP audits. Do we have any more questions in this regard?
Can you go back to the previous slide?
Sure.
Yeah, we're trying to get your question, looking for a microphone.
Hi, Ajit. Thank you very much. My name is Pauline. I think it's quite close to it's quite close.
Yes, I can hear you, Pauline.
Okay. I think this is fine. Thank you very much. And I really like and appreciate the plan and also explaining the process. I have the benefit of sitting at the front, so I can see, and I think that is important. My question is, how does BSI, do you have like a list of auditors? Do you have a team who are able to do the audits? What are the trainings? How is that maintained? Because you have the management, measurement analysis, improvement, auditing meeting, and the chapters Neil showed us earlier. How is this team of auditors trained so that they can keep abreast? They know the different manufacturers, they know the different aspects of medical devices to audit. I just want to have an understanding so that people in the audience understand the training aspect for quality audits.
Yes. Yeah, that's a very good question. And thank you for that. So half of the answer to that question goes back to what Neil had shared before. So we do have a comprehensive training program for our auditors, and regardless of their background, if they, regardless of their industry background, all auditors who get allocated to an MDSAP audit, they need to be qualified MDSAP auditors. So they do have to undertake quite a lot of structured modules. Internally, we call it just the MDSAP learning path. And that has to be completed, and they need to be qualified in order to be allocated to an audit. Now, not all the auditors in an audit team will have the industry experience in that specific technology. So then we have to ensure the audit team lead will ensure that, especially for product specific chapters, for example, this is mainly design and production, they will be audited by the auditors who have that kind of industry background. There will be at least one auditor in that audit team who has got that industry background, as I showed you in the slide about assigning auditors. So when we make that selection at the time of planning an audit, the selection of auditors will be based on these criteria. So for technology related aspects of the audit, it will be that auditor who has got that industry background who will do that. An audit team leader is probably that person, or it could be another person in the audit team, but the audit team leader will need to ensure that the audit plan is structured in such a way that the flow of information between the audit members is unhindered. And that's one of the key points when it comes to planning an audit. And also that's how we assess our auditors for their lead auditor qualification. As we saw, one of the factors we try to take into account when assigning auditors is their leadership, which is one of the competencies that they have to prove in order to be assigned as a lead auditor. So I hope that answers your question, Pauline.
I think I'd also add to that that they undergo additional annual training as well, Ajit. So all of our auditors have the required annual training that's specified in the MDSAP requirements as well.
Yes.
So that's how they keep up to date.
Yeah.
We also have specific requirements on hiring our auditors. So as Ajit mentioned, they'll come from a medical device industry background. So we'll determine which audits they go to depending on what their background is, usually having experience in manufacturing or design of medical devices.
We have another question.
Hi, Ajit. Hi, Linda. Just a quick question from a manufacturer that currently utilizes BSI for our MDSAP audits. Are there any plans to, so I know you talked about how the criteria you use to assign auditors, and it's done from a geographical location point of view, but with no offices based in sub-Saharan Africa, are there any plans to maybe open an office in sub-Saharan Africa? Because one of the, I think, gaps that we see is that we often have to fly the auditors in, and we cover those costs as well. So perhaps one of the ways to mitigate it would be to open an office here. And then my follow-up question would be on training requirements. So that for us is a gap as well. Often that training is offered online. Are there any plans to maybe fly in a team to train manufacturers or regulators here?
I
So
think you're
I think
about to get a job offer.
So I think regarding offices and location of auditors, obviously we try to get our auditors located in the areas where we have most of our manufacturers. So obviously if there's going to be a bigger uptake of the MDSAP program in your area, then we would certainly look at that aspect. Regarding training provision, yeah, always happy to talk about that. Obviously the COVID pandemic really limited the amount of travel we could do, but we're definitely moving more to being out there and doing more training. Having said that, we do have sustainability targets, etc. we need to be mindful of. We are moving a lot more to a hybrid program, and I'm going to talk about that in my section of the presentation. But yeah, happy to listen to what people would like and see what we could offer.
Any other question?
I think there's a question on the chat about verifying the certificate from BSI. Do you want me to answer that one now?
Please go ahead.
So the question on the chat is, what is the fastest and easiest way to verify an ISO 13485 certificate from BSI? So I think Neil did put up a slide showing what all the auditing organisations do for their certificate verification. At BSI, you can go onto the BSI website, www.bsigroup.com. And if you just go up to the search icon and put in verify certificate, it comes up with a separate tab, and you can put in either the certificate number or the manufacturer's name, and it will come up with the list of certificates there. Some of our certificates have moved to having a QR code on, and we are looking to roll that out further, but that's the quickest way you can verify a certificate's validity.
And just to add to that, if you have a PDF copy of that certificate, at the bottom of it, you would also have a hyperlink. So you can just click that link and it will take you to the same website which Linda mentioned.
Yep.
Okay, so if there aren't any more questions, then that's the end of my presentation. So over to you, Neil or Amy. Thank you.
Okay, can we go with Amy? Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Hopefully you guys can hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, good. As mentioned, I'm Amy Nelson. I'm located in Indianapolis, Indiana in the US, and I am a part of the Roche Diagnostics organization and have responsibility for our quality management system globally here. So I really appreciate the opportunity to participate here in your forum that you have this week. So I'll go ahead and share my presentation here. I've just got a few slides. There's going to be a little bit of duplication that we have. But let me proceed to share here. Okay, so I think you can see the slides okay. Just holler if you have any issues with audio or with the visual. But I'm here kind of representing the manufacturing side of the manufacturers in this conversation. And from an overall audit approach, from a background, a medical device manufacturer, I mean, we desire to provide our products, our medical devices to many countries, and obviously have to and are committed to meeting all of those health authority requirements within those countries. And we have a real focus on ensuring that we have a safe and effective product for the customer and patient. Without programs like MDSAP, we as a manufacturer see many different flavors of audits from health authorities. We also see, there's a lot of duplication, obviously, as a result of that from a manufacturer perspective, even though each health authority has their own set of requirements. And just by not having any harmonization, then we also see that it's just heavily resource intensive for both the health authorities as well as the medical device manufacturer to meet all of the various different audit requirements that are out there to sustain business in that market. And so we're really committed to programs like MDSAP, and we're glad that these health authorities came together and identified and developed this program, because there's a lot of benefits to the organization as we introduce products. And so we've seen these different roles. We had Neil talk about, from a health authority perspective, what the requirements are. And then, both colleagues from BSI as well share perspective from an auditing organization, that's there as that independent review of manufacturers' compliance to the health authority requirements. And then obviously we're here as a manufacturer to ensure that we're delivering and maintaining a full quality management system that ensures production and delivery of safe and effective medical devices, but with that focus on the customer and patient at all times. And so when we think, as a result, the structured approach that MDSAP provides really enables us to have the least burdensome approach to meeting those health authority requirements and being able to demonstrate that to the health authorities. And so when we think of some of the positives out of this, and we talked a lot about in this last section about the audit planning and the actual what does BSI look at when they come in to perform their audit per the MDSAP audit approach. And that's where I want to lead us, is this audit approach is very defined. It's very structured. As a manufacturer, we know what to anticipate when an auditing body comes in to converse with us on our compliance to those requirements. So there's not really any surprises, right? It's something that we can plan for. And as we work with our notified bodies, the auditing organization, we have planning sessions up front where we provide scope. We provide all the pre-work that was just provided there in the earlier presentation to really prepare the auditor for that he's fully aware and up to speed with what our quality system scope is, and is prepared to have an effective dialogue once they arrive on site. We have been able to experience both remote and combination of remote and in-person audits as a result of this. We've seen a reduction in duplication of audits. And what I say by duplication is really multiple health authorities coming in. If they're part of this program, we're seeing that they're adhering. They use the certificate and the audit reports that are provided. We've seen a decrease overall in the amount of audits that we have to participate in. And it saves us from Roche's perspective, we have IVDR requirements, and MDR requirements. We have, 13485, we have 820, we have all the various different health authorities and so forth. So that as much as we can consolidate the approach, and the approach of this audit is very similar to an approach if you're only ISO 13485 certified, where it's that 3-year cycle, and you have a stage 1, a stage 2 to demonstrate your effectiveness. So it's not something grossly different. It's very much aligned and harmonized with what an organization is used to experiencing, with some additions of the additional health requirements, but very similar to your 1345 experience. And so overall, from an audit approach, it's very much welcomed and encouraged to participate in. I encourage you, if you're distributing products within these regions that are represented, that you actually take advantage of the program, because I think there's a lot of benefit there to you as an organization. When I think of from an assessment perspective, and I think of these three entities, we're still looking at from the medical device. There's different assessments that take place, and obviously the auditing organization is assessing the compliance of the medical device manufacturer. But then there's also that assessment, as Linda mentioned, their accreditations, that they're able to come in and be accredited to be performing those audits. We have experience in our organization of the stage 1 and stage 2, and we've gone through surveillances and recertification activities. We also experienced the benefit of those audit reports being shared with the participating health authorities, and then seeing that as a result, seeing a decrease in the number of quality system audits that we have. I think the other piece that we have had a few examples of, as part of the accrediting or auditing organization's accreditation to audit, there is times where their assessment organization wants to see a witness audit, and they come in and come alongside them to the medical device manufacturers organization, and they don't interact typically with the manufacturer, but they do interact with the auditing organization, again, where they do that assessment and make sure that as part of that accreditation and oversight, they ensure that that auditing organization is meeting the requirements of a respective auditing requirements. And then from our experience perspective, we've seen that reduction of routine agency inspections. We see really through all of the literature that you saw a few things that were provided there, but all of the documentation that's provided for the MDSAP program, very clear transparency between the health authorities and what's expected of both the auditing organization, but the medical device manufacturer as well through this process. And again, I've seen significant amount of benefits as a result of that. So that's really the manufacturer's perspective. I know I rather than going through a lot more duplication of what you've already seen and heard, I just ask if there's any questions from a manufacturer's perspective.
No questions here. Thank you so much, Amy. Really appreciate you taking the time. I know it's very early where you're at.
Yes, certainly.
So I guess we'll go on to the next part. You can bring Linda. What was the next presentation you were going to cover? Is it the assessment piece? Because I was going to go into my part first, if that's okay.
Sorry, I couldn't unmute. I think you're going to do your slides next on MDSAP assessment program, and then I'll follow on from that.
Sounds good. So if you can please bring my slides up from before. Should be labeled MDSAP assessment program. And again, this is going to be very high level. I'm not going to go into too much detail, but the intent is an assessment program is an evaluation of the auditing organization. It's how we maintain confidence in the program. It's how we challenge their quality management system. It's how we ensure that they have the right competency in place for their auditors to do these audits. And when they don't have that experience, how are they going to get it to do an audit? Auditing organizations will tell you that they are involved in a lot of regulatory schemes, so it's a lot of work for them. And we know that. So as regulators, we know that. So we just want to make sure that they have the right pieces in place to, yes, we'd love for them to cover other regulatory schemes, but we need to make sure that everything's in place for MDSAP too. So following the assessment part of MDSAP, I'll lead into the current state of the program. You'll hear about audits being conducted, where they're taking place, some of the goals and priorities that the MDSAP RAC have for the future. And that will end my discussion. Of course, Linda's going to come in with the assessment piece.
If you do want me to go first, we can swap over.
Yes, that'd be fine. But I don't know if we'd be able to see your screen from here. Okay. Okay.
Are we
So
good now?
we'll get started.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so assessments. Assessments are evaluation of the auditing organizations. This is the responsibility of the regulators. So I mentioned before, as a regulatory authority moves up in membership, the commitment gets bigger. Part of that has to do with conducting assessments itself. So when you get to the observer status, we request a single assessor at least to hopefully perform assessments of the auditing organization within your region or country, in country or region. What are the requirements to become an assessor? So as a regulatory authority, when you're dedicating bodies to do assessments, we require education, experience, and competence. Education, as you see there, being a university degree in medicine, science, or engineering, at least 4 years of experience in the medical device or related sector, could be healthcare, and then competence. So we have foundational requirements, communication, critical thinking, aspects of a skill set that would be helpful in conducting audit-like activities. So, effective speaking, conflict resolution, things like that. They all provide functional and they have project and time management, which is great too. But it's important to have a good mixture of education, competence, and experience. And that's what we ask for our regulatory authorities when they're dedicating people to perform assessments under the program. Next slide, please. So once you have that foundational experience, education, background, then we have our training piece. So as a government regulator, you're going to be assessor. We request 40 hours in ISO training. You see 9001 with 8 hours dedicated to 1345. That just helps you understand the framework of our MDSAP audit approach. We ask for 32 hours in 17021 for conforming assessment, country-specific requirements, also AMDF documents. Those all roll into that part of the training, and then 8 hours in risk management. We've been talking about how risk is integrated throughout standards, but also our program. And then once the initial training is completed is when we have continual development. So professional development, we try not to put any specifics in that. It could be anything that can help you professionally. Hopefully it's something that can help you assess auditing organizations. And then 8 hours in training and regulatory requirements or updates to regulatory programs, devices, et cetera. So as a regulatory authority, and you're dedicating assessors to be a part of the program, this is what you have to comply with. The RAC members, the other countries, we trust the regulatory authorities to ensure that they're maintaining these competencies so that when they send folks out to evaluate the auditing organizations at a witness audit by chance, we're confident that they at least have a solid foundation, and then they can go from there. Next slide, please. Oh, I can go? Yay. Okay. So what's the road for an auditing organization to become recognized? And you see, first is an application. We review the application just like we would for any regulatory authority that wants to be a part of the program. Once the application was reviewed, I don't want to go into all the criteria, but for instance, we want to make sure that they're conducting audits under another regulatory scheme. That's a requirement. Insurance levels are a requirement, things like that. So once their application is received, it's reviewed, it's favorable, we can accept them into an assessment program back. Okay. Oops. We can accept them into an assessment program. And let's see. So that's when we start doing the evaluations. So similar to an MDSAP audit, we have a stage 1 documentation review before we go on site and evaluate the quality management system of the auditing organization. So that's an on-site assessment at the AO and what we call critical locations if needed, any location that supports the head office, but also does some kind of certifications processes under MDSAP. We may have to go there. It depends. So if we're comfortable with how things go with the AO's QMS and they've addressed any concerns that we may have, we do the on-site assessment where then we go into what we call the witness audit piece. This is, back please. I can't go backwards. There we go. Oop, that's going forward. Back two, please. Yes. So that's when we have to witness the first 3 audits. Now, you've heard from Amy what her perspective of what takes place. We essentially watch their auditors do an audit. We stay out of, we observe them, we watch what they do, we kind of stay out of how they do their audits. We don't try to influence the audit at all, but what we can do is recommend, you know, how things could have gone better, what we would have liked to see, things like that. Some examples could be, well, they're not focusing on like the higher risk stuff. Maybe they could have followed an audit trail. I mentioned, you know, you had this failure of alarms or inadvertent alarms for a device. How come you didn't select that for the design project to look at? Or why did you focus on this complaint versus this other one that resulted in adverse events? Things like that. You know, why do you spend so much time just doing records review when you could have moved on to, you know, another aspect of the production? So that's done, and the auditing organization has addressed any non-conformity that we've identified. Then the regulators can make a decision on, do we want to recognize the auditing organization officially? And if they get to that point, then a recognition decision is made, and then it's documented on our website. Next slide, please. And very similar to the audit approach, the audit program, but instead we tacked on another year. We do an initial assessment. Again, includes 3 witness audits, then a recognition decision comes, and then they go into surveillances. We have 3 surveillance assessments that take place, and at least 1 witness audit per year, and 1 witness audit per critical location, if there's a critical location. Again, this is another site that's conducting some kind of certification services on behalf of the auditing organization. We may watch them do audits as well. And then we get into re-recognition, which is similar to the first piece. Linda could go more into that. And then if we're comfortable, then we'll re-recognize, and then the 4-year cycle starts all over again. Next slide, please. So what do we look at when we go there? We touched on some of the things already. So we look at it's a quality management system for them too, right? So we have to verify that top management has the right things in place to where they have an effective management system. Go back please, back one. And they maintain control of all the audit activities. That's an aspect of management. Measurement, analysis, improvement. Sorry for the audio problems. It's like their CAPA process as well. You know, we look at how they maintain control over their data collection analysis. You know, are they conforming to the regulatory requirements? How they make those decisions, and how potential non-conformity should be investigated, identified, that they become aware of, and their corrective actions. So very similar to measurement, analysis, improvement that a manufacturer would be evaluated against, but more of an AO focus on what they data that they receive, trend, etc. Competency management is huge for us. Of course, we want to make sure that all their auditors are appropriately qualified. They're conducting activities as part of the audit that meet their background and expertise. You see outsourcing, and I'm sorry, there's a lot of ringing, but you see outsourcing is throughout. You know, sometimes part of competency management is they might not have access to someone that has an expertise in sterility. They may contract that out. We want to see, do they maintain control over that individual that's out there doing the microbiology audit. At the same time, they may have no in-country auditors for Singapore. So they contract with a local, a notified body or something to do an MDSAP audit. Maybe they've trained them on MDSAP audit approach. We want to make sure that they have adequate control over those external parties that are conducting audits on behalf of the auditing organization. The certification process. Do they have control when, what type of control do they have when a manufacturer requests an audit? Do they, I'm sorry, I'm looking at my notes here, make sure I don't miss anything. Yeah, so certification also, we didn't talk much about this, but it has to do with appeals too. So just because a manufacturer gets a nonconformity, they might not be happy with it. They may have an appeal that takes place. We want to see how the auditing organization deals with their appeals and the decisions they make to certify or not. And information management, do they have the right controls in place to control documents, submit, engage with their stakeholders, their clients, the regulatory authorities in a confidential manner, items like that, are they maintaining the appropriate control over everything, all documents associated with MDSAP. And again, outsourcing could be done throughout. We know that some auditing organizations need to outsource aspects of they take care of for MDSAP. So we do look at outsourcing throughout those primary processes. Very high level, what I wanted to communicate though is, as you grow in membership, it's, they have to travel, they have to, conduct witness audits, they have to learn about, our assessment program. And, when we need assistance and it's in country or regional for observers, we'd like them to support us there because it's a global program, but of course, part of this is resource sharing. So I don't have the exact number off the top of my head. Annually, we do about 30 to 40 assessments. That's split up between the 5 regulators. So it's about 20% of that. So we do quite a bit of movement travel throughout the globe just to, yes, we go to the head office. We know DSI's in Herndon or Germany. Sometimes we have to go to Germany to do the head office assessments there for another auditing organization, but we also do witness audits everywhere. And I'll show you some maps on where the manufacturers are, so where the locations are. But it's a global program, and it's a global requirement for us to evaluate and get out and look at how auditing organizations are complying with our criteria. I think this is a good point to now.
I'm sorry, we have a couple of questions coming from the online participants. This is from Simon Rudolph Short. Why is MDSAP stricter than ISO 13485? Why are the stricter requirements not added into ISO 13485? If ISO 13485 is not sufficient to meet the safety and performance principles, then why ISO 13485?
Why is MDSAP stricter than ISO 13485? Well, we have our country-specific requirements that aren't included in 1345. So there is a need for regulators to understand our manufacturers appropriately notifying us and have a process in place to tell us about adverse events, to tell us about recalls, to properly register and list. Do they have the right approvals and clearance? So that's that aspect. It's a little more stringent with regard to flow for the reasons I mentioned before, because we'd like the audit approach to facilitate a full look and a logical look at the quality management system to where you're following audit trails. I don't know if folks can hear me. Yeah. So to where you can follow audit trails. For us, the flow provides auditors with a better systemic look, that they're able to follow problems throughout various aspects of the quality management system, and they're not bouncing all over the place. Sorry, I know it's very hard to hear, probably in the room.
And just to add to Neil's point, so there was a question about why can't ISO 13485 replace regulatory requirements. So ISO standard is actually a standard. It's not a regulation. Whereas all these principles of safety and performance, they are enshrined in law of the specific countries. So we can't really replace a regulation with a standard, but we can use the standard to show how we are meeting those regulations. So there is a slight difference between standards and regulatory requirements. And that's why ISO 13485 says in a lot of places that, yeah, the quality management system should be able to meet the applicable regulatory requirements. Now, if the standard were to list all of those regulatory requirements, then it won't be a, I don't know, 20 or 30 page document. It will be like hundreds and hundreds of pages worth. So there is a difference between standard and regulation. Hopefully that also adds a bit more context to that answer.
Yep. Can you hear me okay? Okay, so I will share my screen. Can you see that okay? Can you confirm you can see that all right, the screen?
Yes, we can see, Linda.
Thank you. Okay, so I wanted to talk a bit more about the MDSAP assessment program following on from Neil's presentation. So, and this is coming from obviously the auditing organisation's perspective. So I think some of this we've covered a bit in the previous sessions, but it is worthwhile going through again to make sure we're all clear. And as Neil, I think, said, repetition is key to learning. So when we're coming to do audits of manufacturers, we start off with the initial audit stage 1. So that's obviously making sure that the manufacturer is ready to have their QMS in place, looking at the key documents, etc., and preparing for our stage 2. And then the stage 2 is looking at the full implementation of the manufacturer's quality management system. And at that point, we are really looking to make sure that the management system is implemented. So, you know, we're looking at evidence of records. We're usually looking for at least 3 months worth of records, and that the product has had been through the manufacturing processes, so that we can really see how your management system works. Hopefully, once you've been through that stage and the non-conformities are not serious grade 1, so I'm going to come to that on the next slide, you'll be recommended and you'll get your certificate, as we've discussed before. And then we come to the surveillance program. So usually that will be over the 3 years. So you'll have an audit each year from your auditing organisation, obviously planned in advance. And those generally take place at that 12-month interval. So once you're set up and running, you can know roughly when your audits are going to occur. And obviously you need to make sure that your team is available and ready to host those audits. And as Ajith shows you, there'll be an audit plan, and you'll know roughly what areas the auditor is going to be looking at. But obviously, depending on what comes up during that audit, if there's been any adverse instance, that may lead the auditor to look at specific audit trails. And also, if there's been any changes in the organisation, new products, etc., then that will be a focus. After the 2-year period, you'll come to your recertification in the 3rd year, and then we'll be looking fully at the system and obviously, hopefully, renewing the certificate. We also do some special audits that may occur during that time. So in addition or alongside the 12-month audit. So there could be an extension to scope. So this could be if you decide you're going to sell into one of the additional jurisdictions and you need to add that to your scope, or if you've got a new scope products, etc., different processes for your organization. If you decide that you're going to be changing sites or moving your operations, then the auditing organisation would also need to come in and do a verification visit to make sure that everything's been validated and moved successfully. If we do have a high level of non-conformities, so I'm going to talk about non-conformities on the next slide, then we may need to come in and do a non-conformity closeout audit, and that could be followed by an unannounced audit as well. So I'll come on to those in a minute. So I wanted to give a bit of a recap on the NC grading because it is really different from the major and minor processes that we have in some of the other schemes. So firstly, I think Neil covered this as well, but we do grade the non-conformities on indirect versus direct. So if it's an indirect non-conformity, that comes under sort of the clauses at the beginning of the standard under ISO 13485. So from clauses 4.1 to 6.3, they're considered the indirect clauses with the exception of 4.2.3. And then the direct clauses are those following, so those much more in the sections of the standard in clause 6.4 onwards. So that's where you've got all of your design, manufacturing, measurement and analysis processes. So that's kind of how the impact is measured. Now, if it's the first occurrence, then that's fine, and you get the scoring, the 1 or the 3. But if it's a repeat non-conformance, then you get an additional point. So the reason that ISO 13485, when it was rewritten in 2016, the reason that it was put into the subclause structure of 3 parts, so the X point, X point, X, whereas if any of those of you who maybe have been working before on the old version of ISO 13485, some of the clauses were much longer. This is so that we could implement this repeat non-conformance strategy. I think Ajit also clearly explained before about the absence of a process or procedure. That's another escalation process. And then also if there's a release of non-conforming product. And then if you can see in the bottom there, that gives you your scoring and your table. So each of these areas can give on an extra +1. Your indirect starts off at number 1. If it's a repeat, you get a 2. The direct clauses, so that's from 6.4 onwards in the standard, you get a number 3. And then if it's a repeat or absence of procedure, etc., you go up to a 4. Now, as Neil pointed out and did in his little quiz, the highest grade you can have is a grade 5. So hopefully that gives you a bit more examples of that. I also felt we hadn't really covered what happens after the audit from an AO's point of view. So the auditor will complete the report. They will give you any non-conformities as soon as possible, straight after the audit on the NGE form. So that gives you, and there will be also agreement at the closing meeting on the non-conformities. So as we go through the audit, there won't be any surprises at the end. The auditor will be telling you if there are any non-conformities that they're going to raise, and give you time to discuss them, etc. But at the end, in the closing meeting, they will give the NGE report and the non-conformities and tell you why they've raised those. Once that report has been completed, all the reports are reviewed by the MDSAP team who report into me. So Ajit, as he said, he's one of those reviewers. We make sure that those audit reports meet all the requirements. And then we put together a package. So that package consists of the report, NGE form, corrective action plan, etc. So if you have been given non-conformities, we do require corrective action plan, and I'll talk about the timescales for that shortly. The team then puts together the package and sends that to the regulators within the required 45 or 90 days. So this is the timescales. So we call day 0 the audit end date. So that's at the closing meeting. And then if there are 1 or more grade 5 non-conformities, or more than 3 or more grade 4 non-conformities, or there is a public health threat or fraudulent or counterfeit activity, we will have an MDSAP 5-day notice. So we need to inform our regulators of that. So that's the sort of criteria. So any grade 5s and then 3 or more grade 4s. So as it said on the slide, more than 2, it means 3 or more there. So you've got that has to be done within 5 working days. That's what the W stands for. After we've raised our non-conformity report, the manufacturer has to provide a corrective action plan, a remediation plan for each of the non-conformities raised. So that will need to have an investigation of the non-conformity, look at the cause, planned correction and planned corrective action, and that needs to be sent to us within 15 days of the 15 calendar days of the closing meeting. Within 30 days, we then need to have an NC evidence of implementation of the remediation actions taken for any grade 4 or grade 5. And if you do fit into that category that's highlighted in yellow, we do need to provide the complete audit package as if it meets the criteria for an MDSAP 5-day notice to the regulators within 45 days. For all of the other reports, we need to send them to the regulators within 90 days. So we are required to upload all of our reports, not just initial and recertifications or when we're making certificate decisions. It is all the audit reports do go to the regulators. And then, as Neil has explained, how those are used by the regulators. If there have been 3 or more grade 4 non-conformities or 1 grade 5, we are required to do an unannounced audit. This is where we will turn up at the site unannounced, so you won't have any warning at all that we're going to be coming to visit you to make sure that you've implemented your corrective action plan. So that is required to take place within 6 to 9 months after the audit. This is only required when the certificate is already issued. So if we've raised these areas at an initial audit, we wouldn't be doing the unannounced audit. This is where we've already issued the certificate. So after a surveillance or recertification audit. I wanted to finish off by talking a bit about MDSAP hybrid audits, because the transmittal and the procedure was issued back in March of this year, and we are actually implementing this program within BSI. So many of our MDSAP audits are hybrid where this is permitted. So I wanted to explain what to expect when you have a hybrid audit. So on the right hand side of the slide, you can see the procedure that's been written by the MDSAP program. You can see it's MDSAP AU P0036. And that's readily available on the FDA website. And this is a pilot program that has been launched for 18 months initially. And many of the AIOs are now starting to implement this. So the advantage of doing the hybrid audits are they do provide much greater flexibility, not only for the auditing organisations, but also for manufacturers as well. It is a recognised process within the EU. So for notified bodies such as BSI, we can do hybrid audits when we're auditing against the EU regulations, the MDR, IBDR, etc. Obviously, one of the key positives about this is it does reduce carbon footprint, help achieve sustainability targets, which many organisations now have. We are still required to have an on-site component, so that's why it needs to be a hybrid audit where we probably have one auditor off-site and then one on-site. And we have found that manufacturers are finding these really useful, particularly if they're large multinational organisations, as their experts can join the remote audit stream. I remember a few years ago, I used to be an auditor. I did an audit in Ireland, and I had a manufacturer fly in a person who was an expert on design to speak to me for about half an hour on the design of their product. And now we would really expect that to be done by the person just joining remotely and being able to talk over Zoom or Teams as we're doing now. I put in this slide, I thought it'd be quite useful. I've taken this directly from the procedure. It does contain the definitions that have been put together so you can understand what these terms mean. So a remote audit is where we'll be performing the audit off-site using ICT, but it would be performed in real time. So when that audit is being planned, we have got the expectation that the auditee is available. They're directly available to answer questions. So it is a real-time audit. It's just like a normal audit, but we're doing it over ICT. For the hybrid audit, this will be performed where we've got one auditor on site, or at least one auditor on site, and then an off-site auditor as well. And they are performed simultaneously. So if you have an audit like this, you will need to be able to host the number of audit streams with the number of auditors. So I think if you're a smaller manufacturer, sometimes this can be a challenge if we get up to 3 or more audit streams. Some of the MDSAP audits can be quite long in duration, so you need to be consider how you can host this and making sure you've got the people available to do so. On-site and off-site obviously refers to the physical location of the auditor. There is an expectation that in our audit plans that we clearly define which auditor is where. And so, it will be clear to you as a manufacturer, if you have an audit like this, who is going to be where and who is doing what. Occasionally, we may need to perform split audits. This is where an audit may be performed either remotely or hybrid and stops for a period of time and then recommences. It is quite rare to do this. We are generally doing hybrid audits where we have the simultaneous portion, but it may need to be done due to significant issues such as if someone was ill, or if there was some event such as a weather incident, etc. Following the hybrid audit procedure for MDSAP, there are some restrictions on which manufacturers are eligible for hybrid audits. So if you are setting up your organization at the moment and thinking about whether you want to go for MDSAP, these are some of the things you may want to consider. So in order to be eligible for a hybrid audit, the quality management system is primarily required to be electronic. So that would be having electronic documented procedures and main records being electronic. Now, obviously, with the hybrid audits, we will have an on-site person. So the batch records, for example, in a manufacturing process, that's fine if they're paper-based, because we'll be going down to the shop floor, we'll be looking around, and we can look at paper-based records. So that's no problem at all. But it is, primarily so that records can be shared for perhaps things like management review or those sorts of tasks. The procedure does define which tasks are to be performed on site and off site. So that's how we set out our processes. We also require manufacturers to have a good compliance history. So if they're with us already, then we need to be making sure they haven't had any grade 5s or that sort of thing, because otherwise we would definitely need to be doing those audits on site. So what we do is we take a risk analysis every time we plan the audit and decide how we're going to deliver that audit. Obviously, the manufacturer needs to be able to support an audit via ICT. So that's hosting the audit on Teams. Generally, we use Microsoft Teams. And there is also quite a distinction between the hybrid audit program for MDSAP and that of the EU bodies. So there is a list of high-risk medical devices where initial or recertification audits are not permitted to be performed using hybrid or remote audit methods. So I've not reproduced that list here, but if you look at that procedure on the FDA site, MDSAP AU P0036, you will be able to see that there's a list of devices that we are not allowed to use hybrid or remote audit methods at this time. So that's talking about this process from the AO side, and happy to take any questions.
Hello.
Hello.
I think, okay, we are having really very bad technical difficulties in the room. So we are proposing for us to break for 40 minutes for the whole sound system to be replaced.
Okay.
So by the time we get back, if you can hang on, then we would be going through the Q&A.
So how many minutes? 40?
40.
Perfect, thank you. I couldn't hear, sorry.
But of course, if you cannot stay, we totally understand, and our apologies for the inconvenience.
No, that's okay. I'll rejoin in 40 minutes.
Okay, perfect.
Could you hear the presentation okay?
Yes.
Oh, good.
Thank you. So as you have already listened, we are going to have a 40 minutes break because they're going to replace the whole system.
but this is really the only way to go. Thank you very much and apologies.
Okay, so folks on the line, we have to mute you for me to talk, and I have to be muted for you to talk. That's how we're going to proceed. Welcome back, everyone. So I think we had some questions in the chat. Let me see here. Okay, I remember seeing a question about multiple sites, and is it by site or? Hello, okay. But basically, I kind of covered this before. Linda, you can supplement. Ajit, you can too. We do have campus audits that take place under MDSAP where multiple sites are audited and it's recorded on the same MDSAP audit reports. Those sites are in close proximity and they're under the same QMS. So those are instances where we would permit that. If a site is supporting and they're much farther than in close proximity, I think we at one time said an hour's drive, then that site would have to be audited separately. So I think that's that. Okay. Another question. Africa has 90% imports, 1345, mostly local manufacturers that are, says CE and FDA. So use MDSAP as its requirement and not voluntary, and costs which influence pricing. Yes. Okay. The real difference in need for MDSAP and not 1345 is clear. Great. Africa needs to take baby steps to get to the FDA EU CE benchmark. So we need local auditors and local pricing. Will MDSAP assist with a roadmap for the development of the African regulatory landscape? So as regulators, we do what we can to make the program palatable for additional countries. Linda kind of touched on it before, that pricing is set by the market in that local region. So I do agree in a sense that it would be beneficial to take a methodical approach when it comes to MDSAP, but as regulators, we're here to commit not only to educate AMDF, but others on how the program could benefit them. And then maybe we could have discussions with auditing organizations going forward. But we typically stay out of the pricing business, but we recognize that for small and local manufacturers, there could be a barrier. So we can have additional discussions on that. That's the best I can answer for right now. And then as we get to certain stages of where Africa may want to pursue or move forward with MDSAP, we can start to work together more closely and figure out the best solution. Is the MDSAP audit report issued for the legal manufacturer, physical, or both? I think it depends on the manufacturer, but it's issued to the legal manufacturer. Their name is on the audit report. They are the responsible entity that will provide a certificate to a regulatory authority that may require it. I don't know, Linda, if you want to talk. I'll turn off my microphone in a bit so you can talk. Do you issue both paper and electronic, or how does that work for you?
We issue the reports electronically.
Okay.
Can you hear me or not?
Thank you. I think that's where the world's going. But yes, I think you may be able to print out the certificate yourself if needed. And of course, you can verify authenticity of that representation of the certificate, be it QR code or website. Okay, So those are all the questions. We have a very important presentation taking place after me. It has to do with post-market surveillance. I think that's very, very important. So I'm not going to take up too much more time just to make sure that the post-market folks, those presenting there will have enough time to answer your questions. So we anticipate some good questions. Moving forward, I'll briefly go over this. There's a lot of text, not my slides, but our Regulatory Authority Council presented this a couple weeks ago. Essentially, this is what, okay, I can see here too. So we've received to date over 22,000 audit reports under the program. Average number of days, it says 5.3. We got, this is kind of, this isn't really the time the audit remains open for the auditor close. So a better representation would be how many man hours went into the audit. Typically, an MDSAP audit doesn't last longer than 5 days, but there are some instances, and Ajit clarified this a couple of weeks ago, where you may need a microbiology audit. So you have to leave the audit open until the auditor can get on site and conduct the microbiology piece. So that's why we're seeing 5.3 days. In reality, it doesn't last that long. Number of countries where MDSAP audits occurred, 74, and participating facilities, 6,891. That shows our growth. From 2017, where we really started keeping track, you see we went from 229 to 6891. A huge growth around the 2019, 2020 years because it became mandatory in Canada. So if they sold in Canada, they were rushing some late to participate in the program. Ooh. And then by country, really hard to see, hard for me to see too. But about 40% or so sites are in the US, and you can see it broken out. China, why did that do that? China, Germany, Japan, Korea, rest of the world. And you can see where their growth grew by 2023. So in Italy, their sites went up to 39. That growth was 40% growth. And certificates, we mentioned the 6891 total sites participating in the program. Certificate holders, legal manufacturers were over 6,000. And then you see where a majority of them are legal manufacturers, 24% are the non-certificate holders or the supporting sites. And I may need someone to click on that. Can you click on that? These are where the sites are located. It's like a little video. Yeah, in the bottom left. So these are where the sites are. I wish I could take credit for how this looks, but it's not me. But 40-something or so sites in the US, a concentration in Brazil. They're trying to improve participation, especially for local as well. European sites, as you may imagine, I'm sure many of those have dual audits for CE marking. There are about 11 sites participating in Africa. That's what I counted earlier. I may have gotten that wrong, but I know it's about 11 or so. And then China, Japan, South Korea, and then Australia. It's mattering around New Zealand. Okay. Just audits by type. Majority of them are going to be surveillance because a lot of them have already joined the program. So they're either going through surveillance 1 or 2, recertifications, of course, and they're split out by year. So not as many to date for 2023, but the year's still going on. And then remote audits. We had a good discussion on remote audits. Ajit and Linda have seen this slide before. About 45% of the audits that have taken place have been remote, and that's 2020 during the pandemic to 2023. And about 9% were at least partially remote. And where do the remote audits occur? In the US. And if you take away US and Canada, I think they have that, as we have that information as well. So see a lot of remote sites, remote audits for the US. And then removing Canada and the US, where else are they occurring? A lot of them in Europe. And top 25 excluding US and Canada, Germany, Great Britain, et cetera. Hello. I don't want to get too much into the NCs, but a number of NCs by clause. You kind of see that what we're seeing is a majority of audits have at least three, I think it was three that they mentioned, three nonconformities. These are the clauses broken out, most recurring clauses. We're seeing a lot of internal audit, document control. And that's it for that. So future states. I don't want to spend too much time on this just because, again, I want post-market to be a good focus for the afternoon, and we're late into the afternoon. So really, and not my language, but I don't think we have a problem with credibility, but we definitely want to improve the program, and that will result in additional stability. So I don't think we're struggling for credibility, but we can always improve. So what we're looking at is our audits. How can we streamline our audits? How can we streamline and improve the documentation of our audits? At the same time, how can we do a better job as regulators for ensuring that assessment and recognition decisions are on track and on time? Yes, we've been challenged by COVID as well, but we want to introduce more key performance indicators to help us manage the program. That's a goal for the Regulatory Authority Council. And they are also looking at, I don't know if it's on this slide, other considerations for AO candidates. Other notified bodies want to participate in MDSAP. We have to think about what's best for the program. I mentioned earlier, there's some AOs that maybe have a few clients. That might not be the best solution for us, but we have to come up with some criteria to where we could accept more of the notified bodies or any other auditing organization that has interest from their clients. Just considerations. A lot of it's, size, number of clients, where you're located at, where your clients at, where do your clients sell in multiple jurisdictions, things like that. We're going to take a look at. But I kind of touched on this as well. You'll see the contribution going up as you increase in membership role. So after 3 years as an affiliate, you can move up to observer if your organization believes that you can meet the roles and responsibilities for an observer. And then after 2 years minimum, you can move up to be a RAC member. So this was, these roles were new, the affiliate role is new, maybe a couple of years ago. So we thought it's another good way to get more countries involved. As I mentioned before, we did add the Taiwan FDA, but more recently COFEPRIS from Mexico. So that's very positive for us and them. And then, yes, we want to develop KPIs, better ways we can manage the program, we want to start publishing or issuing a report on how the program's doing from our perspective to increase transparency. That's what it was. And then you see there, that's really the goal. Increase capacity, regulator-wise as well, monitor performance, improve timeliness, enhance quality. Those are all things that we're looking at. How can we improve our program, move them forward so it's more attractive to other countries and other manufacturers? And the next steps. So this is really the Regulatory Authority Council's plan. They have to come up with a plan to improve the program going forward with some input from the subject matter experts. And then hopefully we can implement that soon and start tracking our own performance. Yep, and then just like IMDRF has secretariats, we have a lead organization, the chair. So Australia is coming up on taking over the chair, and then it would rotate back to us in the US. So that's it. I'm not going to go over the state of the audit industry. We can talk about that another time. The bottom line is they appreciate the globalness of MDSAP. There are some regulatory challenges as they continue to do these other schemes like the CE marking. But resources are always a problem too. Auditors, it's hard to find them. It's hard to get the folks qualified to be that, to find the expertise that's needed. They're all fighting for, competing for resources. So it can be very challenging for auditing organizations. But there are benefits. So the harmonization is great. The increase in MDSAP is going up. And they do recognize from an auditing organization standpoint that it's maturing and becoming more stable. Okay, so databases. This is me. We talked about showing you additional databases today. Let me pull that, and I'll share my screen so I can navigate through. Can I share my screen? Shows me it's sharing. Okay. So we have a data dashboard. If you Google FDA data dashboard, you come across a landing page that will look, oh, it's very, okay. It looks similar to this. But if you hover around the top, you can get information on inspections, compliance actions, recalls, imports, import refusals, import entries. So how we do that is you can go to the search piece here. Trying to think, who could I put here? They're a big company, they have a presence here. And I know it's kind of blurry and it's taking a little bit to load. Sorry about that. But you can see there's various inspection information that's included here. Inspections that took place, the classification. If you're not familiar with FDA classification, we have 3 types after an FDA inspection. NAI is no action indicated, which means state of compliance. We didn't really find anything there. VAI is voluntary action indicated, meaning that we noticed that there were some findings, some problems with the quality system, but nothing that would rise to where we would be concerned. So we voluntarily ask you to correct the findings that we identified, but you're still in the state of compliance. And then official action indicated is what we call prior notice, that we're concerned with how the quality management system is, maybe the safety of the device, and we may take further action. So when you go into these databases, you can put in the company name, you can select, I think this is J&J as a whole. You can see, you know, what citations they've received, inspection classification by product, type. So you see biologics, devices, drugs, foods, cosmetics, all kinds of stuff. And you could drill down even further. I just recommend you take a look at it. But even if you wanted to go to, let's do recalls. There's information here that you can find as well. Oh, I misspelled something. No, I didn't. I don't know why that won't leave, but there is recall information that you can find here, split out by, I don't know why that's doing that. Split out by product type, classification, there's a wealth of information. So FDA does try to be transparent with compliance actions, things that are going on, recalls, complaints, et cetera. But we do have a tool to where anyone can go take a look. Let me see what else I can find here, but it's available. I'm gonna play around with a little bit of this more and then see how I can get this in. When Michelle's done, maybe I can come back up. Okay. But again, if you Google compliance dashboard for FDA compliance dashboard, that's a quick way to find that information. Did I lose my slides? Sorry, I know I kind of rushed through the last part, but I wanted to leave some time for Michelle and Tammy. So yes, I think that's all I have for MDSAP. I really appreciate you being here, taking interest in the program. We're here to help you. We're here to answer any questions, not just here, but in the future. So if you need to reach out to us, please do. cdrhinternational@fda.hhs.gov. I have cards, I'll pass them out if you need them. But really appreciate the efforts and your dedication to this region and all the work that you're striving to do to make sure your citizens are safe, manufacturing industry aside, not including, I should say. But thanks so much. Really appreciate it.
So Neil, really, thank you very much, and apologies for the inconveniences, but I think beyond those, all the information that has been exchanged, all the questions that have been answered have been really very productive for the audience here and also for the online audience. And I'm pretty sure that there are hundreds more and they will come, and we're very appreciative for you to sharing the email address and for you to volunteering to continue answering questions. And actually, this is really the beginning of a dialogue that will continue for many, many years to go. So thank you very much. And now switching gears, finally, we're getting into post-market activities. So Michelle, thank you very much. And the floor is yours.
Thank you. Do I anything or they're gonna do it? Okay. Okay, cool. All right. Well, good afternoon. Oh, yes. All right. Good afternoon. Okay, I think we're still awake, right? I don't know. Okay, so I'm going to be talking about post-market activities. We touched a little bit on this on Monday, but the focus of today's talk, from my perspective, what I'm going to be presenting is the regulators' requirements and things like that related to mandatory reporting and recalls, corrections, and removals. Tammy will be up after I'm done to give the manufacturer's perspective on these types of issues. So jumping right in, so post-market requirements. Again, just to reiterate kind of what we went over on Monday, medical device manufacturers and others that are involved in the distribution of devices must follow certain requirements and regulations once the devices are on the market. So some of these things include tracking systems, reporting of device malfunctions, serious injuries or deaths, and registering the establishments where devices are produced or distributed. So our mandatory reporting requirements for FDA are outlined in Section 519 of our Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act. It describes the requirements for records and reports on devices. I won't read that definition. You can read that. It's a lot of legal language. But 21 CFR Part 803 further describes those requirements in Section 519 of the FD&C Act. And it establishes the requirements for medical device reporting for mandatory reporting entities. And we're going to get into what those are. So who must report adverse events? There are several different entities that must report and also work to identify and monitor any significant adverse events. So some of those individuals that would need to report include manufacturers, user facilities, importers, and distributors. Distributors are a little bit of there's a little bit of nuance with distributors, so I'll get into that in a second. So a manufacturer, of course, our regulations have a definition for what a manufacturer is. It's any person who manufactures, prepares, propagates, compounds, assembles, or processes a device by chemical, physical, biological, or other procedure. So this includes domestic manufacturers, so those located in the United States. Repackagers are also considered manufacturers by our regulations, along with relabelers, contract manufacturers, specification developers, and foreign manufacturers as well. So those, from the perspective of the FDA, those that are located outside of the US. So importers, I know that we've heard over the past few days that the majority of products that are distributed here on the African continent are imported. So importers from the FDA perspective are any person who imports a device into the United States. If your regulations state, if they define what an importer is, it might be similar to this definition, and who furthers the marketing of a device from the original place of manufacture to the person who makes final delivery or sale to the ultimate user. Importers, however, should not be repackaging or otherwise changing the container, wrapper, or labeling of the device. Basically, the way our regulations are outlined, if you do anything to that device or the packaging or the labeling, that kicks you out of an importer designation, let's say, and kicks you into a manufacturer. So importers shouldn't be doing anything if they want to stay an importer. They just need to basically leave that device alone and then just, further it on to the distributor. So now a distributor. So this is a person other than the manufacturer or importer who furthers the marketing of a device from the original place of manufacture to the person who makes the final delivery or sale. Like I said, for importers, if you're doing anything to that device, that's kicking you out of the importer or distributor category and putting you back into manufacturing. So I wanted to just, so it's a little confusing because I know on the initial slide, I stated that distributors are required to report. Distributors actually are not required to report. So I'm throwing that, I'm trying to keep you on your toes, okay? So, so distributors are not required to report. They are, however, if they become aware of an adverse event, they must maintain records on that. They just do not have to report that. Now, if they're gonna go ahead and start messing with the packaging, the labeling, anything like that, even if it's just to put something on that label that states distributed by XYZ distributor or whatever, that technically moves them into a manufacturer category. So, so there's a little bit of nuance there, but yeah, hopefully that's not too confusing. Okay. So moving on to the next category of individuals or facilities that are supposed to report, device user facilities. So this includes hospitals, ambulatory surgical facilities, nursing homes, outpatient diagnostic facilities, or outpatient treatment facilities. So anything that's not like a physician's office, that would not be considered a device user facility. But if they're doing anything else in that category, that makes them a device user facility, and they are also required to report adverse events. So a lot of schools in the United States have school nurses. I'm guessing you might have that as well in your schools here, and any employee health units. At our FDA office, we have a clinic that is a health clinic for employees of FDA. Those types of offices are, they're not considered device user facilities, so they don't have to report. So this table is just to kind of bring all of that together. It also lists, so it goes through each category of reporter, what they need to report, to whom they need to report, and when. So as you can see, manufacturers have a lot of reporting requirements. So they are required to report any information they receive about a death, a serious injury, or a malfunction must be reported to FDA within 30 calendar days. They also need to report events that require remedial action that would prevent an unreasonable risk of substantial harm. Those must be reported to the FDA within 5 days. So you might be wondering, why would a death not need to be reported quicker than a remedial action. Because, and the reason for that, at least part of it, is that we need to give the manufacturer time to investigate that and figure out if that death is actually related to the use of their device. Same with serious injuries or things like that. And then there's also supplements, which are follow-up reports, and those need to be submitted to the FDA within 30 calendar days. So importers are also required to report deaths and serious injuries to FDA. They also need to report those to the manufacturer. Those have to be reported within 30 days. Malfunctions, importers are only required to report those according to our regulations to manufacturers within 30 calendar days. And that's because if an importer becomes aware of a malfunction, then it becomes the responsibility of the manufacturer to conduct that investigation. And then we move back up into the table where the reporting requirements are for the manufacturers. And then there's also requirements for user facilities. They need to report deaths to the FDA and the manufacturer within 10 calendar days. Serious injuries to the manufacturer, again, that's when the manufacturer starts taking over to do their investigation. So user facilities need to report serious injuries to the manufacturer within 10 calendar days. And then user facilities are also supposed to submit an annual summary of any deaths or injury or serious injury reports that occurred in their facility to the FDA on January 1st for the preceding year. So it's a year-long report that captures any deaths or serious injuries that occurred in that facility. So now we're going to talk about 5-day reports and remedial actions. So the FDA considers a remedial action to be any action other than a routine maintenance or servicing of device, because that's something that normally needs to occur, that would be necessary to prevent a recurrence of an MDR reportable event. So if a manufacturer is taking an action on that device because they received a report that someone received a serious injury while using that device, they need to take action in order to prevent that from happening again. That's considered a remedial action. If it's just to correct a single device that might be involved in an MDR reportable event, that is not considered a remedial action. It's more, they need to take a look at a specific lot or something like that. It's involving more than one device. So not all MDR reportable events, though, requiring remedial action need to be submitted as 5-day reports. So only the reports that would require remedial actions to prevent an unreasonable risk of substantial harm to the public health, or events for which FDA requests such a report to be submitted. So FDA, we can request that a report be submitted to us. And then that would be considered a 5-day report that would need to come into us for review. So this is a very simplified flow chart for how to determine reportability. We're going to break this down. There's a lot that goes into it. And Tammy's going to kind of go over some of this too from the manufacturer's perspective as well. But basically, you receive a complaint that's related to a device. You're going to make your MDR reportability assessment. You're going to do your assessment to figure out, is this really an MDR that we need to send to the FDA? And then once you make that determination that it needs to be reported, then you report it. And you also keep extensive records on that as well. So MDR reportable events, they start with complaints, basically. So what is a complaint? We have a definition for that too. We have a definition for everything, a legal definition. It's any written, electronic, or oral communication that alleges deficiencies, related to the identity, quality, durability, reliability, safety, effectiveness, or performance of a device after it is released into the market for distribution. So it really covers everything, basically. And sources for potential complaints can include service reports received from the field, social media. Social media is all, people are always getting on social media now to complain about things, right? So that happens too, associated with medical devices. So also publicly available articles and news reports. Reports in scientific journals can also be a source of complaint. Returned devices coming back to the manufacturer, and clinical investigations. So it's the responsibility of the manufacturer to review and evaluate all of those complaints in order to determine whether or not they need to report those to the FDA. So it's, a lot of companies, and I'm sure the companies that are represented here, you probably have very large departments that handle just complaints. And there's a ton of work going on there, whether or not, and trying to figure out, do we really need to report these to the FDA? So now we have this fun decision tree, right? There's a lot that's going into this here. And I can't read it there, so I'm going to read it on my screen. So the first step is that you become aware of info that reasonably suggests that the device may have caused or contributed to a death. If the answer to that is no, then you move up into the decision tree. You might still need to actually end up submitting it to the FDA as an MDR. Let's say you determine yes, that it did, sorry, there's a mosquito here. That the information does reasonably suggest that it may have caused or contributed to a death. That's kind of the simple one, right? Then yes, you need to know, you need to report it. We're going to go through this a little bit more. There's a lot of definitions on what does become aware mean. Becoming aware. So when you become aware when you receive any information, any employee of that firm becomes aware of information that reasonably suggests that an event is required to be reported in either a 30-day report or a 5-day report. Or it can be any time one of your employees with management or supervisory responsibilities over persons with regulatory or scientific technical responsibilities become aware of this type of information. So that's what we mean by becoming aware. It's when any of your employees, any of a manufacturer firm's employees become aware of information about a death, a serious injury, or a malfunction. So what does reasonably suggests mean? So information that reasonably suggests can be professional, scientific, or medical facts and observations, trend analysis, and opinions. If the information in that initial report does not reasonably suggest, then you haven't become aware. So you have to, it needs to reasonably suggest in order for you to have become aware, basically. So caused or contributed. So it was actually that there is a direct link into this medical device caused this death or this serious injury. So there's a direct link. There are also lots of other things that could contribute to this. So it could be a failure of the device. It could be a malfunction. It could be, it could go all the way back to your design controls, all the way back to those design controls that before the device was even manufactured. If something was improperly or inadequately designed, that could lead to causing or contributing. Something happened during the manufacturing process. Any number of things can happen during manufacturing of a device or even an IVD. There's lots of steps, right? There's lots of places for that process to break down. So it could be that there was a flaw in the manufacturing. It could be labeling. Maybe the device is not labeled properly. Maybe there wasn't enough testing of how the device is used, and you didn't include enough information on the labeling on how to actually properly use that device. User error can also lead to or cause or contribute a death or a serious injury or a malfunction. So what is a serious injury? According to the FDA, it's any injury or illness that is life-threatening, results in permanent impairment of a body function or permanent damage to a body structure, or necessitates medical or surgical intervention to preclude permanent impairment or damage to a body function or structure. So now we'll move into reportable malfunctions. So malfunctions, death, it's pretty easy to know what death means. We've defined what serious injury is. So now we're going to talk about malfunctions. That's a little more of a gray area. So we're going to kind of dive into that. If the device has a malfunction, if a malfunction occurs that would be likely to cause or contribute to a death or serious injury, if the malfunction of the same or similar device were to recur. So let's say a malfunction occurs when you're using a device. Let's say it's a catheter used in cardiac procedures during surgery. So there was a malfunction, and it's determined that, oh, if that malfunction happens again, that could lead to a death or serious injury. That's a reportable malfunction. Also, if the malfunction results in the failure of the device to perform its essential functions and compromises the device's therapeutic, monitoring, or diagnostic effectiveness, which could cause or contribute to a death or serious injury. So we're always coming back to that death or serious injury. That could also be considered a reportable malfunction. So MDR reportable events include, I think we already went over this. This might be a duplicate slide actually, but it's an important point, so I'll reiterate it. It's an event that manufacturers or importers become aware of that reasonably suggests that one of their marketed devices may have caused or contributed to a death or serious injury, or has malfunctioned, and that if that malfunction were to recur, it could lead to a death or serious injury. Then, when you've determined all of that, and it's not a quick process necessarily, it takes time. But once that is determined and you come to one of those conclusions, then that is when you need to start reporting that to the FDA. So how do we report? How does a manufacturer or an importer, whoever's required to report, how do they report to us? We talked a little bit about this on Monday, but since August of 2015, MDR reports that are submitted by either manufacturers or importers have to be submitted electronically. So we have I have an example of our MedWatch form, which is form 3500A. User facilities are still able to use this. So they're not required to report electronically, but manufacturers and importers are. There's also extensive records that need to be kept by any of the entities that are required to report. So the record keeping should include copies of submitted reports, documentation that you actually did submit that report. So it's very important to keep those records, because what I was taught as a baby investigator was that if it isn't documented, it did not happen. It doesn't matter if you said it happened. If you don't have paperwork to show that it did, it didn't. It just didn't happen. Okay, so reporting foreign events. So if a US-based company also distributes their medical device overseas, they would need to report if a similar or the same version is sold in the United States, or if it's a 510K exempt device listed in the US for a US registered manufacturer. So even if it doesn't require clearance or approval, it still would need to be reported. If it's a foreign manufacturer that markets a device solely outside of the United States, then it doesn't need to be reported to the FDA. But that is if there's no similar version. So it's not just for the same type of device, it's a similar version of that device too. If it's distributed overseas, it still needs to be reported to the FDA. So what is not reportable? So we don't require reports if they determine that any of the information that's been received is erroneous and that a device-related adverse event did not occur. But that also needs to be documented. So even if at the end of your investigation, you determine that it's not reportable, that still needs to be documented to show that you did your due diligence and you did your investigation. Sometimes we get reports, or sometimes a manufacturer might receive a report for a device that they had nothing to do with, then that's not reportable either. If they're a contract manufacturer who does not distribute or market the device it manufactures for a spec developer, then that is not a requirement to be reported. If they're a foreign manufacturer who only markets outside of the United States, if they haven't received that pre-market clearance or approval, and there's no similar version of the distributed device that's outside of the United States, they don't have to report it in the United States. That was a lot of jumbled words, but hopefully that makes sense. So what are the additional requirements here? So we require that manufacturers, importers, distributors, that they have procedures. So those procedures, there's a whole bunch of procedures that everyone needs to keep. Those need to include MDR procedures. They need to establish and maintain MDR event files. And they need to have a system in place that ensures access to information that facilitates timely follow-up and inspection by the FDA. So now we have event codes that are to be used when reporting these MDRs. It's basically a system of codes, terms, and definitions used to describe and categorize medical device adverse events. And it's basically to standardize the type of information that we receive. So we'll look at some of these. These are the different code types. So I won't read through all of these, but there's the code type and then the description of what that code type means. So again, this is to standardize the type of information that you, the manufacturer, are collecting, and also that is coming into FDA, or if you choose to go this way with your regulations in your respective countries, it's basically to standardize that information to make it easier to analyze. So FDA is a participant in the AMDRF Adverse Event Terminology Working Group. The aim of this working group is to improve and to harmonize medical device adverse event coding among participating regulatory authorities. There is a link on this slide to the document that was put out by that working group. It is available publicly. It was put out in April of 2020. So I encourage you to take a look at that if you're trying to develop for the regulatory authorities that are in here. If you're trying to develop regulations around medical device reports and adverse event reports, this would be a good document for you to look at that would help you figure out how to what types of codes you might want to use. And our codes that we use at FDA, they are mapped to a single corresponding IMDRF code. So we have harmonized ourselves with IMDRF because we can't just talk the talk, we have to walk the walk too. So I think we heard on Monday, I said a lot, we have a database for that. We have a database for adverse events, and it's lovingly referred to as MOD, Manufacturer and User Facility Device Experience, or MOD. So it is a searchable database containing 10 years worth of data on medical device adverse events. This is the publicly available database that we have out there. It's on our website. All those links that I think I have a link for this one too, but it's on the right-hand side. When you're looking at that page that has whatever database you're on, there is a whole list of all the different ones, and MOD is in that list. So you can go in and you can take a look, you can search through various search terms. That'll give you 10 years worth of data to look at related to a code, for instance. You can search by the product problem, which is standardized language. It's a drop-down menu, so it's not free text, but there's a bunch of different problems. There's the product codes as well, that are the standardized codes that we use. If you want to look for all adverse events related to a particular manufacturer, you can just type the manufacturer's name in, it will return information. If you have the brand name of a device, if you're interested in looking at reports by product code, so any device that has that product code associated with it, it will bring you back all of that data for the past 10 years. So now we're gonna move into recalls. I know I went over the adverse events kind of quickly. I want to be cognizant of time, but I also want to be sure this is important information, and I think it's of interest to people. So I'm hoping that I'm covering things well enough, but there will be hopefully time for questions. So we'll move into recalls. So what is a recall? A recall is a method of removing or correcting products that are in violation of the laws administered by the Food and Drug Administration. So a recall, this might be a little bit of a surprise to some people. I think it was for me when I started working for the FDA like 20 some years ago. It's a voluntary action. It is a voluntary action that takes place because manufacturers and distributors are carrying out their responsibility to the public health and well-being from the products that they produce. So 21 CFR 7 provides guidance on how to conduct an effective recall. FDA does have the authority to issue a recall order to the manufacturer per 21 CFR 810. I was trying to do a Google search, which sounds funny, but of when was the last time FDA issued a recall order for a medical device? I could not find that we have ever done that. So all of the recalls that have occurred for medical devices have occurred because the manufacturer or the distributor has voluntarily pulled that off the market. Now, that's not to say that every time we think that they need to be doing a recall, that they willingly do it. There might be some back and forth and persuasion of, we really do think you need to pull this off the market, and there really is a lot of harm, chance of harm here. So we do have the authority. We rarely, if ever, use it. The last one I could find that we did was a few years ago. It was a food product that had been contaminated with salmonella, and it was done under our Food Safety Modernization Act. So I could not find anything that indicated that we've done this for medical devices or drugs or anything like that. So I just wanted to kind of clarify that, because I think when I first came into the FDA, I figured that any recall that occurred was FDA recalling that product off the market, but that's not how that works. It's a voluntary action. And to kind of expand upon that, the way we regulate, I'm just going to speak to medical devices because that's my area of expertise. Our regulations state that manufacturers must have systems in place, quality systems. You must have a system in place to review adverse events. So that's what our regulations state. We then expect anyone who wants to get into the field of manufacturing devices that they are going to comply with those regulations. And so when we conduct inspections of manufacturers, I was having a conversation with a woman yesterday. When we conduct our inspections, it's not quite as glamorous as one might think. It's basically sitting in a conference room surrounded by stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks of files that the investigator or the team of investigators is going through. What we're doing is we have our regulations that state what is required for manufacturers to do, and the manufacturer then has the responsibility to establish those systems and document everything. And then we are going in to make sure that they have these systems in place and that they are complying with what their systems state that they need to be doing. Occasionally, we might walk through the facility and look at the manufacturing line, but that's not really the focus of our inspection. My first job out of college was as a county health inspector. So the inspectors that are in charge of inspecting local restaurants and things like that. And, I went around with my temperature, with my thermometer, and I was taking food temperatures and, and checking, all sorts of things, the temperatures of refrigerators. That's not the way FDA normally does inspections. It's a lot of paperwork review. So I just wanted to, probably should have gone over that on Monday, but I wanted to clarify that because I think there can be sometimes a lot of misconceptions about the way FDA regulates products and how we regulate manufacturers and things like that. So I just wanted to kind of expand upon that a little bit. So classification of recalls. So in order to classify a recall, we require that the manufacturer conducts a health hazard evaluation in order to determine the cause of an adverse event involving a medical device. So sometimes adverse events will lead to a recall. And because we have our classification system that indicates the relative degree of health hazard. Now, because we want to confuse people, I guess, I don't know. A class 1 recall is our highest level of risk, right? So it's a situation in which there is a reasonable probability that the use of exposure to a violative product will cause serious adverse health consequences or death. So that's our most serious recall. But when we were talking about device classification, what is class 1? The lowest risk, right? So it's slightly confusing. Class 2 It's where it may cause temporarily or medically reversible adverse health consequences. And class 3 is a situation in which the use of or exposure to, it's not likely to cause adverse health events or consequences, but it is still considered a violative product in the eyes of our regulations. So recalling firms are required to develop a recall strategy. We have guidelines and there's lots of guidance documents, and some of our regulations indicate kind of what is supposed to be in a recall strategy. But the onus is on the recalling firm to develop that strategy. They need to take into account several things. That is the results of their health hazard evaluation, ease in identifying the product. So they need to be able to know what product in the field might be subject to this recall. Also, the degree to which the product's deficiency is obvious to the consumer or user. Sometimes it isn't so obvious to the user that there might be a problem with this device. So how obvious is it? If it isn't, that could be maybe a more serious issue that needs to be addressed quickly. The degree to which the product remains unused in the marketplace, that is also something that needs to be taken into consideration, and the continued availability of essential products. When we recall a product, or when a product is recalled, the goal is to not lead to a shortage of a device, but we also need to be cognizant of, we don't want violative product out in the market. So there needs to be, are there devices that can fill the gap basically for any product that's going to be recalled? Now that recall strategy is submitted to the FDA for review. We take a look at that. If we notice that there are some changes that need to be made, that we feel need to be made, we can recommend those changes to the recalling firm. And then once they get back, they don't actually have to wait to hear back from us to know whether or not they can start their recall. We want a recall to start occurring when it needs to occur. Sometimes our reviews can take a while. So they need to conduct their recall in accordance with their recall strategy, but they don't need to delay the initiation of that recall, waiting for us to give them feedback. They might need to make changes to that strategy that they've already initiated if we get back to them and say, oh, you should change XYZ, but they don't need to delay the initiation of that. So the recall strategy should address the following elements: the depth of the recall. So that means how far down in the distribution chain does that recall need to extend? If there needs to be any press or a public warning issued, if a firm decides that they are going to issue a public warning, we request that they submit that to us as well to take a look at it and make sure that we feel that it is adequate. If they don't, but that again, it's a request to submit this. And if they decide that they don't want to, let's say they don't want to issue press. Sometimes companies decide they don't want to do that. If we disagree with that strategy, we can come out with our own press on that. And if you go on our website, you can see there's a ton of press that we've issued. That doesn't necessarily mean that the firm didn't do it, but sometimes we also do that as well. But also, if we feel it's inadequate, we can go out with our own press. And then effectiveness checks. So this is, did your recall strategy work? Did the actions that you took to take that product off the market, were they effective? The firm is responsible for determining how effective their recall has been. And if their consignees have received notification about that recall, and if they've taken appropriate action. We do sometimes assist in conducting effectiveness checks where necessary and appropriate. And I want to just mention quickly, Tammy is going to touch on this more, but with an import model, again, want to be cognizant of what is occurring here. And I know a lot of the products that are distributed here are imported. They're not manufactured here on the continent. Tammy's going to talk more about, from the manufacturer's perspective, how that kind of works when you're dealing with imported product and the manufacturing is not occurring where that recall might be happening. So she'll talk more about that. Oops. I think I skipped. Okay, so corrections and removals. So under 806, medical devices, reports of corrections and removals, manufacturers and importers are required to make a report to FDA of any correction or removal of a medical device if that correction or removal was initiated to reduce a risk to health or to remedy a violation of our Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, that it was caused by a device which may present a risk to health. And a report needs to be made to us, even if that report, or even if that event was caused by user error. Because user error can sometimes be attributed to other things. It could be deficient labeling. It could be any number of things. So user error sometimes isn't just the end of what actually caused that. There might be a more in-depth root cause. So we define risk to health in 21 CFR 806. So reports of corrections and removals are required for class 1. So that's the most serious level of recall that we have, and those class 2 recalls. Under 806, manufacturers and importers do not need to report events categorized as class 3. So that's where the product is violative, but there's not really a risk to health. But they still, of course, have to maintain records. The following actions, so these actions, the actions that might be taken by a manufacturer or an importer, such as like market withdrawals or routine servicing, any stock recoveries. Let's say they're coming out with a new version of the device and they want to take the old device back, the older version, I think that would qualify as a stock recovery. If that's the type of action that's being taken, it's to improve the performance or quality of the device. It's not related to a risk to health. Those do not need to be reported to the FDA. So when do corrections and removals reports need to be submitted? So they need to be submitted within 10 working days from the time the firm initiates that correction or removal. Again, if there's not a risk to health, a report is not required, but keeping those records is very important because if it wasn't documented, it wasn't done. So the record keeping requirements. If a manufacturer or importer who initiates a correction or removal of device that is not required to be reported to the FDA, again, they need to be maintaining records. Our regulations also state how long those records need to be maintained. It's a period of 2 years beyond the expected life of the device. Even if the manufacturer or importer doesn't manufacture that product anymore or doesn't import that device anymore, they still need to maintain those records. If the manufacturing is being transferred to a new manufacturer, let's say a company is bought out by another manufacturer, those records need to be transferred to that new manufacturer or importer and then maintained for the required period of time. So we have a database for our recalls too. The recalls database, I'm trying to read this very small print, This will return information on recalls that have been classified since November of 2002. So going back over 20 years. It also contains information of corrections and removals initiated by a firm since January of 2017. So there's a lot of information in this database. And again, you can search by product name, product code. You could search for, I want to see all recalls that were classified as class 2. It will pull all of that information for you. You can also look for recalls associated with a specific PMA or 510K number. So there's a field in there for that. And then the only field that's not free text is that root cause. That's a drop-down menu. There's standardized text that you can choose from in there. And I believe that is it. So I know I went through that, I think, fairly quickly. But there's a list of, this is a very busy slide, but I wanted to include resources for all of the web links associated with everything that I kind of talked about during this presentation. So you have all of the links there to everything we discussed. So I don't know if it would be better to have you come up now and then we could take questions at the end. Would that work? Have Tammy come up?
Probably,
okay.
Probably it'll make sense. I mean, as you prefer, but probably it'll make sense to take a few questions for you, and then we'll continue with, because I think it's kind of like very specific. So we could probably do like that.
I just want to make sure she's got enough time.
I mean, sorry about the
No,
time.
no, it's fine. It's fine.
Okay.
Things happen.
So do we have any questions here in the room? Okay, we have a comment here.
Okay.
So thank you for bearing with us through all of the post-market and recall information. For those of you who are working on developing your post-market information and in particular, your adverse event reporting forms or procedures, look at the examples that we have. They're maybe not as optimum as we'd like them to be to get the information that we want about adverse events. So again, while you're thinking about developing your own, look at our forms and get in touch with us to talk to us about what we might like to do differently if we had an opportunity to do something different. Again, you know, one of those other opportunities that you have while you're setting all your procedures in operation, take advantage of what we've done to make yours work better for you than ours do for us sometimes.
Thank you. Is there any question here in the room? We have one from our online participants. Yep, we have one here in the room. So if you can help me with that. Oh, we have two, sorry.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Just want to find out if a recalcitrant importer or manufacturer fails to recall upon the reports, what happens? Because you indicated that it is a voluntary activity, but I see it in a different way.
Yeah. So yeah, if a firm decides that they aren't going to recall, that's when we would start considering whether we're going to take action according to our regulation that gives us the authority to issue a recall order. I think that, and I understand the question, and I can see how that could be confusing and maybe concerning, right? Because sometimes manufacturers don't want to do this, right? The way that we in the United States regulate these the medical device industry. It really is, I think, more collaborative than people realize. And we have, I mean, I'm not saying that it's all like sunshine and roses all the time and rainbows and unicorns and we all get along all the time. That's not true. But I do think at the end of the day, companies want to do what's ultimately right. And the way that our relationship, that the FDA's relationship is set up with these manufacturers, yes, we are a regulatory agency, and yes, we have enforcement authority over the companies we regulate, but I think we realize the value of trying to collaborate with companies, and sometimes it takes a while to convince a company to do the right thing, right? And to pull a product off the market that might be posing a risk to health. But we have pretty good relationships, I think, with most manufacturers that we work with. And so that's partly why I think we haven't had to use our authority to issue a recall order. Not to say that that will always be the case, but I think that that's what we've seen so far. That and the other thing is, we, the FDA, you know, we have that ability to put out press, and sometimes that can be enough to kind of force the hand of a company that doesn't want to do the right thing. We can say, okay, you don't want to do this. You don't want to let the public know. We're going to let them know. And that's not going to look good. You know, I mean, when push comes to shove, we kind of have to use that. We don't like to do that, but I think that that is kind of how we approach this. So, and it seems to work, I think, for the most part. You know, we're able to get products off the market when we need to. So, yeah.
So we have from the Ghanaian authority first. We have the hand raised first over there. Oh. There's a comment in regards of. Oh. If you don't mind, let's have this comment before that, because that was not a question, but a comment in regards.
Sorry, I just want to make a quick comment, and I just want to piggyback on what you said, Michelle. As a manufacturer, your average manufacturer, or you know, especially the more established ones, do not sit, you know, behind their desk and say, let's see how I can hurt the patient. Like, no one really does that, because the end goal is to make sure that we serve our patients. Okay, so that's really important to sort of keep in mind. And I think that's where, you know, I always say this, and I know some of you heard me before, that manufacturers and regulators are two sides of the same coin. So it's important to have that collaborative relationship. Another thing I want to point out is that there are some information that manufacturers have that the regulator might not have. A good example of that is the market share. So we have devices where, I mean, you kind of touched on this, Michelle.
Mm-hmm.
We have devices where, let's say a certain manufacturer has, I don't know, let's say like 90% of the market share. So if you want to withdraw all of it all of a sudden, you actually cause more hurt, or it's going to be very disruptive to the patient population. So you have to work with your regulator, and regulator work with manufacturer to figure out what's the best path forward for the patients that you have to serve. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead now, please.
Okay. Okay, of the three entities who are required to report the medical device reporting, the user facility is one of them.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to ask if USFDA has legal provisions to regulate the activities of the health professionals and the health facilities. And with regarding to this question, in our country, currently, we do not have legal basis to regulate those entities.
Mm-hmm.
But they are really the reliable sources where we can get such reports. And in that case, what do you think we should do?
So you're asking if in the United States, if we have regulatory authority over user facilities? That's part of the question, right?
The first question is, does FDA legally have the power to enforce the end users to report the defect of products? This is the first question.
Okay.
The second scenario, okay.
Let me address that first so I don't forget. So we do not regulate user facilities. Our regulation does state that if you are a user facility, you must report, adverse events. But everything that is happening in that facility, that and my FDA colleagues, correct me if I'm wrong, that falls under the practice of medicine. So those facilities are not regulated by FDA. Practice of medicine in the United States is delegated down to our states, and the state medical boards have authority over hospitals and nursing homes and things like that. There are other federal requirements that they have to comply with, but they're not FDA regulated facilities. They are required to report those adverse event reports per our regulation, but anything else that is occurring in that facility falls under state medical boards and things like that. Oh, and so you're also asking if a consumer is, if the end user is a consumer, if they have to report to the FDA if something happens. Did you ask that as well?
No, the first question you already answered.
Okay.
Because it's exactly the same scenario with us also. We do not have legal mandate to regulate user facilities.
Right, okay.
But we fear to enforce them to report any kind of adverse events caused by that device. So you are saying that even if you do not have legal basis to do so, you are enforcing those users to report such events. That's what you are saying, I think.
Yeah, so that part of the regulation does cover user facilities. So if we find out that a nursing home is having if they're experiencing adverse events related to a medical device, and they're not reporting to us, they are technically in violation of FDA's regulations. So that part of our regulation does apply to them, but that's really it. So it's everything else that is occurring in that facility is like how the type of care that they're giving, the procedures that the doctors are performing in those facilities, that's all considered practice of medicine. That's not under the FDA's purview. So, yeah.
And I'm interested, also receive complaints. Do you receive complaints from patients? And then what do you do with them? Do you then communicate back to the medical device manufacturers? And the same with the reports from users on, adverse events and then you also mentioned that you keep records of reports around certain malfunctions, etc. Can you share maybe the system that you use to store those reports and what you do with those? Because I imagine that they would create an interesting database so that if you're getting the same report of the same product over a certain period of time, you'd be doing something with them. Because is it an online system? Is it paper-based? Can you draw inferences from it?
I already forgot your first question. I'm sorry.
It's about patient complaints.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Sorry. Whew. Okay. Yeah, we do receive reports of patient complaints. Neil mentioned, and I think I mentioned on Monday, that we have our Division of Industry and Consumer Education. and that there are actual live people there that are manning the phones, and you have email address too. So yeah, consumers do reach out to the FDA and lodge complaints against the products that we regulate. I think that we do keep track of those, but we also would encourage, if it's a consumer, a member of the public, to also reach out to the complaint handling departments of those medical device firms or IVD firms, and to also report those complaints to them as well. And then as far as keeping track of the types of reports that we receive. So I mentioned MAUD, and I forgot to mention that, so MAUD is that publicly available database of all of the adverse events that are sent into the FDA. We have our own internal database that we use, that our MD, we have a whole section within our center that deals with MDR reports and analyzing those reports and looking for trends. And then we also have our MedSun program, which where we work with hospitals to get information from them as well. So we have a lot of different ways that we can get information, and we do trend analysis and look for signals. So signal management is a huge thing as well. We look to our foreign regulatory counterparts we actually do talk to each other on a regular basis. I think it's been stated that we have really good working relationships with a lot of regulators around the world. And so we actually have a meeting that occurs once a month with us and 11 other regulators, where we talk about post-market safety issues. And hey, we're seeing this in Australia, or we're seeing this in Brazil. Is anyone else seeing this related to a medical device? So we have a lot of different ways that we can capture the information. And then we have people who are dedicated to looking at that information and determining whether or not we need to go to a manufacturer, for instance, and be like, hey, we're seeing this, or we're hearing about this. What can you tell us about it? So again, it's that collaborative nature that we do have with industry, even though we are an enforcement agency and we do have legal authority over them. It is that collaborative relationship that we have, where we can go and say, can you give us more information on this? And so there's lots of ways to gather that information. Yeah.
Thank you for the presentation. Yes, you talked of the MDR reportable, is it reportable? Yes, reportable event. I mean, who does that? Is it the manufacturer? If it is the manufacturer, is it best practice? I mean, or are you going to get a report of those reports that they were deemed as not necessary for being reported?
So are you asking what happens to those reports, those events that aren't reported to FDA? Is that part of it?
Yes, if it is the manufacturer who is responsible to determine if it is reportable, then what happens? Yes.
Okay. Tammy is going to touch on that. She works for Roche, and so she's going to kind of give the manufacturer's perspective on that. The one thing I will say is that, you know how I said that you have to document everything and keep records, and if it's not documented, it didn't happen. If we go into a facility and we look at, we can look at those reports, and we can see whether or not they did a proper investigation into it. And we can also if we determine that, oh, this actually should be a reportable event, then that could be something that we would bring up during our closeout meeting with them after the inspection's done. Yeah.
Okay, no, thank you. Just to follow up on her question, what about for the products that are meant for home use? Who is responsible for reporting those?
It's still the responsibility of the manufacturer, or if there's also an importer involved, then they would be responsible for reporting. But that's where their complaint handling departments come into play. If they're getting reports of problems with a device that is for home use, then that complaint handling department for whatever company that is needs to be pulling in the right people to be like, hey, we're seeing this as a problem. This might be something that needs to be investigated. So yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you for the awesome presentation. I wanted to inquire, as you were talking about recalls, you said that people who can also recall are device user facilities. Is there a particular reason why employee health units cannot do the recalls?
I don't really know why they're not considered user facilities. I think yeah, I don't have an answer to that. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So
also on the record keeping, is there a particular time frame on when records are supposed to be kept, and how do you actually keep them? Thank you.
So I think we said that reports of like corrections and removals, which could lead to recalls. Those are supposed to be kept for 2 years, I think I said. I think it was 2 years. Yeah, it's prescribed in our regulations how long they have to keep records. Most companies that we see are keeping those electronically. They have some sort of electronic system that captures all that information. I don't think that, as far as I'm aware, I don't believe our regulations dictate how they have to be keeping those records. It's just that they have to keep records. So it's really up to the company to determine how they're going to do that. Our regulations are not so prescriptive that we dictate a lot of those types of things. We state you have to have a system, you have to keep records. And then it really is up to the manufacturer to determine how best they want to do that.
We have, okay, let me bring you the microphone. We have 2 questions in here, so we're starting over there and then we'll come here.
It's okay. Okay, bonjour, je vais poser ma question parce que je l'ai mis.
Hello, I'm going to ask my question. I would like to know if you send your information on the adverse events on the surveillance database, and as a regulatory authority, if this can be used by us for information in relation to what we have in our country.
Time ago. So
Bem, isso já foi há muito.
Okay, thank you.
So she was basically asking if you are keeping records of all the adverse events, and how can authorities from outside of the US access this database to help them assess their products on the market and have a better visibility of what are these events for their products?
So
in the vigilance section, so do you keep this in part of the vigilance section on the website?
So our mod database is public, and it does, it contains all the information from the adverse events that are submitted to the FDA. It's the public system, so that is not the system that is used internally by FDA to analyze those reports. But that is publicly available, and I'll just go to that slide again. Okay, and there are files, if you find a file that you want to download, those are downloadable files that you can get out of that database. I just want to go back to, where did that go?
Il y a des informations qui sont déjà disponibles online.
Are
Donc,
there information already available online and that you can have access to? Is it the database mode? Mais il n'y a pas de détails concernant the investigation of. They have another database, internal database, where they have this information, and there is a public database on their website.
non, c'est sur le site.
It's on the website.
So to just add to that, if your regulations state that you want, if that company is distributing product in your company, in your country, I mean, you could go to that manufacturer and depending on what your regulations require them to do, you could also look at their records that they have, that the company has, so.
Tu peux toujours demander directement au fabricant si tu as un doute concernant un certain produit.
She is translating the answer that was just given. You can ask her, you can ask them directly to the manufacturer.
My name is Oneo from Safra, South Africa. My question is taking a little turn. With in vitro diagnostic, where the harm is mostly indirect, how do you classify it? I saw you had 3 types of classifications for adverse events. Do you consider it a product quality complaint or an adverse event? Thank you.
Sure. So I know I keep saying medical device, and my world, my purview, I just deal with really medical devices. Our regulations, though, they cover both medical devices and in vitro diagnostics. So it really depends on what the failure is of the IVD, in order to that would determine the classification. So the same regulation applies to IVDs. If it's, an extreme, like a failure that would lead to maybe not treating a person for a disease that they may have, that if that test failed or for whatever reason, then it would still fall under those same types of classifications for the device that I talked about for devices. So the same rules apply to IVDs as well.
So we have a few questions from our online participants, and we know we're running long, but this is what this is all about, I think, this conversation. So thank you very much for bearing with us. So from Ajanda Bata, if the distributor attaches their labels on the device, even though they are not the registered manufacturers of the device, what does the actual manufacturer of the device become? Can a single device have 2 manufacturers?
It more becomes that distributor is no longer considered a distributor, and they have moved into the vicinity of being a manufacturer if they're touching that device. So it doesn't absolve the original manufacturer, really. It just kind of adds that the distributor moved into the manufacturing world, basically, so.
Device. Then if you don't have clearance or approval for that device and you label it as your own, then FDA would say you don't have approval for this device. regardless of what class it was under the old, or the original manufacturer.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. And the second question is, can a single device have two manufacturers?
I mean, yeah.
There's one
Yeah.
manufacturer is ultimately responsible for it, but you may have manufactured by so-and-so for so-and-so.
Mhm.
So that's the only situation where there would be two involved, but ultimately there's one person that's responsible for the device.
Right.
One entity.
Yeah, and when the label states manufactured by, and then for, that for could be a spec developer. They could be, they could be a spec developer that then uses a manufacturing facility to make that isn't under their purview. I mean, yeah, so it's not really that there's two manufacturers.
Thank you. We have a question here from Lydia Mina. Thanks for the presentation. Please, should we conclude that US FDA required to report the events of registered products only those which occur inside the United States and not outside the United States?
Well, so the FDA only has jurisdiction over the United States, and but I talked about devices that are distributed in the United States and also outside of the United States. As long as it's the same or similar device that is distributed, then even if the event occurred overseas, there would still be a responsibility for reporting to the FDA. So yeah, I don't know if that addresses the question, but.
I
Okay.
think it does.
Okay.
And a final question from anonymous R&D. Please, what about during product renewals? Does US FDA require submission of only domestic events, those which occurred inside USA?
So again, if the product is distributed around the world, and that includes the US, even if an event occurred in France, let's say, if that product is also in the United States, then it needs to be reported to the US FDA.
Thank you very much, Michelle. I guess we have one more question in there, and then we will get 3 questions. So you tell me, what do you want to do?
Okay.
Oh, okay.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for an enlightening presentation. I have a couple of questions, and I'll start with the first one. So it's the documentation on reporting and actions, and that will probably include the recall strategy. Is it mandatory for, or as part of technical file submission to the US FDA? If it is, then what premium or what weight does it carry? And I ask that in the light of, can it say an unsatisfactory recall strategy or documentation or reporting, can it stop the approval of products that will, medium to high risk products, that will probably require 510K or a PMA authorization?
Okay.
That's one.
Okay, so what we talked about, the MDRs and corrections and removals, only applies to devices that are already on the market. So they've already gone through the clearance or approval process, or if they're exempt from the clearance process, they're already out on the market. So it wouldn't affect the clearance and approval, or approval has already happened. It would not stop if that same manufacturer has other submissions under review for clearance or approval with the FDA. It wouldn't stop that review from still occurring.
Okay.
Does that address?
Yeah, so I guess
Okay.
it comes in only after clearance has been given.
Yes.
Okay, that's
Mhm.
fine. The second question will be, in our jurisdiction, adverse reporting is an issue. And I believe that the US FDA have, a higher level and a more compliant reporting system. So you get report every now and then. I'm asking, even though I believe you may have proper reporting systems in country for products that are, let's say, coming from outside US FDA, is there like, say, a common platform where you can access adverse reports that are not coming from within country? And I'm asking because I believe such a platform will help some of our systems where reporting is an issue. So for instance, in Ghana, we're trying to leverage on the pharmacovigilance reporting system for medicines so that we have institution contact points. So the same points where medicines are reported or adverse reactions for medicines are reported, we're trying to leverage on that to get adverse events report. So I'm asking, is there like a common platform where you can access adverse events from outside US FDA jurisdiction?
There's not a common platform. I think that's where, at least in part, our relationships that we have established with our regulatory counterparts comes into play. Communication is so important. And I think that leveraging those relationships that you have already established with other regulators, that can be very helpful to know what they're seeing in another country. For instance, I think that we see great value with that in the US, and we have really good relationships with a lot of regulators around the world. So I think that can be helpful. It doesn't necessarily solve the problems that you're seeing, but there really isn't one platform where kind of everybody around the world is reporting into. Unfortunately, that doesn't really exist, but yeah.
Okay. All right. So my final question, it may be a bit diversionary, but post-market, I mean, that's what we're talking about. That I believe covers post-approval stuff. Does the US FDA do anything with regard to advertisement after clearance of products, medical devices, monitoring, advertisements, vetting, approval? That's the Food Drugs, Cosmetic Act. Does that cover anything like that? Thank you.
Yeah, we do have a small group within our center that handles kind of monitoring and reviewing the way medical devices are advertised. There are, I don't know if there are regulations necessarily, but there's definitely at least guidelines that state what a company can say about their product. And I know that we have direct to consumer marketing in the United States is massive. You turn on the TV and those are pretty much all the commercials that you see. It's either for drugs or medical devices. I don't know what it's like in other parts of the world. I know in some countries it's not allowed at all. But there are requirements for what can be said and what can't be said. A lot of that has to do with disclosing side effects. So I always, kind of chuckle whenever I see these things because the list of side effects that might occur, I mean, it can go on for like 2 minutes, it seems like, and there's a whole list of them. So they have to disclose what the side effects could be from using that, either in this case in medical devices. There's also if anybody is making a claim that their product affects the structure or function of the body, if it treats, basically, if they're making any claims that go along with what our regulation states is a medical device, and they don't have clearance or approval for that, then that is a violation. And then our regulations start kicking in to be like, you are making a claim that states that your product is a medical device and you are not cleared or approved to make these claims. So you either have to stop making those claims or come in with a clearance or approval application.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
I was
I was
going to add
just-
to the response.
No, I was going to add too, we get a lot, it's impossible for us to monitor how all the devices that are sold in the US are advertised or
Mhm.
labeled. But we find it's pretty reliable for a competitor to tell on another device that, hey, they're
Yeah.
using it outside of its intended use, or, you know, they should come in with a 510K because they're claiming this now. It happens all the time. Good business if you're doing it the right way to tell on others, but it happens. And we can't scan everything, but the industry tells us pretty quickly, and consumers do when they find out that something went wrong or the device is marketing a different way, or we hear about it in the news and then we take action. So sometimes it's reactive, but we're just not staffed to scan everything. It's impossible. Maybe one day when we have AI, hopefully.
Yeah.
But at this moment, it's too much. Yeah.
And I was going to add that from a manufacturer's perspective, basically every topic that they're talking about, we have elaborate procedures, training, our own internal inspections to make sure our folks are complying with that. And advertising and promotion is one of those categories. So part of the reason we monitor that is because when we get a clearance or approval, if we're talking about the United States, we get clearance or approval for a particular intended use with a body of scientific knowledge, with disclaimers, with, like you were saying, limitations. And if we are advertising or making a claim beyond that, we could actually be kicking ourselves into a higher category, right? So we might have a class 1 device that now, because of a claim that we have made on a promotional piece of material, it becomes a class 3. And now we have a product that is illegally in the market because it is in the market without having the required authorization from FDA to be out there. And then, of course, there's also regulations that hold us to making sure that the information that we provide is supported with valid scientific evidence and that it's fair and balanced. So yes, we absolutely have, for every category that they're talking about, a lot of procedures around that. And promotion is one of them. That was one of my previous lives too.
Oh, okay.
Thank you again. So my question is targeted to Neil, going back to his presentation regarding the MDSAP and the audit report specifically. So in the section where there was the inclusion of Europe with their regulations, just forecasting, though they're not really involved, you've just been accommodating them from your working group. Well, my question is for Africa, the regulators, for the Africa perhaps to even be involved to a scope of their regulations are being accommodated or being included in MDSAP. What does the journey look like, or what needs to happen for us to get to that destination, maybe where Europe and all these other regulations are involved?
I think that's discussions to be had. Hopefully, Africa can accept ISO 1345. You know, you don't see, you know, there was MDR was there, right? Because that's what Europe does. Hopefully, you know, FDA's transition to 1345 because it's very similar to our current regulation. Hopefully, Africa can do the same thing. And then Dimakatsu is raising her hand. And then we don't have to worry about, honestly, we want participation, but we have to be very thoughtful about additional requirements for this audit. No manufacturer wants elaborate country-specific requirements across multiple countries. It's just not feasible. No one wants a 2-week audit. That's what we have to be mindful of. So I'll let Dr. Dimakatsu speak.
No, thank you. Africa is accepting 13485. That's why we are RHI. So that's why I raised my hand like, no, we are part of that. And that's the reason why we are. So, so I think the effort of us being an RHI and AMDF pushing, you know, most of the work is to ensure that we don't have country-specific requirements. The intention is access. I think I mentioned it the day before. If we're gonna have our own little create our own little requirements per country, then we are actually affecting access. There will be country-specific things, but according to law, they must not affect the access of medicine and also affect the, the patient at the end of the day. So we are, hence we are in RHI. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Michelle.
Thank you.
And now you are, oh, sorry, Dimakatsu. Pauline, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Don't worry, we said it takes women, so go ahead. I actually just wanted to speak to what Stephen is asking. What will it take for Africa to do what Europe or the developed economies are doing? And this is a discussion we were having amongst ourselves as NRA and AMDF leadership. And I see it as we are already working towards that. Elevating our standards so that we are speaking the same language as the rest of the globe. Dimakatsu has just said it, that the journey already began. We are an RNHI. Now as individual countries, we also want to make that step, because elevating standards for the continent means we have better compliance, means we remove trade barriers, means we remove regulatory barriers, means that the manufacturers in the US will be able to trade with Africa. And that's what we are looking to do. So I think you're late in the show. We are kind of, but we are really, really making a concerted effort. And I think you will see those changes as we all move towards ensuring that we are meeting. And Neil, without even, I wouldn't say this as anything closed. We are already saying that maybe from Monday, if you see applications all over, and please understand us, we're in a hurry to get in. Like Kenya for the last 12 years since in fact, the regulation of medical started with the minimum requirement of ISO 13485. So I know what that is all about, but I see a different picture. And that's what the economies and the national regulators here are saying. We see different now, and we want to get in. So that's all I wanted to reinforce.
Thank you very much, Pauline. And now, Tammy, you got the big prize. The last presentation entering the 10th hour of sessions today. So I didn't say that. Thank you.
Okay, I'm a lot shorter than you, Michelle. I'm like standing on my tippy toes. And yes, I do know that I am standing in between you and the end of the day. So I will do my best to keep this quick. And I will also offer, if it helps, any questions that you guys have, I can make myself available early tomorrow. I'm also here through most of Saturday, actually. So anytime anybody wants questions from a manufacturer perspective, I'm happy to help you with that. All right, Tammy Sturwald, I've spoken with so many of you already. I feel like I don't need to introduce myself, but I know we also have an online audience, which I welcome. And thank you very much for hanging with us today. I'm with Roche Diagnostics, and I'm currently in global regulatory policy. But in one of my past lives, I was in post-market. I've been out of post-market for about 10 years. So just as Scott had a disclaimer, I'm not in post-market right now, but I'm here to offer my knowledge. And if there's questions that I can't answer, I will get them answered for you. Next slide, please. Oh, I need a clicker. I need the clicker. Okay. Oop. So Leticia, were you going to display the slides? Are you displaying the slides because the Slido was going to run? It's not showing. All right. So in the interest of time, what we're going to go ahead and do is I'm just going to ask the questions of you. Oh, they're showing on my computer, but they're not showing up here. So do you want me to display my computer? It's supposed to be displaying the questions. It's okay. We're going to work with it. We are agile. The first question is really actually simple. All I'm really interested in is understanding who in the audience is currently involved in post-market. Are you involved in it from a daily perspective? Do you know just a little bit about it? Or is this the first time you're really learning about post-market? Who's really experienced? Okay, we got at least one, two, yeah, we've got some, great. So hold me accountable. If I say something that you'd like to add to, please speak up. So that's the first question that I was gonna ask. We didn't need a Slido for that. The first thing I wanna do is kind of just go over kind of, ooh. That's okay, I'll use mine. A high level perspective, oh my goodness. Now I feel like what Neil probably felt like up here. The first thing I wanted to do is go over sort of a high level process for complaint handling so that we kind of get the big picture. I think sometimes we're really, looking at the details and into the regulations, and it's hard to kind of extract what does it mean from a big picture. So it all starts with the complaint, right? And Michelle defined a complaint, which can be a huge body of knowledge that manufacturers can become aware of from many different avenues, whether that is a scientific journal article, a comment that was made over dinner with a friend, whether it is a phone call that you receive from a customer or an HCP, any complaint that you're getting regarding a deficiency about the product itself is going to have to be captured by the manufacturer and documented. One of the things that Michelle said earlier that resonates with me is if it is not documented, it didn't happen. And the quality system regulation requires manufacturers to document every single complaint. The second part of the process is trying to get down to the product complaints that represent a higher risk, right? Scott talked about how everything is really related to the benefit risk, and that we need to take a reasonable approach, or at least burdensome approach. So that second part of the complaint handling process is determining what events are reportable. And Michelle talked a lot about reportable cases from the US FDA as death, serious injury, or malfunctions. And we're going to talk a little bit towards the end about summary reporting, but some countries do allow summary reporting for malfunctions, so that's why it's listed there. And then ultimately, your adverse events might result in a recall, or some other corrective action may involve updating your labeling, having better training. It might actually result in design control change, actions with a critical raw material supplier. So there's any number of things that can happen that is a result of the complaint, getting the complaint documented, investigating that complaint, determining reportability, and then taking the appropriate action. And the one last thing on the slide I wanted to mention is that as we look to develop and evolve regulatory frameworks in various countries, from a risk-based perspective, and I'm sure you gathered this from Michelle, death and serious injury cases are the most important cases. Those cases have resulted in a death or have resulted in a serious injury, and they represent the highest risk to patients. Ooh. Not sure. Okay, so now that we've talked about an overview for, I think this is user error. Just from a process perspective with regard to what we're responsible from a complaint handling perspective, you'll see a lot of the same themes from country to country. It really revolves around the same process. Number one, have a methodology to receive complaints by a designated unit. Make sure you're documenting all of the complaints. Evaluate every complaint to determine if an investigation is necessary. An investigation is not necessary for every single complaint. By and large, you will see the majority of complaints have been investigated, but there are reasons that the complaint may not need a full investigation. So perhaps that particular type of complaint has already been investigated. The root cause has already been determined. Or perhaps there's no established nexus between the event that occurred and the actual medical device or IVDs. And then the last step is to take appropriate action. You might see actions taken through CAPAs. You might see a manufacturer needing to send out a field service agent to get more information about what is going on with the particular product. And as I mentioned earlier, there's a number of other activities that might occur, like labeling updates, training, design control changes, controls over your raw material suppliers, and so forth. The one thing I wanted to point out on this slide is that rest assured, while we are trusted that we are performing our quality system requirements, I have not been part of an inspection that does not ask for a sampling of our complaints. And every complaint from that sampling is thoroughly reviewed to ensure that we are making appropriate decisions and documenting our rationale every step of the way. And the regulators absolutely have the authority to question and challenge and even give us a non-conformance if we have not made an appropriate decision. So we very much feel still, even though we're trusted to do the right thing, we are certainly subject to that oversight. And as Michelle said, if it's not documented, it didn't happen. Okay, now this slide is a bit of an eye chart, but really I just wanted to make sure that you all realize that over the last couple of days when we were talking about 1345, there is a section in 1345 that's dedicated to complaint handling and reporting requirements. And what we see in this particular set of requirements is really the same theme. Right? Manufacturers have to receive and record the information. They have to evaluate the information to determine that nexus between the complaint and the product. They have to investigate complaints. They need to determine whether or not they need to be reported. They need to make decisions about how that product is going to be handled, and they need to determine what corrective actions, if any, are required. So again, it's kind of the same theme. And I think, you know, what we appreciate seeing from a manufacturer's perspective is there's consistency, right, from US FDA and also from ISO. And we're going to review a few other examples as well. The last thing that I want to report on this slide, due to some of the conversations about importers and distributors and the responsibilities of the legal manufacturer, we do partner with a lot of other people to bring products to market to meet patient needs. And when we are partnering with other parties, we are still working with them behind the scenes to make sure we understand their processes and that they are meeting our requirements as the legal manufacturer so we can fulfill our legal obligation to each country set of requirements. So that's behind the scenes happening. If there's an issue that's gone on with the product and we've tied it back to a raw material supplier, we are getting information with that raw material supplier and potentially requiring changes made with them in order to prevent the issue from happening again. I know this is a pretty simple slide, but it might have maybe some pretty obvious statements, but maybe some that we need to call out. So first of all, not all complaints are adverse events. And second of all, not all complaints need to be reported. So if we look at the amount of complaints that, you know, just one international manufacturer gets from every country, like, you know, Michelle was saying, we're still responsible if it's ex-US and it's marketed same or similar device in the US, we have to report all of that too. Can you imagine? I mean, if we were talking about complaints, how much you would get as a regulator to sift through all of that? And do you think it would be easy to find those cases that were death and serious injury, or that could lead to death or serious injury if it were to reoccur? And so this again goes back to the risk-based approach that Scott was talking about. You know, we're focusing on those cases with the highest risk to patients. That's why not all complaints are reported. We had a question earlier, well, what happens to those complaints that aren't reported? Rest assured, based on ISO and US FDA and other jurisdictions that we have to abide by, every single complaint is evaluated to determine if an investigation is needed. And by and large, the majority of those complaints are investigated. Root causes and fixes may be happening behind the scenes, even if it's not reported. And manufacturers are also responsible to trend their complaints, right? How many defects do we have for our complaints? And management review has to look at those trends and be accountable and responsible for the quality of those products. There's no stone unturned when it comes to complaints, one of the most thoroughly regulated parts of the quality system. Oh, well, I was hoping you'd get it fixed by now because I don't think me reading off these complaints would be a good use of their time. Do you want me to wait, or should I just go on to the next slide and we can come back? Wait, okay. So basically, just to give you a little mental preview, I have a list of some questions, some scenarios, if you will. And what I'm interested in from a Slido perspective, if they can get it up and you can use your phone to scan the barcode, is which ones are actually complaints. And in the interest of time, we might not be able to do this, but I don't want to give the answer away in case they give it. That's okay. Don't worry about it. I mean, it's been a long day. Pretty much everything on my list is going to be a complaint, right? I don't trust the results I'm getting from my device, plain and simple. That's a complaint. I don't think the device result was correct. When I ran the controls, I couldn't get them to come into range. A patient receives incorrect values and as a result, doses incorrect insulin, an insulin amount, and ends up in the hospital. The only one on my list that's not a complaint is I didn't test my blood sugar because I was too busy. Okay, so we're gonna move on. Oh, if you could display my slides. Okay, well there, oh, you guys are so good. Oh, hands up, yay. Okay, so we are gonna move on though to the next. I have another one. If you guys really want to do Slido, we can do it. Okay, so we're going to move on to reportability. So generally, manufacturers' responsibilities around the world are pretty consistent when it comes to adverse event reporting. You will see common language in many different jurisdictions and different guidance documents to the effect of the manufacturer becomes aware, right? Michelle defined that, of an event involving the device that caused or contributed to a death or serious injury, or has malfunctioned and is likely to contribute to a death or serious injury if it were to reoccur. But there are still some opportunities from a manufacturer's perspective, especially manufacturers who are distributing or marketing in multiple jurisdictions. This is actually one of my favorite slides, and it took a really long time to put together a few years ago, but it's still valuable. And I think it's important because when we talk about the continuum of risk, right, our death and serious injury cases, like was stated earlier, death, unfortunately, is pretty obvious. It's a very unfortunate event. On a very rare occasion, it does happen, but it's easy to determine that you need to do something with that and you need to report it. Serious injury is pretty straightforward as well. It's when an actual injury has actually happened, right? That is involving the device. So there is a nexus there between your product and what happened to that person. And serious injury is also defined. The next category, however, which is the malfunction category, represents the vast majority of all of the cases that regulators are going to see. And from a manufacturer's perspective, when we look at the reportability criteria from a malfunction perspective, there is great variability in interpretation because the words we choose to use, words are important. If we use the word likely in our regulations, do you think you're going to get a different subset of malfunctions if you say may? I mean, it's kind of like I may have dessert or I am likely to have dessert. You know, I mean, there is a difference between the interpretation of that. And as a manufacturer, we spend an incredible amount of time trying to decide if we should report and aligning our reporting requirements from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. So that's where the opportunity lies. And if you are working on developing or evolving your regulation, I encourage you to work with regulators like the US FDA or other IMDRF members, get their experiences with the number of cases that they receive and what terminology they use. US FDA use likely. You may decide that that is not appropriate for you, and that is certainly within your autonomy to make that decision. I think it's important to understand the bolus of cases that you are getting. And then, of course, remember, as you're setting up your processes, we need to make sure there's an ability to triage death and serious injury cases so they float to the top, because those are the ones with the highest patient risk. Because there is still a need to harmonize from country to country with adverse event reporting, IMDRF has developed a framework for adverse events. Their framework includes criteria, right? What's reported, what needs to be reported, the timelines for what needs to be reported, if there are any exclusions that would alleviate having to report an event, definitions, coding, and even periodic reporting. And there's links here for you if you want to reference them. And of course, it sounds like you've got a lot of resources with the FDA and other regulators to consult with how they have implemented this as well. So from a reportability criteria, IMDRF, which is actually, this particular information is found in a GHTF document from 2006, but that just goes to show how longstanding and well adopted this is. It's an event that is associated with the device and either led to a death or a serious injury, or might lead to death or serious injury if it were to reoccur. And I would just pause to point out the word might. So far we've seen likely and we've seen might in two different areas that is currently in use. For reportability timelines, I think it's also important to take a look at the IMDRF document and best practices that are established by regulators. It's a balance. As mentioned earlier, we want to report as quickly as possible, but we also want to report accurate information. And it takes manufacturers a certain amount of time to follow up with the reporter, to gather information, to potentially send out a field service agent to figure out what's going on. So if we require reportability too soon, you're going to get a lot of cases that did not need to be reported. And so IMDRF recommends that public health threats, death, and serious injury cases are reported within 10 days. And malfunctions, so that huge category that we were talking about, need to be reported within 30 days. And hopefully the manufacturer can work as quickly as possible to gather information to prevent having to report those cases to you if it's not necessary. As mentioned earlier, in the earlier presentation, IMDRF is also driving consistency through their terminology and coding. I think the effort with this is a really important one, because we've also had a lot of discussions about how can regulators share information with each other. Well, if we all have different reporting criteria and we all code it differently, how are we going to compare apples to apples? How will we know, if a signal seen somewhere is related or can be tied to a signal seen in a different jurisdiction? So this coding is really important. I think from the implementation perspective, the coding can be intimidating because there are several annexes that go with the coding and terminology, but you can implement this coding in an iterative nature, right? You don't have to implement all of the annexes at the same time. You can implement your foundational reporting coding and then build on that over time. Also, IMDRF has a training video on their terminology and coding that is very helpful. So the link is there for you in case you would like to visit that. And then, as mentioned earlier, US FDA is mapped to those codes as well. This is the list of all the annexes. Remember what I was talking about? It's intimidating. But you can implement these in a staged approach. So I just wanted to make sure you had the links to these documents. And then there are also exemptions that IMDRF recommends. So, okay, we have a complaint, we've determined it would meet reportability criteria, but there's additional information that may exempt it from being reported. So for example, I'll take the user error case. There was a user error, but no death or serious injury occurred. So it was in that malfunction category. IMDRF and actually US FDA have the same criteria. It's not going to be a reportable event. It doesn't mean we're not doing something about it. It doesn't mean we're not reviewing the labeling to see if we need to be more clear about how that product should be used. It's just not reportable, okay? I also wanted to point out that the World Health Organization came out with their global model regulatory framework in May of this year for medical devices and IVDs, and they are also aligned to the IMDRF criteria for adverse event reporting. And in fact, in many cases in that particular document, when they're talking about an entire recommended regulatory framework from soup to nuts for all levels of maturity, from a regulatory perspective, they consistently refer back to IMDRF documents for best practice. And I think from a manufacturer's perspective, this is absolutely crucial because what this does is puts the patient first. Because when we have multiple guidelines recommending international best practice, it becomes very confusing. What is international best practice? And then you start to see divergent regulatory frameworks develop. And then you start to see manufacturers delay of development of those products, delay and approval of those products, and delay for the patients to actually get those products. So this is also linked for you at the bottom. It's Annex 3. They also require manufacturers to basically report those death and serious injury cases or a malfunction that could lead to death or serious injury. So now we have likely, may, and could. I'm not going to give you a question to ask you if it's reportable. That's going to be that complicated. We take that accountability. All right, this has already been covered in Melissa's slides, so I won't cover it, but it's here in case you want to reference their reporting criteria. All right. Oh my gosh, it worked. So I don't know if y'all have the energy to use your phones and do the POLEV poll, but this late in the day, I thought it'd be, helpful to kind of get some body part moving and to ask some interactive questions. And I understand if there's anyone else left online hanging out with us, then you should be able to access this as well. So I'm not going to read A, B, or C, but the question is, which of the following examples is a reportable event? And I want you to select each one that applies. So we're getting some answers. It's another one. I really appreciate you guys being partners and doing this with me. And while you guys are doing that, I also want to thank my colleagues for helping me set up POLEV. I didn't know how to do it, so Fatma was nice enough to help me figure it out. All right, so we've got some responses, and by and large, it sounds like for sure, I think folks think that the first one is reported. So we have an insulin pump that stopped due to a malfunction, but fails to give that alarm, right? That level of detectability of a failure has not done what it's supposed to do. The next one, the infusion pump stops due to a malfunction, but fails to give the alarm. And then the arm of an X-ray machine, X-ray system malfunctions and injures someone's nose. It broke their nose. Okay, so let's, without further delay. All of them are reportable events. So I think, just looking at 3 examples and still going back to that huge bolus of complaints, all of those are going to be reportable. So you guys are going to see all those cases, right? And there's probably red flags that went off in your head to say, which one of those do I want to see first? But those are your cases that you're going to see and that you're going to want to triage based on the potential harm to the patient. So yeah, I think it's a good exercise, and you're not alone. We go through this all the time, and manufacturers to make the right decision. And, you know, we really do our best to make the right decision, putting the patient first, and taking the accountability to make things right. Okay, and because I know that everyone's going to be looking for ways to make their complaint, their adverse event reporting efficient, I at least wanted to point out that both the US and the EU have a summary reporting option for malfunctions only. This is not for death and serious injury cases. So certain malfunctions can be reported, grouped together, if you will, instead of having to submit an individual report for every single case, which you would then receive an individual report for every single case. With summary reporting, it allows you to receive the same complaint that's occurred on a number of devices, same adverse event that's occurred on a number of devices in the same submission to you, right? So there's more to it, but I at least wanted to let you know that that option exists. And I know that the US FDA would be more than happy to meet with you to explain more of what the limitations are. And the last slide with any real discussion content is maybe too many questions this late in the day. But I think that we all owe it to ourselves to kind of think about how these regulations apply when we're talking about how the model works in our country. Right, we've talked a lot about having distributors and importers and legal manufacturers, and what does that mean in your country? Who, at the end of the day, owns the responsibility to make sure that product is safe and effective and performs according to its labeling? And so maybe, you know, we can continue to have some more sidebar conversations during coffee breaks. I know we're over time, but I think this is an important conversation for us to have. Because it's really about making sure we meet our legal obligations and keep the patient safe. And I wouldn't do Scott justice if I didn't say that this is all part of the risk process. It is a closed loop, right? All of the information we get from our complaints and adverse events and actions that we take, all of the information from a manufacturer perspective is fed back into our design control process, either for that product and even for products, future products, right? We're always striving to do better. So it is a closed loop and it is risk-based. That's all I have. Thank you very much. So I don't know, Sandra, if you want to hold questions or not, but I might need help hearing them. Okay.
Sure, we could probably take a couple of questions here in the room, and we have also some from our online participants. So there's a question back there. Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you for the presentations. You are saying you are from Roche, right?
I am from Roche, yes.
Roche, were in Europe or in South Africa?
I'm sorry. No.
In Europe?
Roche Global.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's fine.
I'm sorry. I'm
yes,
because
I want to relate. You know, in Africa, or maybe in Botswana, we have what we call market authorization holder.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, so where do they feature in all this? Because some of the authorized representatives, they become the applicants and become the market authorization holder. So here we are speaking to manufacturers reporting and so on. What about the market authorization holder?
Yes.
Because legally they're the ones who are sort of responsible, the one that we signed the contract with.
Okay, yes, thank you. I think what you're asking, and I apologize if I get this wrong, but I think you're asking what responsibilities the marketing authorization holder have, right? I think that gets to the last slide that I just provided, some of the questions. When the legal manufacturer may not be in Kenya, for example, we have to designate designated agent, a legal agent, a marketing authorization holder. There's lots of different terms that I see from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, but really what it boils down to is that is the legal representative in the country for that product in order for it to be marketed in your country. That does not negate the responsibility of the legal manufacturer who may reside in another country, right? That authorized agent is basically acting on our behalf in your country to make sure that that product is safe and effective per its labeled claims and abides by your regulations. Yep, thank you. Mhm.
So let's go with a couple of that we have from our online participants. So from Simon Rodolph Short. Sorry for the late question and may have been asked already. Are companies that service equipment or manufacture components required to be licensed and ISO certification, or is the QA agreement sufficient? So this is not for you.
That is not for
No,
me.
I'm sorry. So another question for Simone, and we'll take care of that later. My apologies
Okay.
that I didn't realize that. So why would you report a malfunction which may occur and has no adverse effect? What is the purpose of post-market surveillance, and why clutter the regulator's desk where does risk-based approach come into effect?
So I think I heard the question is, why do we report malfunctions? Oh, sorry. I think I heard the question is, number one, why do we report malfunctions? Well, my easy answer is because regulators require it. But I think it's also a partnership between manufacturers and the regulators, because malfunctions could lead, may lead, might be likely to lead to a death or serious injury if they were to reoccur. And it is our obligation to partner with the regulators to make sure that those cases have an extra special review, if you will, because we need to be able to take that into account and be more proactive about preventing a death or serious injury from actually happening. And I'm sorry, I didn't remember the other questions. Was that it? Okay.
That was actually the only one,
Okay.
because that had to do on then what is the role of risk-based approach, but you have already explained
Oh,
it
yeah.
sufficiently, so that.
Okay.
So, and probably Simone got the response while you were speaking, because now she's appreciating for that.
Okay.
Now, another one, if a patient gets a moon boot, fitted well and patient concealed, then leaves the hospital and trips and break the other leg, is this an adverse event?
That depends. Right. I mean, we have to go through the exercise of gathering information, considering what happened. Is there a nexus to the actual device? Did the device actually cause or contribute to it? Or there's something else that led to that to happen? So it's not an easy answer, and that's why these things take time. And that's another reason why, you know, we really appreciate having at least 30 days to kind of work through those questions and that analysis before we decide to report.
You. And that's it with the questions online, but there's one back there.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. You are a manufacturer, right? You're coming from the
I
manufacturing
am
side.
from a manufacturer, yes.
Great. So I guess you have your own post-market surveillance units monitoring your products out there.
We do have to fill that obligation by having someone who is, or a group of people responsible for that,
Great,
yes.
great. So has your team or your representative picked any signal of falsified products
I'm sorry.
on the markets?
So how do we handle
Falsified products.
You know, okay. So how do we handle counterfeit products? You know,
So let me land.
So
if that is true or that has taken place before,
yeah.
what action did you take? Thank you.
You know, I think that's a really good question. And I have actually learned in the number of inspections that I have participated in, if I don't know the answer, to not fake it. So I don't know the answer to that question because I haven't had to deal with it myself. I know that our particular organization has the responsibility probably outlined somewhere that I could get for you, but I'm so sorry, offhand, I don't know.
That's all right.
Is there any additional question? Well, then, sorry, just as.
I can tell you, if any manufacturer becomes aware of a counterfeit device, even regulators, a lot of times FDA finds out about it through them. So if Roche were to find a counterfeit device, maybe they contact the FDA, let us know what's happening, then we can spin our wheels to find out how much of a problem it is, verify, hopefully at the site where it's allegedly being manufactured, what's going on, and then we would take appropriate action as we can. So.
Yeah, thank you, Neil, for that, because if it's a counterfeit device, it's not our product, right? So we're not turning that into an adverse event because it's a counterfeit product.
So Tammy, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you for helping me.
And now it is time for us to get into the really end of this session, very, very long session. So, Dimakanto, thank you, welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope we have like 5 minutes. I can steal 5 minutes of your time. It's already 5:10 now. Are our colleagues online still online or they have left?
We have over 40 participants still connected. So it is evident the interest to learn.
Yes, exactly. And that was my intention to say this was a very interesting day, leading from yesterday, actually, catching up from yesterday. If you put them together, for me, they're starting to make sense. But firstly, I would like to thank all the speakers for today, Michelle, Neil, Linda, Ajit, as well as Temi, because the topics of today are interesting. You could see the questions, we couldn't move forward. It was very interesting. I just want to, some of the questions, I thought I will capture them here. The question on falsified product. The manufacturer actually, of products, not the falsified, obviously, like for example, you asked Roche a question. They do come to the regulator and ask the question on the channel to use on reporting. I just had two today, for example, that a companies asked me that they add this product in the market, then they believe that they are falsified. They looked at the CE mark. So what is it that they need to do? And then the regulator do have structures inside where this kind of falsified product can be investigated and followed upon. So there are processes, and I think that's what our NRAs will look into. And further, I want to speak to, Temi really put in a nice picture of the MIDRF and the WHO. I also want to mention that AMDF as well has documents that they have put it on the system for pre-marketing, post-marketing as well. So today now, the topic was mostly on post-marketing. So if you go to the Outer NEPAD website, there are documents that were prepared by the AMDF for the regulator. Instead of reinventing the wheel, you can adopt or adapt those documents. And they were adopted or even taken from the MIDRF sites and WHO. So you don't have to go back and reinvent the documents that are already existing. There was also a question of interest, and I think for me, this is FYI to my colleagues, from my colleague, I think, oh, she's still here, about the information. How do you get information from the US FDA regarding the adverse events? You can actually subscribe. I've subscribed. So if there's any adverse events of any product in the US FDA, I actually get a notification. So I will urge our colleagues and NRAs to actually subscribe to the US FDA. Any adverse events, you'll have access to it immediately, and you can look if that product is in your market and do your own trends and do investigation. And there was another point that was raised again regarding voluntary, notification to the NRAs. I think we need to understand why it's voluntary. It's to promote people to come and indicate that there's an adverse event or there is a recall. Because if you're gonna be policing and be harsh, people are not gonna come back. People are not gonna report. Because if I'm a company, for argument's sake, and I want to indicate that I've got an adverse event, but I know I'm gonna get a fine, why must I report? So the intention of it not being that strict is to allow people to comply. And I think Michelle answered it very properly, clearly actually, as well as Temi. It's the responsibility of the manufacturer When you get your license, read the details of your license. I think we must read, when you get your license and issue you the license, look at the declaration that you are agreeing to, that your obligations that you are saying, I'm obliged to report. So if a regulator has to follow you up, then that's a problem. I actually wrote, I usually capture some nice stuff as I listen to my colleague. I don't think I'll make a very good policewoman because everybody will be free. Because I'll sit down with you and explain to you to say, before I even catch you, I even put you in a position where you have to pay for any fine, I will try and explain to say, you see, the problem is with the product is you have to do this and that. Do I report you or not? So the intention is not, we are not police people, we are not. And hence this kind of engagement is to work together with the industry to make sure that there's compliance. The most important thing for me is access to safe and quality product in our market. And I want to speak to post-marketing surveillance. I'll always shout, I shouted AMDF, if there's one thing that gives me sleepless night in Africa, it's post-marketing surveillance. We need to have a formal structure. I was listening to Michelle earlier, whereby you're speaking about TGA, Health Canada and US FDA, they will have monthly meeting. We need a formal structure. If there's one thing that I make noise about, it's post-marketing surveillance. And it's not only at AMDF, even at my NRA. What are we doing about this? Lessons learned from medicine. We cannot ignore what our colleagues from medicine has done. Let's tap on that ideas and knowledge and take it forward. Because post-marketing surveillance is a problem. And the reality is that in most NRAs in Africa, the product are already in the market. We can call it grandparents or orphan product. They're already there, and we are only putting regulations afterwards. So for me, post-marketing is a problem. The product are already there. So today's topic was close to my heart, as well as close to the South Africans that I left back at home, because I think that's the reason why I joined the NRA, to be one of the regulatory nerd. Today I remember the word, so yeah. So today's topic were very important, and the presentation, it links to the ISO 13485 requirements that the product that is put out there, they have been audited to make sure that they comply to all the specifications and the requirements, and the product that is out there is doing what it's supposed to be doing. Another question that was asked was the company falsified information and also off-label. That's a recall. We can actually do it. That's where enforcement comes. If a company has registered its product that it's supposed to be doing A, and then on their marketing and advertising, they're advertising that it's doing A, and they make sure that they bring B. You know, sometimes they bring B, but you don't get it. But if you read it, you say, but they're also saying it's for testing of, you know, if you're looking at malaria and you look at different species, they're not saying it's for malaria vivax, but they're kind of saying it somehow, you know, and initially they say it is for falciparum. So for example, so that's a label claim. And as a regulator, you can actually recall the product. It brings the topic of, so for me, the topics of today, they were actually coming together, which is very important. And I think the speakers can see the value and the education, the lessons that they have shared with us. Hence, you know, there's so many questions. And I think one most other important things is the opportunities that the MDSEP present to us as NRAs, as well as to the manufacturers across the continent. What can we leverage? What can we do with the limited resources, as I mentioned earlier, that we have? What other avenues that we can use, or tools, I usually call them tools, that we can use as a national regulatory authority, so we can focus on things that matters. Post-marketing, we are not focusing that much on. Can we, MDSEP, be one of the tools that we use? There's a resource, and then let's focus on post-marketing surveillance. And another, you know, we have resources, NRAs, African NRAs. We look at the labs, we look at what Africa CDC is doing. We have resources. It's about us tapping on it and using those opportunities. So with all that, the summary of today, for me, the topic of today was, there was no way I was gonna miss this day, because it's very important. And as I'm saying, it's close to my heart. There are resources available. We have AMDF guidelines on the system, and I'm gonna say it, we have AMDF guideline. Please guys, let's use them. That's what I was hired for. So I'm here, Chair's looking at me smiling. I have to speak about, because we need to socialize the AMDF guidelines. We have working groups that were working on those endlessly. Our colleagues from NRAs across Africa that worked on those guidelines, and they are talking to exactly what we have seen today. So with all that, I'd like to thank you for sitting, waiting for this, but it was worthwhile. And thanks to our speakers for today. And I hope everyone has a great evening. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. And now I have a very important question to ask. After this very long day, are you still interested on having the part 2 of the session we had this morning in regards of the FDA databases? That has to be 8 a.m. and we would have only half hour because we're starting at 8:30. Is that correct? Sorry, just give me a second.
We will start 8:30.
Exactly. So, okay. So we would have like 30 minutes. 30 minutes. So that means that we will really need to start sharp at 8 so we can take advantage of the 30 minutes that we will have available for that. So raise hands if you are interested on 8 a.m.
8 a.m.
for the database review, and 8:30, that is the time that the formal agenda starts. So raise hands if you would like to have the session at 8 a.m. Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you very much. Have a great evening, and really thank you very much for your engagement.